Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Frenzy. It's about to begin, and it's going to get chaotic here in a little while. But for right now, we're just getting started. My name's Adam Stewart, alongside Trey Colbeck, Michael Garrell, Ryan Coop will be joining us shortly, as well as a dozen other hosts and guests and podcasters and radio broadcasters and everybody from all throughout Canada. Welcome here this morning to the Canadian Football Countdown. First things first, before we get started here, we've got the special guest in the back. We're going to talk to him very shortly as well. I guess let's start off with, how are you guys doing this morning? Trey, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing great. I got my setup on the couch. I'm ready for 8 hours, and everyone talking about football season ending on Sunday, but it looks like it's starting up again on Tuesday, right? So real short off season in football. I'm doing great. Mikey, I'm loving that smile, man. You've missed us, man. You've missed us. I'm glad you're back. Yes. Great cup and free agency. You're like the groundhog. That's all you do is come up for those 2 days.
Yeah. The busy schedule allows me to do my other job between the Grey Cup and free agency, and it is great to be back. Not sure why we do this every year. I say this tongue in cheek, of course, but it's come a long way from me from the first year for sure. Very excited to do this again, and the highlight of my year for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's the highlight for the whole podcast crew. I mean, we all just love our Canadian football. And of course, we want to talk for 8 hours straight on a microphone to make sure that our guests and our fans are all filled in with all the latest news. Of course, Ryan put a pile of work into the back end of this. He'll be with us a little bit later on here to talk on his board. Of course, he's got his big free agency board all ready to go. Lots of great stuff all lined up here. And of course, I just want to get a few little housekeeping items out of the way before we really get going here. As always, we do want to acknowledge that the Canadian Football Countdown is brought to you from Treaty 1 territory, traditional territory to Shinababwe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and homeland of the Métis Nations, as well as from Treaty 4 territory, traditional territory of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and the Métis Nation. We're going to be streaming on all the platforms here today that we can find. We're on Facebook. We're over on Twitter. We are, I guess, X now, as you want to call it. This is also on Twitch if you're over there. And, of course, our 2 YouTube channels that there is there. This will be over on the CFC Countdown podcast page. Wherever you're listening, thank you very much for doing so, as well as also the Game Time TV page, which is our presenting sponsor here today. Been there forever for us. You can learn more about Game Time TV by visiting GameTimeTV.ca or by following on Facebook at Facebook.com/GameTimeTVMB. I think I got all the things that I really need to get out of the way here first. And of course, Ryan is in the background already excited. He said he wasn't going to look at his phone because he's got bigger things going on today, but of course he's looking at his phone. We're going to start this off, though, because, of course, we want to do something really special this year, and we would like to bring in our first guest here right away if we can. Cam, he's from the Canadian Football Fans Fight Cancer initiative. Sorry, my phone is buzzing away. I did not be very professional and turn off the mute. Nevertheless, Cam, we'd like to grab you there. How are you today?
I am good. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, well, we decided this year that we wanted to do something a little bit more special on our for our 8-hour podcast. And of course, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are hosting the Grey Cup this year. And they that means that the Canadian Football Fans Fight Cancer usually are working in the area for the Winnipeg in the Manitoba area this year. And we'd like you to explain a little bit about this.
Sure. So, yeah, CFL Fans Fight Cancer. We're at 20 years now, because actually the very first thing we did was Grey Cup 2006, right here in Winnipeg, where I live as well. We've been all across the country ever since then. To your point, we always raise money for the community we're in, and every dollar stays in that community and benefits people. So the last few years, we've obviously raised money in Hamilton, then Regina, then Vancouver. I guess I got that backwards. You got my point. And this year in Winnipeg, we're raising money for the Cancer Care Manitoba Foundation. So super excited to do our part for them. Again, actually, I think they were the first ones we did in 2006, which was so long ago that I had hair. So yeah, it's really cool to be back in Winnipeg in the 20th year we're doing it, and to kick it off with a bang. Yeah, and be here today.
Perfect. How much is the Canadian Football Fans Fight Cancer kind of raised in total for? I mean, I've heard of this now. Yeah, for since 06, I know 07 for sure was there. How much have they kind of raised in total for like some of their communities and some of the areas that they've been in?
So one of the cool things about we did a new website this year. You should check us out at CFLFansFightCancer.com. And myself and couple of the other co-founders went back through and counted all the things for all the years that we've done in the GTA, Winnipeg, Vancouver, and all the Grey Cups over the years. I believe it's $289,000. And again, every single penny directly back to local cancer charities across the country, which is just remarkable. We had, for about 15 years, we kind of had our thing, maybe 5, 10, 15 grand a year. And since COVID, we've doubled every year. We went from 10 to 20 in Regina, 41 in Hamilton, and then $75,000 last year in Vancouver for the Michael Cuccione Foundation. So it's just since COVID, because of folks like you and everybody else leaning in, kind of doing it a little bit at a time. We don't do big grandiose things. We just do a little here and a little there. And it's been remarkable to see this grassroots movement really take off the last 3 or 4 years. I'm really excited to see what happens this year.
Can you speak a bit about the way it's kind of evolved over the years? Like I can imagine, but year 1 to maybe last year, it's been charity events and initiatives tend to evolve over time. How has this event evolved into what it is? Has it just awareness and people's willingness to jump on with the campaign, or how have you seen this thing evolve over time?
I think you kind of nailed it in a way. So it sort of started with a group of us that had been going to Grey Cup already and decided to just kind of do it for a cause when Ron Lancaster was diagnosed with cancer in 2005 or 2006. And so then it became a movement, and you know how it goes. You have a few $100s, then 1,000 and 2,000, etc. And so our event at Grey Cup, which this year is Saturday, November 15th, details on the website. It will be at Tavern United in downtown Winnipeg. Again, CFLFansFightCancer.com. Would love to see you there. That event has grown and grown again since COVID. It has taken off. And I think the event itself probably makes $40,000 to $50,000 a year now, which is absurd, or at least it did last year. What has really just leapt to a whole different level since COVID. So before COVID, we did tailgates, we did the Climb for Cancer in Hamilton for years and raised a couple $1,000s every year, etc. But since COVID, the grassroots side, folks like you, folks like anyone listening here, leaning in and kind of doing little things across the country, has just changed the game for us. We really are a grassroots movement. There's no board. There's no fancy organization. I only have the title I make up for myself. Every penny goes to the thing, and it really is whatever people do. There's a fantasy league that has raised almost $5,000 in the 2 years for us. They did a dunk tank in Regina. Probably don't want to do that this time of year, but whatever. Folks get together and do a watch party and have a little fun and send us $300. This is not, some fancy dinner where we all raise thousands of dollars. We make the money we've made even the last few years has been a whole bunch of bricks coming together to do something really incredible. And that's where it's really taken off. And that's where I'm so glad to talk to folks like you today. So I encourage anyone who wants to be involved. Like, honestly, you don't need permission. Go do a thing. If you have an idea, we'd love to talk to you. We're on all the social media, which I'll talk about later. But just get involved, do a little thing, raise $100 and send it in at CFLFansFightCancer.com/donate. It's just a groundswell of support. And I guess, yeah.
Mike? Yeah, so no, it's a great initiative. I know I've been involved with it a few times over the years, and I know in Regina I was actually doing some auctioning for some reason in a at the Grey Cup for some reason or another. But hey, it was a fun time, and I know that it really does get all the entirety of the CFL fans out there getting involved and getting big into it. So we want to thank you very much for what you do exactly on that, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what you guys have planned for Winnipeg. I know there's probably some events in place and probably some ideas in mind already for making Winnipeg one of the bigger ones that they go to. So,
absolutely. If you'll forgive me for just a moment. So
no.
we have an event on Grey Cup Saturday. You can check out our website, CFLFansFightCancer.com, for more information on that. No entry. We'd love to come see you there. We are actually getting together in cities across the country right on Saturday, March 8th as a fun little kickoff. Just people coming to bars, having a beer or your beverage of choice and kind of getting together to shoot the shit, break up the off season, just like we're doing today. Talk about all these free agency moves. You can check out the details for that on our blog or social media as well. That's Saturday, March 8th in all 5 Western cities, plus Hamilton right now. We'd love to see you there. And then, again, get involved however you want. And if nothing else, we'd love it if you followed us. What is that? Like, comment, subscribe? Is that what I'm supposed to say on the internet? So CFLFansFightCancer.com, which has a donation page and has our blog. You can also find us, if you're old like me, on Facebook at CFL Fans Fight Cancer. And then Twitter, because I won't call it the other thing. And Blue Sky, we had to abbreviate, so it's CFL FFC. And you can find us at any of those. We'd love to see you there, talk to you anytime, hear your ideas. And yeah, thanks for having me here. And just would love to see folks get involved however they can. We get there all together. I'm so excited to see what we can do this year.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for coming on this morning, Cam. We really appreciate it. And of course, we're doing our part here on the Canadian Football Countdown. If you like what you're listening to today, if you don't like what you're listening to today, or if you just want to give a donation, be sure to look at the bottom of our page here, CFLFansFightCancer.com/donate. We want to try to raise a few dollars for them as well. And we definitely look towards our fans to help out as many CFL fans that have this unfortunate disease once in a while. So anything else that you got to go through, Cam, with us? Or
no, I think that's it. So again, would love to see folks Saturday, March 8th. Details on the website. Thanks so much for having me. Really appreciate that making time for me today and for this great cause. And good luck with the 8 hours. I'm sure you guys will fill it somehow.
Well, we'll try. We'll definitely try. So Mike, anything else?
No, I'm really excited to be involved. I think the initiative is something that a lot of people can certainly get behind for one reason or another. I know I've had some family members that have been impacted, and this is a very tangible way in my mind to be able to give back to something so horrible. And I'm glad that I know I speak for myself. I'm glad that we can use a platform like this today to shine light on a very important subject.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, for
really
sure.
Appreciate your support.
Also, Cam, I'm not sure if I think you're a Winnipeg Blue Bomber fan. I'll get your quick opinion on the free agent. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I don't know why they keep bringing the Rider fan on here, but anyways.
I know, right?
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, your opinion so far on free agency for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers?
Going okay. I had dreams that rhyme with Kenny Lawler, but these things happen. I think they're going to be really good. I think the league top 7, top 8 in the league is as good and as deep and as balanced as I remember. So I have no idea what's going to happen. I realize that's the opposite of a podcast hot take, but I have no idea what's going to happen. It's going to be fascinating. And then really, okay, here's my hot take. If the Bombers win the whole thing, then we can go back to this whole dynasty thing and argue about that for 5 more years. And we'll not be short on content. It'll be fine. Plus, everybody really wants to see the Bombers in a 6th consecutive Grey Cup, right? That's not just me. Just technically.
I think it's probably about the same way as the Kansas City Chiefs are getting welcomed about now. But nevertheless, the Bombers, I think they'll be all right. And we'll see what goes on here in free agency. Probably a few guys moving in and a few guys moving out of Winnipeg, I would presume, at the end of the day today for sure. So, but again, Cam, thank you very much for your time here this morning. Maybe later on we'll get you back here again for a little bit if you'd like to join us, and we'll go from there.
Sure. Sounds great. Thanks again for having me, and best of luck today.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. That was Cam again from the Canadian Football Fans Fights Cancer. Again, great initiative. Make sure that you go over to the donation pages. We've got those listed, I believe, in our feeds in the comments. And also, if you take a look right below me here in the tracker, that'll be listed all day there as well. So make sure that you guys head over there, make a donation. It don't matter if it's $1 or $25 or $1 million. You can donate whatever you'd like to. If anybody donates, what did we say this yesterday? If anybody donates $10,000, we'll just go off the air and you don't have to listen to us for 8 hours. If that's fair.
Something like that.
All right. Anyways, Trey's back with us here. I guess, we're going to do a little bit about the Canadian football. Of course, we're going to be talking about the Free Agent Frenzy all day today. We just want to get some quick takes on what we're thinking we're going to see today during the Frenzy. Trey, you want to go first?
You know what? Throw it to Mike because I'm going to try to pull up our tracker here. And then I can't multitask. So see here.
Yeah, no, I find it to be very interesting. I think we know what's out there. We know what's being reported. It seems like the CFL, pulled a bit of a last-minute surprise on people by saying there was a salary cap increase. I'm curious about give some players some second thoughts or not. I also generally wonder how much money is in the system. Again, now, if what's being reported is true, there's a lot of money in the system. See Kenny Lawler's new contract. I'm also curious which position group in general gets squeezed. Your high-end guys are going to make the most money. The middle tends to be always the one that gets hit the most. I'm curious if there are guys going to market today that we don't know about, but went to market thinking there would be more money there than there actually is, and then how that sort of entices decisions. Now, I think it's going to be a busy, busy day for, the teams that didn't do well last year. If what's being reported is accurate, which it should be, the Elks would be pretty busy. With ownership, they have money to spend. They have, a new quarterback presumably locked up. If we are led to believe that Trey Ford is going to be the guy. So again, right, it's who you're allowed to exceed the salary cap on a day like today by a certain percentage. You're allowed to exceed that up into camp, and then which veterans get squeezed out ultimately. Like that's really, really gonna be for me what's gonna be interesting. And are we able to make prognostications on who one day won a free agency? Probably. and then being able to, does that correlate into what we saw in the season? As we see in a sport like hockey, winning free agency today doesn't necessarily lead to regular season success. So I have a lot of questions. There's also teams, and we can discuss this, like Saskatchewan, that, took big steps last year. Can they use free agency to make an even bigger step? And then, things like internal growth that need to be calculated. So I realize that's a long-winded sort of answer, but I'm really excited to lead wide. First off, see how much of these reported deals actually come to fruition, if there are any changes, and then how the market reacts to that.
Trey, what are you kind of looking forward to in free agency here? I mean, to me, I'm looking at probably there's a few guys in the trenches that I'd like to see what's going to happen with them that haven't really listed. And of course, yeah, we do have that negotiation window. So you never know what can happen there, I suppose. I mean, we've seen one dropout already. The one guy was supposed to go one way place and ended up not going there. Anything you're really expecting to see, or anything for?
I'm looking to see about these teams that were pretty quiet during the negotiation window. What kind of I don't want to. What kind of scraping at the bottom of the barrel are they going to find, or are they going to go strictly unknown American / the draft? Like, or is there, NFL cuts that they're hoping for, UFL cuts they're hoping for? I'm just really interested. There's a couple teams that I felt didn't do a heck of a lot. Montreal, Calgary are two that really come to top of mind. A couple teams like BC and still has a lot of re-signing potentially to do. So there's some of those teams I'm more interested in than Edmonton. We knew Edmonton. Well, you figured Edmonton was going to do something. A new owner comes in, went back to the Double E brand, really going to try to ignite that fan base and do everything. So you expected something out of there. Hamilton too. You would expect finally give, you've asked Bo to restructure one more year. You have to give him something to work with. Ottawa too. Some of those lower ranked teams, like Mike was saying, you expected them to do, but it's those other teams now. I'm kind of thinking like Winnipeg did a lot more than I thought they were going to do. So they're one of those teams I'm actually kind of surprised they did so much. So yeah, it's really interested to see what those other teams do now that there's a lot of the top end players at least have handshake deals in place. So, what's a team like Calgary going to do? What's a team like Toronto and Montreal going to do in some situations? And actually, just want to make a quick note to people who are watching. We should throw this out there that we did have Darren Bauman scheduled to come up at the top of the hour at 10 a.m. Central. Looks like he's now scheduled for 11 a.m. Central. So so you got an extra hour of us just chatting around here until Bauman comes in at 11. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got lots of time here to go through some of the teams and maybe some potential moves and things you maybe want to see or maybe what you don't want to see. And we'll start, I guess. Let's start west and go east, I suppose. If we want to bring up the BC Lions here, of course, their biggest additions this year, I think, obviously having Nathan Rourke here for a full preseason and training camp is going to be huge for the BC Lions. And quarterback, I think they're pretty well set, guys. What do you think?
I mean, I'm a little worried if anything happens to Rourke. I guess you got Bryce. It took me a second. I saw that third guy, and it looked like Sanders, Primetime's kid. And I was like, how'd they get him so quick? But no, I think that I think a little concerned if Rourke goes down. But I mean, I guess that's every team, Mike.
Yeah, and the interesting part is that they seem to have restructured Rourke's deal to be able to fit McKenna's back into the situation. But I think, to be honest, for the most part, they're banking on growth from within. I know they move on from certain guys, and then they're able to bring in work. I think the biggest thing that is actually James Butler back there. He was cut early, and then went excuse me, into signed a contract with the BC Lions. Again, they have a new OC there because Jordan Matt Smith went to the Edmonton Elks. Bob Pierce, this to me is the X factor here. Like Ryan Ridgemaiden, the general manager, used to be an assistant general manager in Winnipeg. Excuse me. He hired Buck Pierce to be his coach, and it's one thing. It's a completely different thing to be a coordinator versus a coach. But again, like one thing that jumps out, and it's already been said, Nathan Ward. What happens if he goes down? Running back, you're okay. Wide receivers, you got Justin McKinnon, obviously the big fish. I'm curious what would have happened if he would have gone to market. There probably would have been a bidding war for his services, rightly so. They're probably, Aberhart will probably get a bigger load share this year after having a smaller workload. They seem to be banking from, growth from within, and then maybe using some of those draft picks that they have acquired to hit on some Canadian talent. Obviously, they got a couple of draft picks from the Stampeders when they traded Vernon Adams. The O-line, to me, looking like pretty much similar to last year for the most part. Again, BC's had a pretty good team, but I think, when you have Nathan working for a full season now instead of mid-season with a training camp, I think that's going to serve well. And I think BC is going to be right there in the West when all is said and done. And I have a real hard time believing that we won't see the best version of Nathan Hart this year. And yeah.
Well, let's head back up to those receivers and running backs and quarterbacks for a second here. One big thing I can see here is there wasn't a lot of guys that were actually on the roster from last year. If you'll take a look, there's only one 1,400-yard receiver, of course, Justin McInnes. Aberhart had his moments. Hatcher kind of had a very kind of downhill year. But if you take a look as well, they've lost Alexander Hollins in your subtractions right now. He's going to be a free agent right now. I'm very surprised no team has picked him up quite yet, unless I'm wrong now. And Hollins is a free agent, or is just a subtraction. Oh yeah, there he is, wide receiver, Alexander Hollins. That's a 1,000-yard receiver any day of the week. I mean, you look, he only had 16 games, so missing 2 games and 937 reception yards. That there is a very good wide receiver. Will it be interesting to see what the BC Lions do? I think they do need a little bit of help maybe on that receiving core. They did bring in Braden Linnaeus, again, another Canadian, again, also from the Saskatchewan Roughriders back in the day. Seems like they like those Canadian running receivers. Linnaeus there, if he gets healthy, again, that's the key though. If he's healthy, will be a very good wide receiver for the BC Lions going on this year. Running back wise, David Mackey looks like he's on his way out. He's a free agent as we speak. Again, more of a running back, fullback type. Definitely got a few good runs though, and definitely had a few touchdowns. He was kind of used as that third quarterback, I guess, almost in situations for the BC Lions last year. If you can go back to under contract for a moment here, they got most of their signings done, I think, that they were wanting to do. They did some releases. They've moved some guys around. And, of course, they've got a very, very young wide receiver core if we go through that. But also in the offensive line, they've changed up a few things, I think, there. Suk Chung, he was one of their bigger offensive linemen. He is a free agent coming up here at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock our time. Michael Couture did come back to the BC Lions. He was a BC native. That was a big signing, I think, for them. They needed to make sure that they had some of their offensive line back. But I think you're going to see the BC Lions looking for a piece or two, maybe for depth more than anything on that Canadian or on the O-line for Canadians right now currently. Probably could use one more, maybe, or definitely another American piece. Trey, anything on the offense for the BC Lions that you see that you wanted to talk about?
I think the biggest thing I have is I'm actually kind of surprised Chung isn't re-signed. I thought he was a kind of a pivotal part of that offensive line along with Coach Scher. I remember he was a former Bomber, and that was a big signing when they took him. I guess he's kind of getting up there in age, but I didn't think he was quite that done. But yeah, BC's that interesting team. I think that we kind of saw them like last year. They're going to be one of those teams where they're either going to score 60 on you or they're going to score 3 on you. I think it's going to kind of be one of those teams offensively. And I think it's all going to just be on how you attack Nathan Rourke. Like, I don't want to bring up too much NFL, but we saw how bad Mahomes was on Sunday. I think if you kind of gave Rourke that kind of pressure, rushing 4 guys over this offensive line, you might have a long day. He's got the talent around him, but he might have a long day. So I think that they need another pieces on this offensive line, like Adam said. And I think I don't know, maybe it's just me. I think their receiving core and everything over the last few years has been a little overhyped. You know, it's obviously something's not working if what's the best they did was a Western final loss a couple years ago. Like, so it can't be that great if, you know, so they obviously have to make some more pieces. And I think they need some defense help too. I've always wondered if a guy like, I don't know if he'll help too much talent-wise at his age, but I wonder if a guy like Big Hill might reunite in BC on the defense as a player coach. And again, who knows how much he might actually help talent-wise, but that's a good locker room guy to have for sure.
Yeah, you know, just to touch on that, like I worry about that offensive line if they don't do anything today. I think that there's huge risk if you're going to start taking a bunch of offensive linemen in this year's Canadian draft and then plugging them in or playing Americans in that position in camp. So, yeah, I think it'd be absolutely a benefit to get a couple of established offensive linemen today just to put that sort of in place. Otherwise, who knows, right? I mean, I don't know how comfortable you are playing a couple of rookies, whether they're Canadian draft picks or Americans in camp. But, you know, I think they have a plan in place. And, you know, it's easy to sit here and say, oh, they need this and this today on February the 11th. But on February the 11th. But, you know, you do see some glaring sort of needs for this team. And it's going to be interesting because I think they've had so much upheaval, right? New general manager, new coach, new coordinators, and let them kind of get their feet underneath them on a day like today to kind of start building toward the season.
I have a question for you guys. How long, I guess the window in the CFL is a little different than other leagues, but how long do you think this BC Lions window is with a 26-year-old Nathan Rourke? Like, you don't want to wait till he's 30 to start putting a team around him, do you?
No.
My opinion is I think it's, you know, you got the next 5 years probably, but I mean, in all honesty, you want to get this done probably in 2 years or so. I would think Nathan Rourke is, again, if you look at that offensive line, he could be taking a few hits this year. And yeah, it's going to be only so long until Nathan Rourke and the amount of money you're giving him needs to either, and again, Nathan Rourke's probably going to increase in value a little bit more yet, I would think, as he goes along, and especially if he ever becomes a free agent. I think that's probably going to be a big deal there. The other one, a signing that I wanted to add for the additions for the BC Lions on the receiving core, don't forget Keon Hatcher was let go by the Ottawa Redblacks, and he did re-sign with the BC Lions. He did have some good success with the Lions when he was there. He was one of their top receivers back in the day. So you do have 4 good weapons, I should say, along with Hatcher there if he can get it going again over on the BC side of the field. So they do have some pieces in there. I think that they probably will be looking for 1 or 2 more, maybe even still in wide receiver and offensive line. Defense, yeah, I'd be very, very surprised. I'll be honest, Trey, I'll be very surprised if they bring in, or if all of a sudden an Adam Big Hill shows up in BC. I mean, it'd be cool to see, but the guy there, I think, is pretty much entrenched in Winnipeg. I think he's got a job and a career and everything else all going for him.
So did Andrew Harris. So did other guys, you know. And I mean, I would look maybe Big Hill. Like I said, maybe Big Hill joins Harris in Saskatchewan. Would you like that?
No, not really, because I don't need extra linebacker in Saskatchewan at the moment. But nevertheless, you know what? You never know, man. Free agents, it's a frenzy. I mean, anything can happen. If he's still looking to play, yeah, definitely could be a possibility.
BC gives me Buffalo Bill vibes. That they're a really good team, but there's always another team just slightly better. And that's kind of the vibes they're giving me. A great quarterback, MOP, most outstanding Canadian, just like Josh Allen, and just has a great talented team, always where everyone's going to say they're missing a piece on defense or offensive line, and they just can't get over that hurdle. And that hurdle in the CFL has been the Blue Bombers in the West the last couple of years. And that's kind of where I put BC.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just taking a look here. Do they have a kicker at this moment?
Thought they re-signed Sean White, but maybe they didn't.
Here we go. Yeah, Sean White's still there. I was on the wrong sheet here. My bad. Yeah, Sean White will be around there for sure. On the defensive side of the football, I think they did make a few additions. They did need to add a piece or two here. Adam McClare and Deontay Williams, both are coming out of Saskatchewan, linebacker and defensive back. Deontay Williams, I was kind of really disappointed to see gone, because that guy there can really be a ball hawk when he wants to be. And I think that he's probably just going to start showing out really well this year. And I think he'll do very well in the BC's backfield for sure, doing some coverage in there. Anything else we want to talk about in the BC Lions, or should we move on maybe to Calgary or Edmonton?
I'm good to move on. Let's move on. The next on the tab, I got Calgary here. That's a quick tab move.
Well, that's easy enough then. Boy, Calgary has not been the team that they used to be. Remember when they used to be the consistent team that this is their team, this is what they're playing. You knew exactly what was going to happen. You knew which quarterback was coming on the field. It was Bo Levi Mitchell, and you've seen John Cornish, definitely a really good running back, and their receivers were perfectly fine, and they were great. Yeah, Calgary's got a different team this year, I'll tell you. New quarterback coming in, obviously not a new quarterback for the league, in Vernon Adams Jr. He definitely probably was one of his better years, I would think, last year, guys.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I think one of his best years. So, I mean, VA is now a Calgary Stampeder. Does have a little bit of quarterback help behind him, but really nobody that's ever played in the CFL. That could be a question mark, I would think, if Calgary does bring in another backup, if it's Matthew Schultz, who is currently going to be a free agent, or someone else that we're not thinking of. Thoughts on the quarterbacks of Calgary? Anybody?
I like the fact that they brought in Vernon Adams. I'm just not sold on a lot of what else they've done. To me, this just seems, and I know we're going to have a guest to talk about the Calgary Stampeders later in the day. I actually think that this is going to be a very interesting sort of situation here, because remember they signed PJ Watt toward the end of last year. Now they bring in Vernon Adams. They have a nice addition in Dominic Rhymes so far. Tevin Jones as well. Reggie Badleton, of course, is there. But again, it's one of those things of, I hope they don't make us decisions based on what is going to be reportedly happening up north in Edmonton this year. All of a sudden, it's like we realize that the Calgary Stampeders franchise hasn't necessarily been in a good light this offseason. Like, there was a lot of anonymous talking about the way that franchise has kind of been operated of late in some of the polls and what have you. I hope that they don't make any desperation moves to try to get themselves back on the map, because I think this is going to be a longer sort of rebuild / retool that's going on there. I just, like, my feeling is that you bring in Vernon Adams, you bring in a bunch of different pieces. You're gonna keep Dedrick Mills at running back. I don't know if that's going to be enough to quickly turn the franchise around, and I hope they just don't turn into being doing things for the sake of just making a move, right? And that's gonna be sort of the interesting part for me there. But I think they got themselves off to a good start by getting Vernon Adams. I think it needed to be done. But again, the rest of it, I'm not so sure about. And we'll see what they do today. I know they have some stuff probably pending. But for a general manager for a general manager that seems to be given one more chance, sort of thing. I can't see there being a 6-win season and saying that he'll be back a year from now. I think he has to at least show some tangible progress. And to me, some of these moves here strike me as a little bit desperate for quick fix.
If we take a look at some of the let's take a look at some of the subtractions here quickly for the Calgary Stampeders. Matthew Schultz and Tommy Stevens, of course, both are gone to different teams. Schultz, thank you very much in the chat. Zach did mention that he has agreed to go to the Ottawa Redblacks. Tommy Stevens, of course, has agreed to go to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Wide receiver, you've got Tyson Middlemost, who's subtracted out of this roster already. Can't remember where exactly he was going. I got to take a look at that later. Markin Michelle is a free agent coming up here. 31 years old. He's a pretty decent wide receiver sitting around if somebody's needing one of those as well. In quarterback side for the free agents, Logan Bonner didn't have a great outing the first time we ever seen him against Edmonton, I remember. But hey, you know what? Young quarterback, he'll probably get a backup spot somewhere sometime here as well. Our offensive line, Sean McEwen and Kyle Saxlead, both offensive linemen, both Canadian. So again, 132 games there for McEwen. He's been definitely in the league for quite a little while. He will be definitely looked at by a few teams as well this offseason, definitely here in free agency. A couple other free agents of note, Trey Robertson in the defensive back. He was scheduled to go to Ottawa. Now he is, Ottawa or somebody reneged on that deal, and he's going to be hanging around looking as a free agent right now. Brandon Dozier, Nick States, and Malcolm Thompson, all defensive backs. Again, this is one of those free agencies that I think we see a lot of open defensive backs this year. Or am I wrong at that, guys?
No, it seems like there's a lot of pending ones, but I think we've talked about it before. Unfortunately, DBs are kind of the running back of the defense. They seem to be in and out all the time, even though it's probably one of the most important positions. If you want to think about it, it's probably the hardest position. How do you stop some of these receivers and you're not even allowed to touch them because you'll go to command center and say that you grabbed his jersey, right? So it's the hardest job. And I think that's also one reason why some of these guys lose their job is because they get burned under the current structure of football, right? They get postered because they can't touch the receiver. So it's unfortunate, but it's the way of the world, I guess. And yeah, I think there'll be some guys left off, maybe some training camp invites, maybe some UFL, but this is one of those positions that are interchangeable.
So yeah, I think that's kind of touches on what I was alluding to earlier with, the receivers and the quarterbacks potentially making a lot of money. Could you bring in lead wide some DBs under, some rookie contracts that are sort of as you said, because the position is so interchangeable, can you go cheap there with rookie contracts for the most part and be okay and then structure your roster kind of around there? But DB for me is one of the toughest positions to play, just because you don't know what the rules. Well, you know what the rules are, but league that's catered to a lot of offense. Certainly a benefit to the offensive player positions. Yeah, I would agree with that on DBs for sure. And like it's so interesting, right? Because you bring in one guy and then he gets, like Trey said, burned for 4 TDs in one game and has a couple big plays go over his head. Well, chances are you're not having a job next week. So I don't know if you would want to pivot big money to that particular position.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's a lot of guys that are really good defensive backs that are going to be definitely looking on the outside, looking in for a few teams here. Just because, again, it seems like you're right. They bring in so many of these guys from the United States, and they're all very, very good players. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. We'll take a look at that maybe a little bit later on with how many of these defensive backs get signed. We'll run through maybe Edmonton here real quick, and then we're going to probably go and switch over to some transactions that have already taken place. Over on the Edmonton side of the football, is there anything? I guess, of course, new quarterbacks. That's a new addition for them. Cody Fajardo coming over from Montreal. Thoughts on that move? Anybody?
I like it. 1A, 1B scenario there. I just don't understand if you were going to be a backup in Montreal, what's the desire to be the backup in Saskatchewan? Unless you feel like in Edmonton. But if you think you can push Trey Ford into kind of a quarterback sharing mechanism, timeshare mechanism, that could work. But for me, based on the contract, it's pretty clear that Trey Ford is going to be the number one guy. I think they've even said as much. It's going to be very interesting how that shakes down. And they've also, they've spent a lot of money in other places. And I think they realized that their head coaches said, in no uncertain terms, and their general manager as well, just how much of a black hole is be a little bit excessive, but how much of a tough time it is to play there, and they really want to quickly change the culture there and change some of the perceptions with Edmonton, and so far it appears like they've been able to do that, and we'll see. I think last year was a very difficult year, with the ownership change midway through the season. Very hard to implement your own sort of ideas and structure. But again, I mean, this to me is one of the teams to watch today. Kind of to my comment earlier about, you can win free agency, but what does that get you on the field? To me, I think it should be Trey Ford's team. I hope it's Trey Ford's team. Because I think clearly there was a little bit more excitement with that offense. And to me, it sounds like they're going to make some changes for the better as well on the defense.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think the additions for the Edmonton Elks has just been utterly incredible this year. I think you're right. Trey Ford, I think, has got the opportunity to do what he's got to do in quarterback. But if you take a look at the additions for this Edmonton Elks team, Ed Hervey probably has been just completely chaotic, probably since day one of negotiation windows. There's a reason why it's named after him. Because if you take a look, wide receivers, Keon Julian Grant, Tyson Middlemost, Trey Odoms, you go on the old lineman. He brought back Boyko in. I think he let him go and then brought him back. Nevertheless, David Beard, Gregor McKellar, Jake Sresna, that was a big add for the defensive line for this team. Jonathan Kongbo, another big add, Canadian that's a D end, only 28 years old, big signing for the Edmonton Elks. On the defensive backside of things, two really good Canadian defensive backs in Tyrell Ford, probably one of the best. If you take a look for the last year here, was in Winnipeg, went to play with his brother now over in Edmonton. Royce Mechie, another one, probably a little bit underrated, I always said. He's back in Edmonton this year and looks like probably is going to be one of those good years for him. Cody Grace, the punter, also comes over to Edmonton as well. Just so many additions for Edmonton, and I think you're probably going to see a few more. What real place does the Elks still need to add to? Is there a place, Trey?
I want to see a little bit more. Maybe we just go to their receivers here. See. Sorry, I had it all up, and then we're doing a fancy little transition behind the scenes here, so now I've lost my spot. Yeah, the receivers under contract. I think I want to see a little bit more there. They got to have someone that Ford or Fajardo can throw to. Gittins is okay. They did add Julian Grant, but I want to see a little bit more there. Yeah, because I think their running backs, both Leak and Rankin, both proved that they could ball out when given. They added a lot on their defense, but yeah, it's just one of those teams that you lost Eugene Lewis. You weren't willing to give him the $300,000. But you pretty much spent all that and a little bit some more on some of those defensive players you've added. So that's kind of where I want to see, unless Edmonton's really, again, banking on some rookie receivers coming in. Trying to think of names of guys who are left. Not heck of a lot right now in that receiving pool. So, yeah, that's where I think the Edmonton Elks need to do there.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at that too. And not only Eugene Lewis, but Tevin Jones. I mean, he had a good season last year with 780 some yards. Gavin Cobb as well had a very good season. Was starting to take off, and now is also, I think, a Winnipeg Blue Bomber, if I'm not mistaken.
He came home to Winnipeg, yep.
So again, you did lose some big pieces there if you're in Edmonton in the wide receiver core. That being said, they're just going to have Trey Ford run the ball probably 55, 60 times a game. They'll be fine, right?
You know, it's interesting, guys, because I think this is a roster that has so many holes, but I'm not sure you can address them in one off season either. There's only a certain amount of free agent money. Yes, they've done a great job recruiting so far, but I think it's going to be incremental improvement for the Edmonton this year, and then they'll look to generally kind of build. I think that roster was in such a poor state, but I just don't think this is the one-off season kind of fits. I'm expecting the Elks to make the playoffs this year. Spoiler alert. But again, I think it's a roster that over time is going to continue to improve. I didn't see a flawless roster on the part excuse me, really anybody. This season is going to be interesting, but I like what Edmonton's doing. We'll just see if they're able to keep the continuity. I think this is year one of what they're maybe looking at as sort of a 3-year retool to sort of turn the roster over to what they like to do, what Mark Killam likes to do. I think that's going to be a really good addition for them as coach, but I don't think enough people are talking about as well. So, yeah, that's kind of my feeling. Yeah, this roster is a little bit flawed, but I think it's a vastly improved roster from where they were.
Well, we got some breaking news. If you won't mind me jumping in, I was just checking the Twitter. Not huge breaking news, but new signing. According to Ed Tate, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have re-signed veteran long snapper Mike Benson. So there's our first kind of signing of the day. Big long snapper kicking things off. Yeah, so that's the first I've seen. Oh, and 8 minutes ago, from Dave Naylor, hearing that linebacker Derek Moncrief has agreed to terms to the Calgary Stampeders. So there we go.
Big get for them if that comes to fruition.
Yeah, Derek Moncrief has been a beast for a very long time in this league, and definitely will help the Calgary Stampeders in a very big way right away for that team. So that's a big signing as well. I'm just taking a look here as well. I don't see much else coming from me other than DeAndre Hopkins is retiring apparently and coming to Saskatchewan. Nah, I'm kidding. No, DeAndre Hopkins is retiring from the NFL, I see. But other than that, I haven't seen very much news at all yet coming through. But back to Edmonton, I think, if you look at this team, I think they got a very young team. They're going to take some time to develop a little bit. If you look, most of these players, I don't think there's, I'm trying to find one. Jake Sresna's 30, I guess. Other than that, this is a very, very young team. David Beard's 31. Everybody else is under 30 by the looks of things on this team pretty well. I guess Cody Fajardo. Do you need to bring in a veteran? I keep saying this all the time with the team that I usually deal with. But you know what? Do you need to bring in that older veteran to kind of calm things down and that's seen some stuff and everything? Can you get away with a really young team in the CFL?
This to me would be a landing spot for a guy like Adam Bighill. Just from a leadership standpoint. But I don't know, has that theory really been tested in the CFL? I mean, I know in hockey you can't. It's not advised you play a really young team for a lot of for there's always some veteran presence on every team. I think it would be nice. I'll answer your question this way, Adam. I think it would be nice to have some veterans on the team, but they have to be the right guys. They have to be the right guys with the understanding of, okay, this is what we're going to do. These are the goals and objectives. If you can fit into this sort of mold with this and this amount of pay, with this and this amount of playing time, maybe in a guy like Bidio's case, sure. But again, a veteran, that's a very funny question, right? Because it's an interesting question. Like, can you get away with very little veteran experience? I don't know if you can. I think you need some veteran experiences in experienced players in the right place, and we'll see. I guess they're gonna test that theory. Young, I don't want to say dumb, but young, not knowing any better. Maybe that's their way of looking at things, and maybe they plan on surprising some people. It'll be interesting. There's no right or wrong way to sort of redo this. I keep thinking about it as, the Thunder and Lightning backfield with Rankin and Leak and Trey Ford. I just think offensive line is going to be a priority because I think we're going to see a lot of run heavy there, and then defense can hopefully keep the other team's offense off the field. I like this team's chances of making the playoffs, or at least at the very least being competitive toward the end of October, early November in weeks 18 through 21. Oh, wait, can I? We can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
No, I got it. Sorry about that. Trey, I know you got to run right away, and we've brought it up now 4 times already in the podcast. Does Adam Bighill go anywhere today? We gotta bring it up before we go, before we let you go, because you know what? We brought it up now with BC. We brought it up with Edmonton. Does he go somewhere or not?
My heart wants him to. I'll be honest. My heart wants him to. He says he wants to play that part of it. I'm sure he can at some level. I just don't think he can play a full 18-game season. He's that guy to me that I think you want to bring in Labor Day, for that late run, and and go from there. But does that mean he sits and waits till Labor Day? Does that mean he signs somewhere and tries to do it? But I don't know. I hope he signs. Edmonton, I don't know. I have a weird feeling about he won't go to Edmonton, but I saw that, like, I understand maybe the leadership role there. They've added a bunch on defense. I don't know where he's a good fit, but I don't know.
Welcome, mate.
Yep.
Yes, guys. But yeah, I'm going to dip for a few hours. You guys have fun. Don't have too much fun without me, but I'll see you guys in a couple hours.
Well, we'll attempt to not have too much fun without you there, Trey. If you can, make sure that you bring back some Big Macs. That we'll all be very hungry after this couple hours.
I'm more of a Wendy's guy. I might go. They have that portobello mushroom burger right now, so
anybody else miss Kick for a Million? I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's way better than the Kick of Destiny or whatever they have Gronk do every year. So.
Yeah,
exactly. I think it's great. But we got some questions in the chat, and of course, when you guys are chatting in the here, we obviously are looking at it, liking it, and following it, and seeing what you guys are all talking about as well. Mike Bodner off of YouTube goes and puts on there. He might have missed the topic, but what happened to Joe DeBlanco? He was the number 1 draft pick last year, I believe, in the CFL draft. He's still with Edmonton. Linebacker. Think he'll be perfectly fine. Niles Morgan, Joel DeBlanco. Who else is in there that I'm thinking of? Anderson as well, if I'm not mistaken, for the Elks. They've got a very deep linebacking core as far as I know. And they'll definitely be using it. Mike, anything on the linebackers for Edmonton besides?
Niles Morgan was a big one for me. There he is. You can see him right there. He's on the roster there. Yeah, I think that Niles Morgan to me was a big jet. They had the jet. I mean, it was, every year you kind of look at your free agent list and you're like, who do you absolutely need to have back? Who would you like to have back? And then what does that look like, right? And then there's guys, but if we can get the back rate, he was a must sign there. And I think Joel's going to continue to just morph into what I think is going to be a really good CFL player. And he's a lot with that. He's a lot, I think, with the rest of that team, right? I expect a big improvement. How much of an improvement? Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike also brings up he thought he would have him more. Joel DeBlanco there would have had more of a splash in the Edmonton Elks in the first year. I thought he was started ready. There's a difference in, again, a lot of guys always look at this, and of course, with us being the Alternative Football Network, they look at a guy that goes in the UFL can just jump right into the CFL. It's a lot of difference, again, folks. Those that don't watch the CFL very closely, you got to remember that there is different rules. There's different sets. There's different plays. There's the rouge to deal with. There's point going through the end zone. All sorts of weird things that you got to deal with. And sometimes that takes a lot out of guys to learn that new playbook. DeBlanco probably will be better. I'm guessing he'll be much better again this year. But again, remember, he's still a rookie coming into camp. He might have played in the UFL before and played a little bit of football professional elsewhere, but it takes that time to get used to it. You can watch, again, you've seen this many a times with quarterbacks over the years. They come in and they get absolutely demolished direct because they're used to the NFL game, and they come in and try to play the CFL, and they're like, what in the world is this? Yeah. So, you know what? DeBlanco, I think, will be much better next year in the linebacking side of things. But you know what?
You talked about the first to second year progression. I think it's just the whole offseason in that system. Yeah, a lot of players know what they need to do after year one to be an even better player, and I would expect that to happen. In fact, he's one of the guys that I'm least worried about when it comes to that. And he's got great guys around him to learn from. So he'll have an increased part in that defense for sure this year. And he may or may not have been underused last year a little bit. And maybe that's what that hints at. But, you don't want to give a first-year kid who's already, a high draft pick that much on his plate to have to worry about, right? So, yeah, I think we'll see a different player for the better this year.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, later on, we'll probably be talking about a few new players that are coming into the CFL from either the NCAA or from maybe NFL tryouts or anything like that. I know that we'll have our resident NCAA expert later on down the road here. So let's get to the transactions, though, that have happened so far here that we have written down. Of course, we just had the two breaking ones early here this morning that I think it was Mike Benson, I believe, and it was also Derek Moncrief, both getting signed or potentially getting signed here. You said the Derek Moncrief one will make a huge impact for the Stampeders. You want to go a little bit deeper into that, Mike?
Yeah, I think when they lose, guys like Mike Rose and they lost another guy, two of them made cut because of salary cap, salary cap, bonuses that they didn't quite wanna have to handle. So I think that Derek Moncrief fits into that scenario of a replacement. To me. And again, we'll have Mark Steven on later on to talk about the Stampeders. He would probably have more insight into this, so stay tuned for that. But to me, I just think Calgary, as much as they've taken sort of a retool at the quarterback position, I think they've taken a few big steps back elsewhere on the roster. But it wouldn't be crazy to me to suggest early on, yes, we're on the opening day of free agency, but the Elks have a better record than the Stampeders this year. I'm not going to go on the record in saying that right now, but it wouldn't be that far-fetched for me.
I'm not a big Calgary fan. I don't have no problem with saying that Calgary have a lower, more or less wins, I guess. They'll have less wins than the Edmonton Elks will this season. They do have probably, I'm guessing it'll be Micah Tights on the other side of the linebacking core alongside of Derek Moncrief. That's a pretty good combination there. If we take a look in here, Hamilton, of course, making some moves. Deshaun Amos, Brian Cole, two guys that I think were both, if I'm not mistaken. No, Brian Cole was a Winnipeg Blue Bomber.
Yep, yeah, he was.
And Deshaun Amos, he was a Toronto Argonaut. Again,
Yep.
5 interceptions last year. That's not a bad season overall. 25 defensive tackles. Pretty decent to take away from your rival. Hamilton's done this over the last couple of years, is grab those guys that Toronto seems to not really be too interested in.
I didn't, too interested in. I think Toronto just finds new guys that are cheaper. Like I'm on the record here saying that I thought the Argonauts would take a big step back. Well, what did they do last year? Yeah, well, just like we all thought, right? There's something about pinball, right? He knows the guys. Expiration tag, so to say. And if he can find cheaper, not necessarily better, but cheaper to help his team overall in other positions, he'll do it. Hamilton, to me, is a team that I am very interested in. They hired former Winnipeg Blue Bomber general manager, assistant general manager Ted Govaya. He's already done the old poach from the Blue Bombers, poach from the old team, so to say. Just give me 1 second here. I am trying to find the right page here, but they've been able to find guys like Kenny Lawler. They also got Drew Wolotarski, Brian Cole. Like, at face value, Hamilton, to me, right now is the most improved in the East. Keandre Smith being back as well. Like, this is a pretty good wide receiver group here. Tim White, Shamar Bridges, Keandre Smith, Kenny Lawler, like that would be already a vastly improved team. And then they have Rovenberg back. Liam Dobson to me is a dead jet. Canadian offensive lineman. D-line like guys like Casey Sales, Brandon Harlow there. They got Miles Fotts. Another connection there for Ted Govaya. Linebackers probably need some work. They bring in Brian Cole. That to me is going to be very interesting, Adam, is Brian Cole to me was underused in Winnipeg because they use so many at that one position all the time. Brian Cole's going to get a chance to have a pretty big workload there this year, and I think he's going to excel in that system in Hamilton. And again, Hamilton was not far away from making the playoffs last year. They had a very strong second half. I think these moves made them better. What I'm really excited about is the second year of Greg Bell, Bo Levi Mitchell, Taylor Powell, quarterback. I think Bo finally has some choice to work with. Kenny Lawler, Tim White, coming off the edges, and then you got Shamar Bridges in the middle. That's a very good receiving core, and I think they also gonna, if they haven't already, they're going to add. They're gonna add. Although I didn't see them on here, maybe I missed them. But for some reason they may have added Wolotarski already, but I don't see him on here. But no, that's that for me is 2 thumbs up for me for what Mr. Govaya has been able to do in Hamilton. And to be honest, I think that's a team that didn't need a lot of changes based on the way they finished last year. They just got started a little bit too late. Wouldn't be surprised to see if Hamilton gets a home playoff game this year.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Hamilton actually really improves in this season. I mean, Bo Levi Mitchell, who also had to adjust his contract a little bit to make some of these players work for the contract. He's got some weapons there now. I mean,
listen, he was more than happy to do it if this is the end result.
I could imagine he would be, because, I mean, you look at this wide receiving core, you're right. Tim White, Shamar Bridges, Keandre Smith, who am I looking at here? Luther Kanavanu, who again was a good receiver in Calgary, just hasn't played a whole lot lately. Kenny Lawler, Drew Wolotarski. The names go on in this list, and it's very, very, very deep. And actually, now I really think that this might be arguably the best wide receiving core in the CFL going into free agency here.
Also, here I'm looking. They added a D lineman by the name of Taiwan Garbett, who is also played 12 games. That's going to help get some pressure on opposing quarterbacks pretty quickly. I maybe, and then we'll have to see what Montreal and Toronto do, but this looks like, and Mike hit something very interesting here. He says, defensively, though, Hamilton's going to be a little thin. Yeah, 1 or 2 injuries, and they could be in trouble. But on paper, from the way they ended the year to currently bring that group along to where they currently are, this is a improved group. Now, you could say the same thing about injuries for everybody else, right? I mean, you lose a couple players here, a couple players there, your season goes down the drain pretty quickly. But again, it's February the 11th. These teams aren't a finished product. So far, Hamilton gets 2 thumbs up for me for a job well done.
Yeah, and you know what, Hamilton, I think right now, if you take a look at them, their defensive line, yes, you've got the 2 ends that I think are very good in here with Garbett and with Sales in here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to try to take a look at my sheet real quick here. Yeah, Casey Sales. I think both of those are pretty good signings. Again, your defensive back, I think, is probably a little bit more suspect. Jonathan Moxley has been known to give up that deep ball once in a blue moon. Jamal Peters, Deshaun Amos, both of those were good defensive backs, though, for the Argonauts. But depth-wise, you're right, Mike. I think this might be a little bit more of a challenge for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. We'll see what they do here, though, in free agency. We got another 6.5 hours left to figure out what in the world they're going to do. So, and I'm sure there's going to be time after that as well. So I think that you're right. Their new general manager did a great job of taking who he wanted to out of Winnipeg and bringing them along for the ride. Other notable signings, you want to run back to that free agent signings transaction sheet there, Mike, for a quick second?
Yeah,
let's just take a quick look in there. I know there was a couple of signings. The one that I really wanted to talk about, and I'm sure our next guest will talk a little bit about it soon. Not Bruno LaBelle. I don't think, he was with Saskatchewan, I suppose, but he was, not really known there much. But the other one that I wanted to talk about was Jarrett Stearns for the Roughriders. Losing him was probably, to me, a pretty big piece for the Roughriders. He definitely, I don't know where he really fit in. It seemed like when there was an injury, he came in and actually really did produce when they needed him. I think now if he's going to get a full-time starter position, Jarrett Stearns is probably one of those signings that I think will be really big for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers this season. Thoughts?
Should we bring him in, Adam?
We got a few minutes here yet. We'll talk soon. Ryan, I know in the background, and
my bad. I meant to say Ryan's here. Yeah. Let's bring him in. Hi, Ryan.
Hello, everybody. Happy CFL Free Agent Frenzy Day.
Seems to be a frenzy with all of us rotating through here, doesn't it?
It is a frenzy. It's been a frenzy for the past week or so trying to get the last-minute prep done for this. I hardly slept last night, but I'm here. I'm ready to go. CFL Free Agent Frenzy. Thanks, guys, for kicking off the show with me being away. An appointment to attend to this morning, and now I'm here to talk free agency with you guys and all of our special guests for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. So everything all good and in the neighborhood and everything in Winnipeg? Cold enough there today?
It's a little chilly for sure.
A little chilly, yeah. No, for sure. So I was talking about Jarrett Stearns just 2 seconds before you came on. I'm just taking a look over in our chat. Brandon goes and puts up, I hope Deontay Myers can do some kick returns and punt returns for the Roughriders. Of course, they did re-sign Mario Alford as well, so I would presume Alford will get most of those reps, right?
Yes, and Dante Myers, I think, is one of my biggest names to watch at wide receiver for a breakout candidate this year. He looked really good with the Riders right before he got injured kind of there at the end of the year. So I'm pretty excited to see him there. I doubt in a return role, but I know we're going to talk a lot of Riders here in a couple of minutes with our guest who's waiting backstage.
Absolutely. What else do we have to run through here? I guess. What else do you have there, Ryan? Anything for breaking news or anything coming up that we didn't know about?
Well, I just got home, so I don't know if there's any breaking news. I haven't heard or seen of any yet. I'm sure more and more will start to come in. Actually, I don't know if you talked about this a bit ago, but 30 minutes ago from Dave Naylor, linebacker Derek Moncrief signed with the Calgary Stampeders. That's a pretty notable one of the biggest linebacker pieces, and long snapper Mike Benson with the Bombers, the two I've seen so far. I'm sure you guys have talked about it. I'm still catching up. The only thing I'll plug is what you've plugged already here on the show so far, which is please donate to CFL Fans Fight Cancer, and that's what we're here to raise money for today. While we're here for the remaining 6 hours and 41 minutes or whatever it is. So link is in the live chat. It's also in the episode descriptions. If you are willing to give and able to give, we much appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm just taking a look if there's anything else that I really got to go through, or do we want to grab our special guest here and bring him on? Ryan, what do you think?
I think I'm ready to go. If he's ready to go, if I can get a thumbs up in the background that he is indeed ready to go, let's do it.
Perfect. Well, I guess I get to do the introduction. We do have our first special guest here this, second, I guess. We did have Cam earlier from CFL Football Fans Fight Cancer. This is Steven from the Piffles podcast. Steven, how are you doing out in Regina? And is it cold enough out there for you?
I am miserable with this weather. I was not built for the minus 40. I want to go back in time and tell my ancestors to push me like 800 kilometers south to some heat, but we make do.
I know. I've got cattle that are sitting in my corral right now, and I'm sure they're very, very happy. Again, I don't know why my ancestors brought cattle here to make me pinned down to the province, but nevertheless, we got you here to talk a little bit about the Saskatchewan Roughriders. First things first, what's your initial thoughts on what's going on here with the green and white?
You know, O'Day told us coming into this that the Riders were going to be very quiet in free agency. We had a solid team last year. Our biggest issues have been addressed. We look at short yardage, for instance. The addition of Tommy Stevens cannot be understated. For the last, I want to say 6, 7, 8 years, we've had to hold our breath on every 3rd and 1 play. And we aren't even talking about 5 straight Grey Cups for Winnipeg if we can run a short yardage package back. And I think it was 2019. We were stopped 2 or 3 times in that West final on 3rd and 1. So the addition of Tommy Stevens is huge. Then you look at the offensive line. You know, the one thing that sucks is we did lose some quality with Trevor Reed going down south. But we showed all year that we could run whoever we wanted in those spots, and they seem to succeed, which is not the case for the Riders over the last, again, 5-6 years. It was quite the change. But you look at Jamarcus Hardrick coming back is basically a free agent signing all over again. Trevor Tate locked down the other side when he was playing. The big question mark there to me has to be at center. We lost Peter Godber, I believe, to Ottawa, if I remember correctly, or will lose in an hour and a half. And we didn't really pick anybody up to replace him, but we did sign Philip Gagnon out of Montreal to play guard. Does that mean we're going with Logan Ferland at center all year? He can do it, but he's a better fit the closer to the end that he gets. I don't know if I agree with that move, but at this point, I trust our O-line coach to run with that. So I'm happy with how it's gone. Cautiously optimistic. You know, we're in February in Saskatchewan, so we've already started planning the parade. We've got the route down pat. It's just a matter of, putting the team together.
Absolutely. My theory was for the offensive line, we just line up every farm guy out there and send them to the field and say, you know what, you get your free tryout today. Just seeing as we go through so many.
As long as Edwin Harrison is our offensive line coach, I'm sure that you could put me at O-line and somehow it would work.
Yeah, fair enough. So the biggest thing I'm looking at in Saskatchewan is we did lose a couple of wide receivers as well. I know last year when we talked, you mentioned that there was nearly no bona fide number 1 American wide receiver. Is that still the case for Saskatchewan? To me, I believe it is. And I still think it's maybe a little bit of an issue. Your thoughts?
Sean Bain to me is that guy who I feel could be a bona fide number 1. And Alex from our show was immediately on the Sean Bain bandwagon when he signed with us a couple of years back. He was right in there. He said, this is the guy, he's going to be money. And he was solid, but he wasn't great like he was the year before. We're talking about a guy with under 600 receiving yards. Yes, he did get hurt near the end of the year, but to me, it looked like you're more looking at a Sam Emelis as your top guy, which I don't know that he's that number 1 guy. He's your deep threat. He's your breakout guy, but he's not a guy that defenses plan a game around. And I don't know that we have that yet. Now, you look at last season, Keyshawn Johnson absolutely showed out when he was given the chance. And the other big one who didn't get as much time because he did get hurt was Dante Myers. And both of them, when those two were on the field, they were unstoppable. So I don't know that we have a number one guy, but we do have 3 or 4 guys that I truly believe can be number twos, which is just as difficult to cover as, one number one. So I'm not that worried about it. I am worried about the depth.
Yeah, for sure. And I think depth in American, I think we're still a little bit light on. I mean, you look at our Canadians, we do have a lot of them. And actually, it was a little bit of a surprise that Mitchell Picton actually re-signed as early as he did with the Roughriders. I kind of had a feeling that maybe he was going to head maybe down the road to retirement or someone else before he came back. But the other part that we got to talk about as well in Saskatchewan, we do love talking about our running backs. Is there really a better 1-2 punch than what we've got right now in Saskatchewan in the league?
Absolutely not. You look at what Raquel Armstead, I'm looking back to that game against Calgary. I was there in Calgary at that game. That was quite possibly one of the greatest running performances I've seen since Corey Sheets in the Grey Cup in 2013. And then you've got AJ Ouellette, who was clearly hurt all last season. There was something that just wasn't right out of camp. We saw him on the 6th game. We saw him get hurt again. And it seemed like every time he got hit, he was reaching for his hip, reaching for his leg, a little slow to get up. He still had that attitude of AJ Ouellette, but he just didn't seem to have that push that we saw in Toronto. And if he's coming back healthy, and if he stops squatting 700 pounds like coach told him to, I really like this setup. And it pains me to say this, but I love the addition of Andrew Harris as our running backs coach. AJ Ouellette was absolutely at his best when he was that 1-2 punch with Andrew Harris. And they have a very clear bond between the two of them. I think that he'll be able to get the best out of Ouellette. And just, I'm a running backs guy. I love running backs as a whole, and I'm excited for what these two will bring.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that this is probably one of the most lethal combinations in the league. The only concern I got is where are you going to put the Canadian to make sure that you got both of them on the roster? Because last year, I think we pretty much had a rotation going that Frankie Hickson got a game, then all of a sudden AJ Ouellette got a game, and then all of a sudden Armstead came in because we couldn't fit them all on the roster at the same time.
Yeah,
but
there's been a very clear addition that I think makes that a whole lot easier, and that's in the defensive backfield. You got Tavon.
You want to bring him up?
Yeah. Absolutely. Tavon Campbell coming in from the NFL. You put him at defensive back, assuming, he always had the skills. He just didn't have the coaching that you needed. He's now spent 6 years down in the NFL getting coached up to match his attributes because he's tall, he's unbelievably fast. He wasn't a football guy until he's basically signed here. Didn't really play a ton, so he's that guy that you come in and all of a sudden you've got 2 Canadians in your defensive backfield, 3 on the offensive line, and you're going to start 2 at least Canadian receivers with Sam Emilus and Keon Schaefer-Baker. That second running back is no longer as big a concern. And it's funny how one player can make such a shift, but that's the great thing about the Canadian game is one signing and all of a sudden you're shifting your entire ratio around to bring on more talent. And I'm pumped. The one spot that I can't wait to see is what we've done with our defensive line, though. You look at that front 4. You think our running backs are near the top of the league? Name me a better front 4 than Micah Johnson and Mike Rose in the middle with Shane Ray and Malik Carney on the outside. There are quarterbacks in this league that have been having nightmares for weeks.
Absolutely. And actually, you know what the crazy part is? I really, really am still excited about Charbel DeBeer. I mean, absolutely. I've been watching him forever, and a Canadian of all things. So if he goes in there, you all of a sudden can afford to put another American out. I mean, boy, that's a dangerous line. And I mean, again, with all the guys we've got, and again, Micah Johnson, is great thing I love about him is he's versatile, right? If there is an injury over on that O-line, we always can pull out the old 57 jersey and send him over on the other side. But that's a dangerous D-line.
He did not look out of place as an offensive lineman when he had to play for a full half of football last year. I mean, when you're as big a beast as he is, I feel like you could put him anywhere and somehow he's going to perform. But you mentioned,
and not only that, who is he lining up against? I can't quite remember his name. I mean, like I said, it was just absolutely amazing to watch him on O-line, and you're right, he just fit right perfectly in. Yeah, the biggest concerns I think we all have on this team probably is depth in O-line, and other than that, is this really a Grey Cup team, or what do you think?
Absolutely. There's no question in my mind, given what other teams in the West have done, to me, the Roughriders have planted themselves as a legitimate Grey Cup favorite. Winnipeg has gotten worse. They have lost a ton of talent. Now, they can improve that with free agency. We know that. And they can find guys. So as it stands right now, they, to me, have gotten worse. BC hasn't changed much at all. Calgary doesn't scare anybody. You know, the only wild card to me is Edmonton and all that they have done in free agency. And we've seen this show from Ed Hervey before. We know this is how he operates. He brings in as many free agents as he can find, as many high-priced guys as he can find, and he tries to glue them together. And sometimes it works. And sometimes you get the 5-14 or 5-13 BC Lions. They are a legitimate wild card, which is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, I would really think probably in the West. I think right now it's either the BC Lions or probably, the question mark on the Edmonton Elks or Winnipeg Blue Bombers essentially are the three that I'd be worried about. Why am I not scared of Calgary this year? Is there a reason I should be? Or every year it seems like Calgary burns us.
They have done nothing to put a sense of fear in the West this year. To me, they've lost talent. And we spent all last season mocking Jake Meyer as QB1. I don't think he is a legitimate QB1 in this league right now. I think with some seasoning, he could be again. I think he got thrown into the fire a little too early. And especially when you have to supplant a guy like Bo Levi Mitchell, that's a lot to live up to. But what else have they done? Vernon Adams was a great trade. I don't disagree with that, but there's nobody behind him. There's PJ Walker, who he could be anything. He looks like he was built for the CFL game, but he still hasn't thrown a pass in the league. And then they've got Logan Bonner, and that's it. Their quarterback room was depleted. You know, they were getting excited about a Derek Moncrief signing. You know, that to me was exciting 3-4 years ago. Not now. He is not the player he was, despite only being, 31 years old. He's just not that guy. But they just, to me, they're back in that show me state, which is weird for a Calgary team because they were the dominant team for 20 years. But these last 2 years, they seem to be on a very fast downhill spiral that I personally love. But it's still going.
Yeah, just over in our chat right now, Brandon, again, one of our bigger Rider fans, goes and says, does anyone know where Stephen Dunbar Jr. is going to land? You know what, in all honesty, I'd like to see him in Saskatchewan, but it's got to be at the right price, I would think, right, guys?
I can't see Dunbar as a Saskatchewan signing. To me, he is that number 2, number 3 guy. He's not a guy that you're building your offense around, and we don't need any more of those. I think he should be back in Edmonton, personally. I think they could use him. I think they lost a lot of wide receiver talent and need to hold on to some of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that they need some help over on their wide receiver core there in the Edmonton Elks land. Mike, you got any questions for Stephen at the moment?
Yeah, I do, and that is I'm sitting here listening to your guys' conversation, and I can't help but ask, is the quarterback situation in Saskatchewan a bit of a question mark? And the reason I say that is because Trevor Harris has not had the ability to stay healthy for an 18-game season. His backup is Jaden Mayer, who was probably put, as you said earlier, in a really bad situation too early, supplanting Bo Levi Mitchell. is this an area of concern for the Riders, knowing that it is really a wild card if you have to turn to Jayden Mayer, or do we believe that the current situation with, Jayden Mayer now being on the roster with some, we would like to think, better support around him, is that enough to withstand a potential loss of Trevor Harris?
For me, I think we are in a far better place this year than we were last year. We basically gone through Shea Patterson, Jake Dolegala, and a multitude of other backup options, all of whom seem to end up in Winnipeg. That seems to be where our quarterbacks go to die. But there's never been a guy that when he's come in has at least looked like he could play the game. They were at best game managers. They were guys that you just hoped wouldn't lose. They weren't guys you threw in there expecting to win. And yes, I know Shea Patterson beat Winnipeg last year when he came in, and I've had several Bombers fans point that out to me. But they beat the early season Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and who wasn't? Am I right? Like, that was not the team that came out of Labor Day and beyond. Trevor Harris has had a couple of freak injuries back-to-back, but over the course of his career, he hasn't been an unhealthy guy. Now, do I expect him to play 18 games this year? No. I don't think you can expect that with a 38-year quarterback. And honestly, most teams use their backup throughout a season anyways. I'm much more comfortable with a guy like Jake Maier, who plays a similar game to Trevor Harris, than I was with a guy like Shea Patterson, who you have to change the offense for. To me, it's an upgrade that we've made. And then you factor in, again, Tommy Stevens as that short yardage guy, which I'm looking forward to not holding my breath on every 3rd and 1. I can't tell you how excited I am for that. Like, that's such a silly thing to consider a massive upgrade. But when you've lived through the short yardage situation that we have over the last 5-6 years, you got to get excited about it.
One more follow-up for me. Jake Maier signed a 1-year contract. Do you view this as a show-me contract, a show-me year, in any kind of case for him to potentially be the number one if and when Trevor Harris decides to hand him up, which one would suspect would be sooner rather than later? Or is the jury still out on that question?
I mean, anytime you're talking about a 38-year-old quarterback, you're definitely getting into hang him up stage. He might be, you look at him, he does the Tom Brady workout, the Tom Brady diet. He's a guy who said he wants to play until he's 40. But this was absolutely a show-me contract for Jake Maier. And I think if he does perform when given the opportunity, it gives the Riders the option to go with him and feel comfortable about it versus bringing back a then 39-year-old Trevor Harris. And if you look at Jake Maier's career, his best season was with Mark Mueller in his year, and who's the offensive coordinator in Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Right. Again, it's really hard for me to sit here and get excited about Jake Maier in a Rider uniform when we did spend most of our episodes last season mocking Jake Maier and the Calgary Stampeders. But I do think this is a different situation for him. This is a championship caliber team with legitimate weapons, a solid O-line, and I think he'll have more comfort again with Mark Mueller as the guy in his ear.
No, that's a very good observation. And I also think, I agree with you that the way the West is currently structured, that it could be Saskatchewan's division to win. I still think they need to shore up that offensive line a little bit. I think you can put me in the camp of the West goes to Saskatchewan if they find some kind of a solution for that offensive line. That being said, Stephen, is there genuine excitement now in Rider Nation for this year, given the tangible, exciting changes? Like, to me, I think, the way Corey Mays handled things last year, that we didn't need to sort of rewrite the way that team was constructed, but rather the moves that we've seen, they've kind of augmented the team to make it better. And then they're obviously counting on it internal growth. Like, to me, and I sit here in Winnipeg, and I don't know what the feeling is in Saskatchewan. To me, there has to be a lot of excitement based on what happened last year. Now you hope you can kind of bottle that excitement up. Like, to me, this is a better Rider team, and I'm just wondering, is there that sense in Saskatchewan as well, and maybe has that translated into more excitement for the team as a whole?
You know, the one thing I look at is when you look at how the season ended last year and how we performed coming out of last year, there was already a ton of excitement. But with the free agency that we've had or started to have, you know, we're not talking about a lot of big name guys. There's nothing there that's going to excite the average fan. You know, no casual fan is going to look at the Tommy Stevens signing and throw a party. You know, us serious fans who have, you know, analyzed the game to the nth degree will do the opposite of that. We see the advantage there. You know, I think the excitement more comes from how they performed last year, the way that they came out of that 7-game winless streak that killed the last 2 seasons,
right?
And went on an uphill, you know, swing to end the year, right? We had that success to end the year and the Great West semifinal game before, you know, another loss to Winnipeg to end our season. There was already that excitement. And you can feel it building. And I look at it, you know, I joke about this. I drive Uber on the side on the weekends, and I tend to tell how Saskatchewan is feeling based on the conversations I have with people. And for the last 3 years, it was silence when I would wear a Rider jersey. There was no sense of pride or excitement in this team. But over the last 12 months, that has changed dramatically. And I have constant conversations, you know, and the conversations are upbeat, excited, pumped. They're all looking forward to it. They're all can't wait to get back to Mosaic. There's definitely that air of, I don't know the word for it, but just excitement's a good word for it. There's something about this team, and there's something about Corey Mace that has this city back to what we're used to and what we experienced in those, you know, that 2007 to 2013 stretch.
And maybe that's the biggest thing of all in the last couple of years is you have a coach that's extremely he's trying to do everything he can to endear himself to the fan base, and I think he's done a great job of it. And that was something I said, you know, at the end of last year was something that they had to get right, and they've got it right. And there is nothing in my mind that the sky's the limit for this Rider team this year for me than maybe in the past, you know, 5 years as a whole. Like for me, I said it last year on whether it was on this podcast or elsewhere. Like Saskatchewan's coming, and they're coming soon, and I think that time is now, starting now, and it already started last year. So it gives some juice back into what's going to be 2 preseason games between the Bombers and the Riders. It gives some credence to 3 regular season games, and then hopefully a playoff game down the line. I think the good days between, you know, Saskatchewan being good and Winnipeg, you know, I would agree with you, maybe taking a bit of a step back, but at least 2 fan bases, at least from where I sit, have a lot to look forward to as far as, you know, Rider games and against the Bombers having some bite back, and it's not so one-sided all the time.
Absolutely. I'm just taking a look here over in the comments once more. Brandon, of course, in the comments is putting down, do you think Tommy Stevens will sign a 3-year contract? Well, I'd sure like it, but I mean, you know what? He's kind of known as a one kind of purpose quarterback, which is usually run for a 66-yard touchdown on a 3rd and 1. Nevertheless, you know what? It'd be cool if he signs, but you know, let's worry about this season first. Will Smith in the chat. I don't understand how you can consider this Riders team a Grey Cup team with Andrew Harris as a quarterback. just take a look at the stats there for Andrew Harris and also for Jake Maier. It's amazing how actually similar they are, except for one little key thing, which was interceptions. Otherwise, Jake Maier actually didn't have a bad season overall. If you take out the interceptions, other than that, he was okay. And I mean, if he does go down, Trevor Harris, I think you're going to be fine probably with Jake Maier going in to cover for Trevor Harris because they're so similar of style of play essentially. So I think that might not be a bad signing. Stephen, before we let you run, I got one real big question for you. If there's anybody left on the CFL free agency list that the Saskatchewan Roughriders could use, who is it? And what do we need?
Give me a second to go through that free agency list. While I do a quick dig here, I do want to say with regards to Will's comment, tell me you didn't watch the 2024 season without telling me you didn't watch the 2024 season. To me, Trevor Harris, coming out of his injury, was the best quarterback, and the stats backed that up. He had the highest QB rating in the league for the last half of the season. So he is definitely a guy that can win you a game. He's, yes, I realize he has a knack for not, but to say you're not a Grey Cup contender with him at the helm is just straight up wrong. He's a beast, and I can't wait to see it. For me, I gotta say Sean McEwen. I think the one spot that they still need to shore up is absolutely the offensive line. Their starting five will be solid. There's no question to me there. But I don't like the idea of Logan Ferland at center. To me, that's just, you're wasting him at center. And that's as simple as it is to me. So bringing in a guy like Sean McEwen can help you shore up that O-line depth. I don't like the idea of going into the season with Noah Zur as our sixth offensive lineman. I would almost rather have Micah Johnson as the sixth guy. So to me, that's a big one. And if you don't get him, there are other options there. I'm not sure which ones were centers, but there's definitely an option to pick up some depth there on the offensive line and guys that have played enough to build on.
So we're not doing it to go and do the trial with every farmer in Saskatchewan down at Mosaic this week, are we?
It might get that way if injuries hit, but for now, I'm hoping there's a big long list in front of me there of names that I hope the Riders go after. And honestly, I hope the Riders look at Ryan Sevier to come back as potentially a sixth guy. I think he looked good there. I think he might be, an option, but I think he's going to be looking for somewhere to start for next season.
And unfortunately, no Evan Johnson. No thought on that.
None. No, he can stay. He can end up elsewhere. I've never been a huge fan of his. Solid guy, but you don't have to sign a guy just because he's from the U of S Huskies.
Yeah, fair enough. So, Stephen, give you a quick second here to give a plug and for things you're doing over on the Piffles podcast and whatever else you're up to.
Hey, we you can find us everywhere you find your podcasts. We're also on if you're in Saskatchewan, we're on SaskTel Max, local on demand. Check us out. We're also going to be throwing our annual Piffles podcast Banjo Bowl bus. So we're going to be coming Winnipeg's way in September. So keep your eyes peeled to Twitter for that. But you see my Twitter handle right there. There it is. There's me, her X handle. I can't do it. I can't call it X. But find us at Piffles Podcast everywhere you search and come join the conversation. We always love to talk Riders.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much again for joining us here this morning. I know we got quite a few diehard Rider fans around here besides myself, I guess. Thank you very much for joining us. And we look forward to talking to you soon here. And let's face it, we're not that far away from June yet. So
it's here. It's almost here.
Just feels like it today, but nevertheless.
Hey, good luck with the rest of the show today, guys.
Yep. Thank you. We only are.
Whoops. we lose Adam?
We may have lost Adam. Adam was so excited to talk Riders that the second it ended, Adam left. So, no, some technical difficulties. I'll hop back in here now. I believe Adam is back.
He's
there
back.
he is.
Yeah, sorry guys, my internet here is starting to act up a little bit.
Well, it's convenient timing because, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you have to get going here right away, Adam. Correct? So
yeah, I got to join in on the rotation here. So.
All right, so yeah, we'll let Adam step out here shortly. You got to go feed some cows, I hear, as one does when you're a farmer in Saskatchewan. And Adam will be back in with us throughout the afternoon as well as we continue to go until 5 p.m. Central Time here on CFL Free Agent Frenzy. Adam, anything you want to say before you head out for now?
Yeah, not really much. Should be interesting to see what happens here. Haven't seen any real news coming in quite yet of anything that's exciting here for signings, but I'm sure that'll start here in about probably 9 minutes from now. Who's going to officially break the Ed Hervey negotiation contract rules and sign somebody at 11:01?
Well, I mean, Ed Hervey broke the rules like last week that were put in place because of him. He just broke it a week earlier. So it's, next year it'll be 2 weeks earlier. And then give it 5 years from now, Ed Hervey's going to be announcing all his transactions at the Grey Cup. So
It's 2026 free agency class and 2025.
Yeah, we could do free agent frenzy Grey Cup week maybe next year, a couple years from now, if Ed Hervey keeps up the trend. But Adam, we'll let you go for now. Get to your stuff, and we'll see you again this afternoon as we roll along here. Mike, we are under 10 minutes away from the official kickoff of the CFL free agency window. Very exciting. We are almost 2 hours into the stream here. How are you doing?
I have a question for you, Ryan, before the window opens, okay?
Let's do it.
And we won't keep track of this, but I'm curious, and I wanna talk to Darren Bauman about this as well when he joins us coming up. How many deals do you think will fall through or be altered as a result of potentially the salary cap going up last minute?
Yeah, that was a weird one, right? And it's still a little unclear to me of, did the teams know ahead of time? Did they not? It seems maybe they knew they were going to have an increase from revenue sharing, but they didn't know what amount the revenue increase would be. And it was actually a pretty significant number compared to what they thought it would be. It was like $400,000 extra, I think they had of cap space. Yeah. I do wonder how much that changes things, right? Because every year we'll see one or two guys maybe go back on their deals. We saw one of them already this year. Trey Roberson, defensive back, had a deal in place with Ottawa that fell through. That's not believed to be related to this cap space situation.
I think it had to do with either situationally or his physical, but I'm unsure.
But I do wonder that in general of how many guys, when they see over the course of this week, they agree to their deal in principle, say on the first day of the tampering window, then they see all the other pieces fall into place. And it's like, well, actually I could get more money there, or I could have a much better position there. Is anybody going to do that and go and kind of change directions? And $400,000 of extra cap space could play into that, where maybe you didn't have the money to keep somebody, but now you do. I look at a team like the Argos, who talked about needing to, get like 23 players to take pay cuts or something like that to try to fit into the cap space. Does that let them bring an extra piece or two back? I don't know. I think a lot of these guys, because in the CFL, free agency is so wild every year and you're constantly changing places, I feel like we won't see too many guys go back on those deals because they don't want to burn the bridges, right? Like, you agreed in principle, you're excited, the team offered you a contract, you liked it. How much are you going to change that? I don't know if we're going to see a whole ton of that.
Right, that's a really good point, especially in a 9-team league where there's a lot of one-year contracts and a lot of guys that seem to trade places every year. Doesn't really seem like the place or in a lead where you'd really want to burn some bridges in the event that, you do need a contract from them down the line. You never know where you're going to go bad. I mean, most specifically of Kenny Lawler, right? He
Yeah.
First time he was here, he went to Edmonton, right? Then he came back to Winnipeg, and now he's reportedly going back to Hamilton. It all sounds like that's going to come to fruition in about 2 minutes, based on some Instagram posts. No, the reason I asked that question is I saw an open comment from Zach Talaros being a little bit caught off guard about the upped salary cap, and I was just wondering, it seemed like they caught a lot of people off guard by that. Yeah, it'll be interesting. But I agree with you. I don't think you want to burn bridges when it comes to saying you're gonna go somewhere and then go somewhere else just because a little bit of money, a lot of money, magically entered the system. I think if anything, it didn't change certain teams' spending habits. I think they're back on players, but they weren't necessarily back in on after realizing that the money was a little bit more than perhaps they had. And I equated to the National Hockey League. I think they knew that, salary cap increases were coming, but I just don't think they knew how much. But that's a topic for another day. I think the same kind of logic applies. You know there's a tap coming, but you're caught off guard. And I think, that goes to speak about the health of the league, right? I mean, private ownership in BC that is taking effect, private ownership in Edmonton that's taking effect. Ottawa's always had a stable ownership. I know the Argonauts ownership takes a lot of flack from time to time, rightly or wrongly. Hamilton has had maybe the best ownership of them all with Bob Young and Scott Mitchell's group. I know Bob Young was, funding the Ticats through some very lean times and helping the CFL through some very lean times. So I think the CFL is on a lot better footing than a lot of people even realize. And private ownership certainly has gone away. BC Amar Dolman certainly putting a lot of money into the Grey Cup, which was by reporting to be some of the very best, one of the very best Grey Cup as well. Ryan, you have some notes and some news to share before Darren Bauman joined us. So,
Yeah, just as free agency opens in 1 or 2 minutes from now, scrolling through social media, no official news yet, but a bit of an interesting interaction to keep an eye on. Jeff Hamilton, one of the major Bomber reporters, talking about the list of players the Bombers have tentative deals in place with, and asking, could they be adding another piece when the market officially opens? And the great Justin Dunk replying, yes. So seems like maybe the Bombers will be a little bit active here today and making some more news and tinkering with that roster a little bit. But the CFL Free Agent Frenzy window is officially opening. We will have Darren Bauman of Bonfire Sports joining us here in a minute or two, I believe, to chat through kind of the teams and the positions, the players to watch as the window officially opens and some of these news items start coming in more often. But just a quick shout out to everybody tuning in live with us here throughout the day as well. We have a lot of people tuning in the live on the live feed. I see our guest is waiting in the background, ready to go. We'll bring him in a second. We've got a lot of people tuning in live with us, which is great. The live chat and the YouTube feeds has been going on all day. I see a lot of people tuning in on X. If you are joining us there and want to join the chat, head over to the YouTube feed. You can find it on almost any of our posts in the last couple of days. The link to join us over there and join in the conversation. And let's keep this chatter going on for another 6 hours here in support of CFL Fans Fight Cancer. CFLfansfightcancer.com/donate if you'd like to contribute to the cause. But the free agency window is open, and Darren Bauman of Bonfire Sports is here, so let's bring him in. He's the owner of Bonfire Sports, reporter, broadcaster, writer, you name it. He does it all. He's also the VP of the CFL Reporters of Canada, if I believe correctly. Darren, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you? It's good to be with you.
Doing well. Happy to have you here as part of CFL Free Agent Frenzy. Happy we were able to make it work. and find a time that worked for you. So thanks for making time in what I'm sure is a busy day for you here. And as we were just chatting about, the CFL window is officially open. News has been a little quiet so far early today, but it's been very busy over the last the last week or so with the negotiation window. So interested as a starting point to know your thoughts on the negotiation window or the legal tampering window or whatever you want to call it in the CFL. Do you like that approach, the way they do it?
I'm so glad you asked that question first, because it's the first thing I wanted to say. I absolutely love this negotiation window. Some call it the Hervey window, the legal tampering window, all of that. I think it's just the smart way to go about things. I think what a lot of fans don't understand is that the Canadian Football League, it's kind of like Winnipeg, right? It's very small. Everybody knows each other. And if you don't know somebody, you can almost guarantee that they're close with somebody that you know. So the CFL, the players, the Canadian element to it, a lot of Americans who live here, and the frequent movement between teams. Like, I talked to someone like Willie Jefferson, and he'll wear his, Edmonton Eskimos jersey from the 2015 Grey Cup when he wore number 99. Like, he'll wear that as a member of the Blue Bombers, right? And he played for the Roughriders, and he's got this teammate, and he worked with these coaches, and now those players or coaches are in different places, and everybody talks to one another. So the whole tampering and like before it was legal, like this tampering time, it's completely unavoidable, because it's just the reality of being in the Canadian Football League and it being a kind of like a fishbowl, right? So now that you open it up, make it legal, make it transparent, and get rid of the name about this like legal tampering. Just call it what it is. It's the negotiation window. I think it's a fantastic thing. And for fans and media members, for us watching, you're watching on Twitter, you're watching on YouTube or whatever, however you're following along, and it's like, oh, reportedly, this guy's signed here, or they've signed that guy. And well, now the salary cap has increased. Is that for sure? Can they go back? Can the Blue Bombers sign Kenny Lawler? Can they offer him more money now? I'm sure we'll get into that, but I think it's a great thing. And, I'm glad the CFL is, dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and made this an official thing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like a mind game, I find, right? Of is this legit? Is it not? Now I'm going to change directions. Oh, you signed here, so I'm going to sign there. I just want more chaos involved in all of this is really what I'm hoping for. I always like to call it the Chaos Football League. Let's dive into a little bit of what of everything across the league do you have your eye on the most today? Let's start with teams. Which teams interest you the most and what they're going to do today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Blue Bombers, it's the team I've covered pretty much daily since 2011. Curious to see where they spend, how much they spend, if they spend. Relatively speaking, they're pretty solid. I mean, I thought Dalton Schoen and what he signed for, we don't know. But to me, he's one of those guys, him, Geno Lewis, Kenny Lawler, they kind of set the market, right? Alex Hollins, I'm curious to, see, maybe I missed it. Maybe he has reportedly signed somewhere, during the negotiation window, but I'm always fascinated by the receivers, and for Winnipeg, particularly fascinated because just in talking to Zach Collaros, talking to Buck Pierce as he was the offensive coordinator the last couple of years, talking to Dalton Schoen and other people, kind of off the record that are close or inside this Blue Bombers organization, how important Dalton Schoen is to Zach Collaros. Now, when Schoen went down to injury early last season, what did we see? We saw a Zach Collaros that didn't look like himself. I know Schoen hasn't been in the league long, but this guy, I hate the term safety blanket because it makes it sound like, he'd be insecure without him, like Linus from, Peanuts and Charlie Brown, needing the blanket all the time. But he is kind of like that security feature, that tried and true, he is there guy, receiver, target for the Blue Bombers offense, and particularly for Zach Collaros. I thought that was the single most important signing, maybe outside of, Stanley Bryant or Willie Jefferson. I think Dalton Schoen was probably the single most important signing the Blue Bombers made, and really glad that they did, because I know with him in the lineup and healthy, the Blue Bombers offense is going to be good, especially when you got an MOP like Brady Oliveira. Changes on the O-line, and changes in the receiving core around him, that sort of thing. But I think Winnipeg is positioning themselves for new OC Jason Hogan, and the guy that's going to be right there helping in Jarius Jackson joining the club for this season. The offense, I think, is going to be in good shape.
Couple of questions, Darren. Thank you for joining us. The first thing that really jumps out to me, James Vaughters over from the Calgary Stampeders to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers after he had his deal. He would reportedly do a bonus, but the Stampeders didn't want to pay him. They let him go. He became a free agent. He signed in Winnipeg. But I look at this to me as, for a team that didn't really have a pass rush last year, and there was a lot of consternation about, the Sats are down, but they had a heavy amount of DB packages under Jordan Younger. I can't help but get extremely excited about seeing one end Willie Jefferson, one end James Vaughters, and now that just opens up another whole idea. Offenses are going to have to strategize against when it comes to playing this Winnipeg Blue Bomber defense. Are we maybe underselling the value of adding a guy like James Vaughters to that DN to help Willie Jefferson?
Yeah, great question. I'm glad you brought up James Vaughters. First, I got to say, guys, is this your website that we're seeing on the screen right now?
It is. It's not live, but it is a free agent tracker I programmed.
Okay, well, I need to know when it is live, because it looks awesome. I'm really excited to check that out this season. Anyway, I digress. But someone like James Vaughters, let's take a step back. The Blue Bombers defensive line, we knew they needed Willie Jefferson. The guy is a game wrecker. We saw what he did in the Grey Cup. I don't care how old he is or whatever. The guy is right up there, maybe even quarterbacks included, top 5 player in the CFL today. Getting him was so important. There's so many Blue Bomber fans that are saying, Jake Thomas can't get enough push, and we don't know what we have in Cam Lawson. And, they're saying all of these things that they need to, go get an experienced defensive tackle. I kind of disagree with that. In talking to CFL GMs, they often say there are certain position groups in the CFL where, yeah, sure, having an experienced player can definitely help, right? Armando Sewell or Micah Johnson or, players like that through the years. That's a great thing. But there are certain position groups where you can find cost savings because you're more likely to be able to find a rookie or an inexperienced player and get a lot out of them for a lower price. So defensive back is one. And, I had one CFL GM tell me, the reality is you got to find a rookie starting defensive back every single year, maybe 2. And Winnipeg's been very good at that, right? You look through Evan Holm and Dietrich Nichols and, D. Alford and, so many others that have kind of come through and whether they've moved on or stayed. But either way, the point I'm trying to get to is there's a reason they paid James Vaughters and brought an experienced player over, because defensive end, I feel, having experience in the CFL, and I've been told this too, it's not just my feeling, but having that experience of knowing opposing offenses, knowing opposing tackles and guards and who you're going up against is incredibly valuable. Defensive tackle, maybe a little bit less so. I think you can coach them and get them to do what you need to do to bring on double teams and allow those guys on the edge to do what they do. James Vaughters, versatile player, experienced player, obviously, of the Calgary Stampeders the last couple of years. He can do a lot of those things that Richie Hall started doing and Jordan Younger continued to do with that outstanding defense last year. And that's take those ends and bring them into the inside. 3-man looks, 4-man looks, 5-man looks at the point of attack on the line of scrimmage on defense. So I really feel it was a smart signing to get James Vaughters. And you think of Stove Richardson, you think of Casey Sales. Casey Sales went and signed that huge money contract with the Hamilton Tiger Cats as a free agent after an outstanding rookie couple years with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Winnipeg can find those guys. They found them before. They'll continue to find them again. And, training camp, it's maybe not a sexy position to watch, but I love watching those defensive tackles go up against, the O-line 1-on-1, 2-on-1, that sort of thing. I think Winnipeg's defense, with the addition of James Vaughters, Jonathan Jones, to kind of supplement, the linebackers that they have there with, the departure of Adam Bighill. I honestly feel Winnipeg is in excellent position for where they are right now, and that being mid-February and, free agency opening about 15 minutes ago.
I have two questions, one of which is Bomber related, the other one is CFL related. Are you surprised the Bombers have been, now a lot of these deals have not been made official yet, they're reported, so they still change. Are you surprised that the Bombers have been as active in free agency this year as they have been in years past? Now, I understand Kyle Walters has hinted in one of his media availabilities more recently, but he sees the Bombers being pretty busy. But historically, and I'm going back 2-3 years, the Bombers have not been overly busy on the free agent market, rather deciding to go in-house. Are you surprised with how busy they've been, fine-tuning this roster, Dylan Mitchell among others? Are you surprised they've been as busy as they have been? Like, for me, I'm really excited that they got Jared Stearns. I think he's been very underutilized in Saskatchewan. I view that as a cheaper version of maybe Drew Wolotarski, as much as people don't really want to hear it. I think if you can do cheaper, kind of like what you were saying, cheaper, but also have the same kind of impact that position. My long-winded question is, are you surprised the Bombers have been as busy as they have been, or have they just been able to find amazing value, at least on paper, and we'll see how it goes on the field?
I have not been surprised at all. And, there's an obvious reason for that. They haven't been that busy over the last number of years because they kept going to the Grey Cup, right? If it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They made some coaching changes, obviously tweaks. That's the nature of football. Change is the only constant. But when you've been to 5 Grey Cups, and I hate to remind people, but, fans always say, like, why do you got to say that all the time? But they've lost 3 in a row. So you can't keep smashing your head against the wall and hope to get a different result. So, Chris Streveler even mentioned that in his press conference yesterday, and I encourage people to watch it. I don't think, again, a bit of a tangent here, but I don't think I've ever watched a Chris Streveler press conference, guys, and not left feeling almost like a spark of motivation to, go be the best person I can be that day. Just a incredibly inspirational guy with indirectly, like, not even trying to be. But Chris Streveler said it yesterday. You have to make changes. If you don't win the final game of the year in late November, something you could do differently could possibly help. So I think Winnipeg's been smart in that sense. I get fans really attach themselves to their favorite players, like losing Drew Wolotarski, Chris Streveler's good friend. He was the best man at Wolotarski's wedding last year in Australia. Heartbroken for the guy, but also cheering for him. I think fans have to, take that similar approach. Understand it stinks when your favorite player moves on, but also know that they're getting an opportunity elsewhere, or maybe it might have been diminished here in Winnipeg. So Reggie White Jr., Stearns, Dylan Mitchell. I don't think people understand the caliber of receiver that Dylan Mitchell is. He's had some injury problems, but the last number of years in Edmonton, he's got NFL chops, right? Some experience there as well. Was a draft pick in the NFL. The guy can play. So I'm really curious to see how maybe a little bit, Walters being smart in spreading the money out, getting a little bit more depth at receiver. So if you do lose a guy, you're not kind of up against it like they had been, in losing Dalton Schoen last year for the majority of the season. So I think those are all smart signings. And for Winnipeg, look, the age, everyone's been talking about the age of this team for years, right? And I don't think it's really been an issue, but I think, it is a reality, and, needing to find new guys, younger guys, bring them in, and, professional scouting. Everyone talks about, you're scouting youth sports, and, you're going to those games in the Quebec Conference or in Canada West or Ontario, or you're scouting in the United States and having these free agent camps for Americans. Pro scouting is just as important, because if you're going to make a trade or you're going to make a free agent signing, you got to know who these guys are and what they can do to fit in your system, not the one that maybe they're in right now. So
Right.
I think Winnipeg's been excellent at their pro scouting and finding players on other teams and then bringing them in and getting a little bit more from them. So, to answer long-winded question, long-winded answer, I'm not surprised Winnipeg's been busy, because they need to make some changes and bring some new guys in.
Just to chime in here, Mike, before you quickly, I see a couple comments in the chats talking about the Argos and their defense, and Kadeem Carey, Herji Mayala. We're going to have Doug Ballinger from the Argos Fancast joining us in a couple of minutes, so we'll ask him about all of that, so stay tuned for that. But Mike, you had another question here.
Yeah, and it's kind of two questions morphed into one. On paper right now, I view Ted Govaya, the new general manager of the Hamilton Tigers, that they've done as something extremely well. Bringing in Brian Cole, bringing in Kenny Lawler, bringing in other pieces. Other side of the spectrum, I look at what the Stampeders have done. Yes, they brought in Vernon Adams, but they've lost a lot of manpower over the years. What do you see over the last number of weeks? But what do you see, particularly in Hamilton? Like, I view them right now on paper as probably the most improved team, whereas Calgary, to me, they brought in Vernon Adams, but to me, I still don't think they've improved themselves that much when you look at the scale of the West Division. Do you want to maybe talk about those two teams in particular as kind of, I don't want to say I see them as polar opposites, but where I sit here, I can't help but feel that way. And I'm wondering, as a guy that follows the lead, if you have a comment or a suggestion on maybe where both those teams are going. To me, those were big question marks coming into today, and particularly the offseason.
Yeah, I think the important thing to remember in Calgary is that, it's been a lot of change there with John Hufnagel, moving on from obviously head coach to GM to president to special advisor, and now moving into, actual retirement from football. So there's been a lot of change there, right? Changes to the coaching staff as well. But when you add a quarterback who, we got to remember, mid-season 2024, Vernon Adams Jr. was the runaway MOP favorite. Runaway. There was nobody in the conversation. It was Vernon Adams and really nobody else. Adding him to a Dave Dickinson offense, good offensive line there. It's led by, one of my favorite players to watch in the league, and that's the pride of Transcona, Winnipegger Zach Williams, who signed a new contract this offseason as well to stay with the Stampeders, the team that drafted him. I think adding Vernon Adams Jr. is going to make Calgary a better team almost immediately. It's tough in the CFL because, we'll look at all these, additions and subtractions to teams and kind of be unsure. And then the season starts and you're like, wow, the Bombers are 0-4. Who would have thought that? Oh, look, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are going on a crazy winning streak. Well, now they're going on a crazy losing streak. It's the CFL. Crazy football league. So you never really know what you get till they start playing the games in May and June. But I think Calgary's going to be better. they are a well-coached team. They've had a tough couple years, but adding Vernon Adams Jr. I think was a very, very smart move for them, and an important move for them to make. The Ticats, look, for people that watch Bonfire Sports, I think, I've had a lot of fans jump into my live chats. They're like, "Bombing, what's with you and the Ticats? Are you a closet Ticats fan? What's going on?" I just have respect for that organization. And how consistently good they've been. I know they haven't been able to get the job done, but you look at the big picture, broad scope of the Hamilton Tiger Cats, they have been a very, very good franchise for a long time now, after a long time of being a completely inept franchise. Kind of reminds me of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, right? So to get Ted Gavaya, incredibly smart, talented talent evaluator, and I'm excited to see what he can do as a full-time general manager. He's won Grey Cups with, as an executive with the Toronto Argonauts, obviously with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and now he's in Hamilton. Having Scott Milanovic, having Bo Levi Mitchell, a seemingly reborn, rejuvenated Bo Levi Mitchell, the ads that you guys have talked about, we're looking at the screen right now of the depth chart and some of the players new and returning that they have. Liam Dobson, sneaky good signing out of Winnipeg, right, to add to Hamilton's offensive line group. When you got Scott Milanovic, a good quarterback, and a GM that's going to be able to bring in good young talent, like Ted Gavaya is a big reason why Winnipeg had the talent level that they did. It's Kyle Walters, it's Danny McManus, but Ted was a huge, huge part of that, as senior assistant general manager. So I think the Ticats, I've been saying it for a couple of years now, I actually, feel more certain maybe than ever, even though I've been proven wrong the last couple of years. I think the Ticats are going to be one of the stronger teams in the East this year. Toronto, Montreal, nothing lasts forever, but those are good teams with good rosters as well and good coaching. So the East is stronger than it's ever been, which I think is good for the league. I think it's good for fans, but it's going to be fascinating because you never know how things are going to shake out.
A final quick question here for you, Darren. As we look at the free agent window is officially open, and a lot of these guys, if we look at our pending transactions, there's a ton of guys that have negotiated that will likely become official today. But there's a number of names left and positions left where there are guys that are unsigned. Is there any position in particular that interests you the most when you're looking at across the league today? Yeah,
it's tough. I mean, I really try to focus on the teams, right? Mm-hmm. And not to dodge your question, but the way I look at free agency is I try to look at it through the lens of a general manager and what are the areas that maybe some experience, maybe some talent would help. We also don't know who are on these teams' negotiation lists, who's coming to training camp.
Right.
I remember a couple of years ago, Winnipeg brought, 21 wide receivers to training camp. I think that was the one where Dalton Schoen came out of that group. Winnipeg found Ontario Wilson, found Keurig Wheatfall last year. And teams will be or fan bases will be well, how come my team hasn't signed? They need a receiver. They need a defensive back. They need an offensive. We don't know who they got in the pipeline. So that's kind of a fun part of football. It's such a dynamic sport. The rosters are so deep. There's so many variables and variations and things that can change. I think that's one of the most fun things because a ho-hum Tuesday afternoon signing. I mean, yeah, sure, it's Tuesday afternoon. I'll say, a Sunday afternoon Twitter report, a report that came out on Twitter can be something and be wow, I wasn't expecting that. What's that mean? And trying to mentally put those puzzle pieces together to see where the fit is and, the thought process of the GM and the team, to make certain moves. So it is going to be fun. I just wanted to mention Randy Workman mentioning Gavin Cobb. Oh, somebody asked about Gavin Cobb signed with Winnipeg. Randy was right. Yes, he did sign. I watched him with the Manitoba Bisons. Explosive, fast, athletic football player. Don't sleep on Gavin Cobb. I think as a Canadian, he's going to bring something to the Blue Bombers and add to a group of kick and punt returners that, obviously they've tried to shore up.
Yeah, I like the signing as well. And, talk about work maybe in the return game, just like you mentioned, after that was an area of struggle for the Bombers last year.
Yeah.
We got to let you go here, Darren. But before we let you go, of course, we want to, where can people find everything else you've got going on?
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot, Ryan. You can see on the bottom of your screen, Bonfire WPG, Bonfire Winnipeg. You can find that handle pretty much on all of the social media sites that you are. YouTube as well, Bonfire Winnipeg there, Bonfire WPG, whereas a lot of our stuff is on your podcast app as well. And then, bonfiresports.ca. That'll get you links to everything. But really excited for the upcoming season. And got my hands full with a house renovation right now.
Fun.
And the Jets obviously are a team that's really looking like could make some noise in the postseason this year. I know Jets fans have their fingers crossed, but it's going to be a busy time. But great to be with you guys, Ryan. Gerler, one of my favorite people. I don't know if he's still with us, but great to be with you guys. And you call me anytime. We'll chat again.
That sounds wonderful. We appreciate you making time. Good luck with the home renovations, and everybody make sure you check out the content. Thanks for the time, Darren.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
All right. As we say goodbye to Darren Bauman for now, thank you for joining us there. I see we've got our next guest in the background. We'll bring you in, Doug, in just a minute here. But first, a couple more notable signings to announce here that have been made official. I'll be working on updating the free agent tracker in the next little bit to pull them up on screen as well. But we talked about Gavin Cobb officially signing a deal with the Bombers. Jareth Stearns at wide receiver also now officially signed. And the Toronto Argonauts have locked in a couple of official signings here, which we'll get our perfect timing for those, I would say. We'll get our guests to chime in on those as well. Wide receiver Hergy Mayala, defensive back Darius Bratton, and defensive lineman Celestin Haba, who are all rumored to be going to the Argos, are now looked to be official according to Farhan Lalji. So we've got some news coming in. Hopefully we get a lot more news coming in soon, but things are starting to flow in. Also for the Ottawa Redblacks, defensive back Nafis Lyons and Amari Henderson and quarterback Matthew Schultz signing their deals there. So we will continue to update the free agent tracker, but let's move right along to our next guest. And first of all, thanks to everybody who's been throwing out the deals in the live chat or tagging us on social media. That's a huge help because there's a lot for me to keep track of as this day goes along. But nonetheless, let's bring in, he's one of the co-hosts of the Argos Fancast. He's the administrator of the Double Blue Order supporters group. It's the great Doug Ballinger is here. Doug, how you doing this afternoon?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well, thank you. I'm gonna take these glasses off because I can't see anything out of this. So. And I'm gonna take the crown off too, because we're the kings of football once again, so you kind of have to represent that. So
I love it.
But things are going all right. How's the show been going for you guys? I've been trying to keep tabs on it when you had Safamata on earlier and a few other things. So.
It's been going well. We're 2.5 hours in, 5.5 hours to go here. The crowd's been great. And now we're happy to chat Argos. And you know what? Let's start with those names I just mentioned now becoming official. We'll get some more deals coming in, but you've got a couple nice additions there for the Argos. What was it? Hergy Mayala, Darius Bratton, and Celestin Haba, I believe, as the three most recent ones. Any thoughts on any of those?
I'm actually quite happy to see Darius Bratton come in. I'm actually happy with all three because, if during the Ed Hervey Memorial window, our defensive line kind of took a beating. So I'm glad to see Haba coming in. What else? Haba coming in. Bratton also coming in to replace who'd we lose on the Royce Metier. I'm glad to see that happen because Bratton's pretty good. But yeah, so far so good. I would like to, I know the Mike Clemens and his staff have some work to do to get to shore up that defensive line because we lost. Like I said, we lost. That's a big concern of mine right there because we lost quite a bit off of that.
Yeah, let me pull up the free agent tracker. I got the Argos moves added to it now, I believe. Just double checking. No, I'm missing one. Okay. Well, we'll pull it up so far, though. This is a live show. We tinker with things live, and we make it work as we go. That's how we do things here. But talking about the Toronto Argonauts, I think one of the interesting things on everybody's mind over the last month or so was the report or the rumors that came out that this team was having cap troubles and they were going to ask a bunch of guys to take a pay cut. And, some guys are going to want to do that. Some guys are not in order to do it. What has been the feeling around Toronto been about, hey, we won the Grey Cup. We won the Grey Cup 2 years before that as well. We had that 16-2 season. This team's been upper echelon of the league the last couple of years, and it's really hard to keep a team together. What has the general vibe been about, this championship roster and who's got to stay and who's going to be one of those cap casualties?
Well, that depends on where you ask. I know if you ask on certain social media platforms, the consensus is pretty much we got to keep everybody, want to keep everybody together. I know with me, I've seen this many times before where especially since post-pandemic, especially the post-pandemic era, best examples where the team will just get absolutely gutted in free agency because you take a look, you got an awful lot of guys who want to get more money and the Argos can't really cap troubles we've always been up against the cap and we always end up having to always tell guys, hey, go out, see what you can get. And last year was a good example. And this year's a good example of you can see where people can go and they're going to get paid. To me, if you ask on Facebook, I know for a lot of Argo fans, the sky will be falling because, their favorite player is going to be going bye-bye. Unfortunately, I haven't seen much. I'm not really on X that much anymore, or Twitter, or whatever the hell it's called now.
Power to you.
Yeah, I've mostly been on Blue Sky, and there isn't a lot of Argos content on Blue Sky. It's really just like me and maybe a couple other people. But if you for myself, I can speak for myself personally. I always brace myself to basically lose a few guys. It's going to happen. When you're the champions 2 out of 3 seasons, you're going to get your cupboards rated. No matter what, you're going to get rated. So basically for me, I'm just trust, basically, how the trust of the process. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I have a lot of faith in Pinball Clemens and his staff to make the right moves to get this team to stay where they are. I was just taking a look at home stats the other day. The Argos are like including playoffs, I think they're 29-9 at home since post-pandemic era. So they're doing so. It's very clear that the GM staff, the coaching staff, they're doing something right. So yeah, we're gonna lose some named guys. I know we lost Robert Priester. I know Jared Brinkman, Robbie Smith, which kind of hurt me because he was the 2022 hero. But I know that they're gonna bring in guys that are gonna be that after a few games they're gonna be very, very equitable to what we've seen and what we're used to.
Yeah, you talk about some of those pieces lost. I think the defensive line definitely feels like the biggest hit and one of the biggest hits in that category with Serezna, Smith, and Brinkman. And maybe a bit of an unfortunate one with that, you trade Curly Gittins Jr. for Jake Serezna last year. You get Serezna, you win the Grey Cup, so you're probably happy enough with what you got out of that trade. But then to lose Serezna right back to Edmonton, reportedly in free agency. And then you talked about some of those defensive backs there as well. What do you make of the trade of Dijon Allen to the BC Lions earlier this offseason? The Argos offensive line has been one of the best in the CFL the past couple of years. Allen has definitely been a huge part of that. 61 career starts for him. Was that a trade that shocked you? Is that just another cap casualty situation?
I don't think it didn't really shock me all that much, to be perfectly honest. He is getting up there. What we got back for him kind of shocked me, though, considering that he is one of the best. But I've been told that what we got back for him is really, really good, and I'll just have to wait and see come training camp and come the first couple weeks of the season to make some sort of call on that. But yeah, it didn't really shock me that he got traded, but like I said, I think we should have gotten more back for him considering the piece that he was to the offensive line.
Mike, you want to chime in here on the Argos? What interests you most as we chat about them?
Sorry, just working on things in the background here, multitasking, a lot like Ryan likes to do. Thank you for joining us. Has there been any discussion now? You say it's 2 Grey Cups in 3 years for them. Now, they foiled the Winnipeg Blue Bombers' hopes of being called a quote-unquote dynasty. Is there any thought about that happening with the Argos? I know the fan base has grown. I'm going to have the privilege of going to the Argos game when the Bombers get there, because that's the week I happen to be in Toronto. I'm just wondering, what's the vibe after 2 Grey Cups in 3 years? There seems to be a lot of excitement, but I personally haven't seen in that market in some time. Is there talk about doing this 3 times in 4 years, or where is that kind of discussion been at? Maybe not necessarily amongst management, but amongst the fan base.
This is where things get a little interesting. I know amongst the fan base, there hasn't, for the most part, we haven't really, I know amongst my cadre, amongst the Double Blue Order, when we all talk together, we haven't really talked about it all that much. Where it's like, hey, we're on the cusp of a dynasty here. It's like we haven't really said much because we pretty much are taking in Coach Dinwiddie's philosophy as well. The players have taken in the whole 1-0 philosophy,
yep.
Right? So that's the way we're looking at it. We're going game by game here. I do have a YouTube channel, and if you watch some of my live streams, I'm especially the East Final one where I'm absolutely losing my mind at the end of it, realizing, oh crap, I now have to shell out 150 extra bones to go to the Grey Cup. I didn't expect to do that, if I'm being honest. So it's I didn't expect to have to do that. But it's great that we have to. In the case of the fan base, we're not really talking about it, because we're just focused on getting our basically getting the win and then moving on to next week. And then things, because we know it's if we get our hopes too high up, the crash on when ultimately a loss happens is that much more. So take, for example, the 3 games against Hamilton this past season. Hamilton was the only team to sweep us, and yet they finished last in the East Division.
Right.
So, and every game we went in there, it's we're going to kill these guys. Next thing you know, we're down 17-0 or 21-7, or basically they put up 17 points on us before we can even blink. So So basically, we all like. Of course, you want to have the belief that we're going to win every single game, and the fans do. But when it comes to a Grey Cup, honestly, I have not heard anybody mention at all the words dynasty or 3 cups in 4 years or things like that. Like that will probably come later in the season when the playoff picture starts to unfold, and then we finally see like, oh crap, we can actually do this. But right now there is like the talk has been very muted about that.
Take that from us in Winnipeg. That's probably a good thing, because if you start mentioning dynasty, people will tear you to shreds. So
Exactly. I know we've done it.
of course, that's what it's all about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, and this is kind of a question that has been thrown out in the chat, and it was kind of something that I was interested in. Obviously, Nick Arbuckle re-signed. That was the big kind of key thing. Where did this leave Chad Kelly now? I know he suffered a significant injury in one of the playoff games. I'm not sure if he'll be ready for week 1 or when he'll be ready, but have you been hearing anything as far as Chad Kelly's availability at some point this season? And then how do you feel that when both are healthy, that being Kelly and Arbuckle, how do you think they're going to handle that? Because I know amongst CFL circles, Chad Kelly coming back could have been a bit of a polarizing subject given the circumstances, and now you have his fill-in Nick Arbuckle winning Grey Cup MVP, getting a new contract. How do you view the Argos quarterbacking situation? Maybe not in week 1, but later on in the season when both Chad Kelly and Nick Arbuckle are healthy.
As it stands right now, the way I look at it, like getting Nick Arbuckle back is a massive insurance policy. Basically, because I know just recently, I believe Chad Kelly had the pins removed, I think, from his injury. So now he's like right now, and we're still about 3 months away from training camp. But so as it stands right now, I don't know if he'll be ready for week 1. But later in the season, after he is healthy, I think the policy is the wrong word, but I think the going thought is going to be Chad Kelly is still going to be QB1 no matter what. Nick Arbuckle will probably be brought in. Arbuckle will probably be brought in garbage time, or possibly subbed in at some point. But for the most part, I think the going theory is once Chad's healthy, he's going in.
One more from me, and that is, if you're Mike Pinball Clemens and you could be GM for 10 minutes and he says, you need to sign one available free agent for me today, who are you signing and why?
Let me have a look at the list here. Yeah, that's a good question.
I can scroll through the positions here on our free agent tracker on the screen for you if that helps as well.
No, I've actually got Marshall Ferguson's spreadsheet up right now. I don't know how. So, for me personally, I would be going after John Haggerty on as a re-sign. I mean, Liram Hajrullahu is a great kicker, but John Haggerty has been next level punter, right? Liram, I mean, God love him. He's like I said, great place kicker, but not that good of a punter. Whereas John Haggerty has been lights out for us. So I think for me, because I don't see much in the who else is out there? Let's see, Stephen Flintoff out of BC is out there. I see, but I mean. He's good. He's good for hitting the scoreboards at BC Place. I don't know how much he's good for hitting high fly balls at BMO Field.
You could bring Boris Beatty back.
Yeah, yeah, and I know there's a lot of people who would love that, but realistically, I mean, I'm sorry. Like if you're comparing punting numbers, John Haggerty just blows them all out of the water.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, for me, now that you say that, for me, he was the second best puncher in the league this year behind Jay Chewy and Edmonton, who's no longer with them. For me, he flipped a lot of field position for the Argos with his directional and his ability to pin punch, which is always important for sure.
I want to talk about the running back position a little bit for the Argos, because this is one where we're seeing a little bit of an overhaul. They've had the kind of three-headed monster, or at least last year, where Kadeem Carey, Deontay McMahon gets in there for some plays here and there. Daniel Adebaboye slots in every once in a while as well, and especially late in games if they were ahead, he got some more reps in there. They trade Adebaboye off to Ottawa. I always thought they were kind of working him in to be the next starter for the team. I thought actually when they drafted him and Andrew Harris came back for that one more year that it was going to be that 1-2 punch. And I was a little surprised they actually brought Ouellette back for that year before he went back to Saskatchewan. But last year they bring in Kadeem Carey as kind of that number one. We see these other two pieces. Adebaboye is off to Ottawa. Kadeem Carey remains a free agent as of now, or is I guess now officially a free agent. And they signed Kevin Brown, who was released by the Elks at the end of the last season. Thoughts from you, Doug, on the changes at running back for the Argos?
To me, it's very interesting because the Argos did make a couple of obviously they made a couple of moves. Unfortunately, Danny got sent to Ottawa. I gotta say, I love his parents. that's what, so when he got shipped to Ottawa, that kind of hurts. That kind of hurt. But I know last year we kind of had like you said, the three-headed monster. I call him the Cerberus back just to keep the whole Greek mythology theme going. But yeah, because you had Kadeem Carey, who was your primary, and then you had Deontay McMahon, who was very much kind of like the elusive, like you're never going to catch me kind of back. And then you had the utilitarian in Dan Adebaboye. This year, like we said, Kadeem Carey is still a free agent at this point, so I don't know of his status. But Kevin Brown did very well for his in Edmonton, despite being on a crap team. You bring him over here to Toronto. I think he'll flourish. I think he was actually absolutely going to thrive in our system. But I'm also curious to see about Mayan Williams, the young one out of Ohio State, because something happened where I go on the Toronto Argonauts subreddit, and somebody from the Buckeyes fan base came onto our subreddit and said, "Hey, you guys got a stud here." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, interesting." So that's when I looked him up, and I'm like, "Okay, now I'm really interested to see how he'll cope, and basically I'm thinking if he makes the team, he'll probably slot into the third spot and be what Dan Adebaboye was if we don't sign Kadeem Carey back. I don't know, but there was some rumors going around regarding Kadeem where he posted something on an Instagram story where it was like hashtag back to back with back underlined. So there was a little bit of scuttlebutt amongst the Argo fan base saying that he is coming back, but honestly, as it stands right now, we don't know exactly what's going through his mind. But if we have to move on without Kadeem, I'm still very confident in this running group, especially with Kevin Brown at the head. I'm still very confident in the running backs.
Kadeem Carey is one of the most interesting free agents to me because 1,000-yard running rusher, Grey Cup champion, but yet I don't know if there's a team around the league that's looking at him for a starter spot right now because most of the teams have a guy already that they like there. So he might be one of those guys that we don't see signed today on the opening day of free agency, and maybe we see him sign closer to then. We'll see. Who knows yet? There's still a lot of free agency to go, but I do think you're set well with Kevin Brown to lead the way at running back as well. Position for the Argos that always interests me also is the wide receiver position, because I've said the last couple of years that this is a team that doesn't necessarily, you look at some teams, they have like your Eugene Lewis type superstar at wide receiver. And they have some very good names, the Argos do, at receiver, but they have a lot of like solid guys that don't stand out one on top of the other. Mackay Polk was your big standout wide receiver last year. He's off to the NFL, I want to say with the Falcons?
Yeah, he's going to the Falcons.
Yeah, so after the Falcons, they re-signed DeMonte Coxie. DeVaris Daniels was already under contract for next year. Herji Mayala made official a little bit ago now, coming over from Edmonton. And then you've got a bunch of Canadian receivers. You know, your David Unger, Richie Sindani, Kevin Meitel, Deshaun Brissett. They're all in that category, I would say, of solid depth receivers, but maybe not the standouts. Who from this list do you think would you say is a guy maybe you're keeping your eye on for a bigger breakout in 2025? Or do you think this is a team that should be looking at an upgrade in free agency?
I don't. If they can get somebody for the right price, by all means, go for it. But for me, I want to see more out of Kevin Mittal this year. I mean, he was. I mean, when I was at the preseason game last year in Guelph, and I was pretty much like almost right on the field when he made a great catch and run for a touchdown against Hamilton. And then obviously at the Grey Cup as well, he got himself a touchdown there as well with a nice little hurdle on the 1 or 2 yard line. So I'm looking to see that Kevin Mittal, like, he's probably going to slot into where Polk was. And I mean, of course, like you said, like we don't necessarily have the go-to guy. We have, because quite frankly, we go to everybody. We spread that ball around. Like every single game, you will see another player at the top of the list getting over 100 yards receiving. So like I said, if you can get somebody for the right price, go for it. But otherwise, like personally, I think our receiving group is actually quite good, and I'm looking to see more out of Kevin Mittal this year.
Yeah, that was a name that stood out to me on that list as well. Doug, we gotta let you go here because we got another guest coming in shortly. But so thank you for taking the time to join us here to chat Argos. Always a pleasure. And where can people find everything else you've got going on?
Well, you can find me personally exclusively on Blue Sky. That's at DougB519. I also have a YouTube channel. That's at Sir Douglas 1873, where I will wear the crown and sometimes the glasses if I can see out of them, but normally I can't. And then you can also find the Double Blue Order. You can also find us Facebook, Instagram, X on occasion, and then normally on game days, Section 116 at BMO Field. Come out and join us. We have a really good time, and sometimes we get in a little bit of trouble too. So don't worry about that. But yeah, thanks for having me, guys. This was cool.
Yeah, happy to have you here. And we don't have a prize for it, but as of now, you win the Free Agent Frenzy costume contest. So congratulations.
Woohoo! Nice, guys. Nice. Thanks a lot. Appreciate coming on.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Take care. Have a great rest of your day as we say goodbye to Doug Ballinger from the Argos Fancast, from Chad and Argos here. Mike, the flurry of activity has been coming in. I think I've got it all updated. Before we bring in our next guest in a couple of minutes, let's take a list and try to update this and see if I think this will work.
Yeah, the Bombers social media team has been busy confirming all of their signings. So it's so far nobody's backed out of everything's pretty much gone on schedule for guys that have signed where they're supposed to go.
I'll go through the list here quickly of guys that have now been made official. The Ottawa Redblacks have officially signed Matt Schultz at quarterback to a 1-year contract. Spent last season with the Calgary Stampeders, 32-year-old quarterback, presumably to be a depth piece, competition with Dustin Crum for the backup role behind Drew Brown. A couple of defensive backs in Afees Lyon and Amari Henderson, now official, going over to Ottawa as well. The Montreal Alouettes have made official their signing of offensive lineman Cyril Hogan-Sedan. Sorry, got distracted by something off screen. We just talked about the Argos making official the signing of Darius Bratton, Celestin Haba, and Hergy Mayala, which I think was at the top of the list. We talked about Gavin Cobb and Jareth Stearns being signed officially by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Reggie White Jr.'s contract is official now, a one-year deal for him. And Josh Haggerty's stats aren't populating properly. I'll work on that during the next segment. But defensive back from the Elks also signing with Winnipeg officially. We mentioned earlier Derek Moncrief to the Calgary Stampeders. That's a pretty big addition at the linebacker, 50 defensive tackles there. Mike Benson and Hergy Mayala. And I think that's all we've got on free agent updates. So like you said, Mike, nobody's backed out of a deal yet and not too much new. I think probably the biggest one we've heard today that was surprising was the Derek Moncrief deal so far.
Yeah, Derek Moncrief going to Calgary. Part of the James Vada's replacement idea would be my suspicion over there. Ryan, I'm just looking at what the Elks have reportedly done, and I'm like blown away. Sarasna, Brinkman, Smith, Tyrell Ford, Rhys Mitchie, Toby Williams, Manny Redumba, David Berard, Dretter Matila, Tyrion Julian Grant, Tyson Middlemost, Cody Grace. You can win free agency on day one. We'll see if it helps on the field. It's just, it's very dead. And, here's the interesting part. Before we talked to Darren Bauman, I was dead set against having this negotiation window. Just for the sake of it really wouldn't give us much to talk about on the show if we knew where everybody was going and kind of removing the element of surprise. But after listening to what Darren had to say and what's gone on today, I think it just made sense to air everything out in public. There's no behind the scenes, you go here, you go there kind of thing, which I'm pretty impressed with so far. I just wonder if the window needs to be shorter. I almost think like 10 days is too long, but you do you in that scenario, right? The money's flowing, the players are moving places, the moving trucks are going to be moving in a few months.
Yeah, the CFL must be big for the moving truck economy, right? If we want to talk about that, they really keep them in business with the number of players that change places every single year. I kind of agree. Maybe make negotiation window shorter. One thing we talked about on the last episode of the podcast, I forget who was with. It was Trey and Adam and I think all three of us on that one were talking about it. And my thought process was, could you do something where, the players can talk to every teams and you can know which teams are in consideration, but you can't officially sign a deal. But let's be real, they're going to do handshake deals under the table.
Sorry, Ryan, we got some breaking news here. Kadeem Carey's staying with the Argonauts.
Well, there we go. That's a pretty big one that we just talked about, not having a ton of options for Kadeem Carey to go elsewhere. So, 1,000-yard rusher back to the Argos, really jammed up running back room with Kevin Brown in there and Deontay McMahon, who I think could be in for a bigger role. I like the signing for the Argos. I like it for Kadeem Carey because I don't see any better option for him out there. And I don't like it for Kevin Brown. Poor Kevin Brown. I was hoping was going to get another chance. He kind of got buried in the depth chart behind Rankin and Leak in Edmonton, but a good fit nonetheless. Still for that kind of backup role or 1-2 punch role for the Argos. So Kadeem Carey, the big running back fish off the board, is probably one of our biggest signings of the day. Anything else from you, Mike, before we bring in our next guest?
Just a note from Farhan Laji, I think it is. I'm just trying to find it. Yes, it is. He said, don't expect the Elks to announce the signings of their top free agents today. They have medical scheduled with the names such as Sheresna, Smith, Ford, Berard in advance of registering these deals. No issues are expected.
Is this Ed Hervey's way of saying, hey, I'm not tampering. Look, we're going to wait a day to officially sign you all? Like,
maybe he takes offense that the talking window, if you want to call it that, was because of him. But who knows?
I bet he's got inside information with all the medical offices around the country.
Who knows?
He's known these medical results for weeks. He's just playing games with us now as we continue to try to get into the mind.
He's playing chess while the rest of us are playing checkers.
Couldn't have said it better myself. As we enter hour number 3 here of our 8-hour live show, CFL Free Agent Frenzy. Keep all the comments in the chat rolling along. Check out the link in the chat to donate to CFL Fans Fight Cancer. Another reminder, if you are tuning in and have the ability to give and help us support a great cause. But now it's time to talk a little bit about the Ottawa Redblacks. And to do so, let's bring in Shane Ryan from 13th Man Sports. Shane, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you for having me, guys. I'm excited.
Yeah, happy to have you here. Always a pleasure to bring you back after last year once again. And the Redblacks are always a fun team to talk about on Free Agency Day because in years past, they've been, when Ed Hervey maybe wasn't in the general manager role of sign everybody, I feel like it's been the Redblacks the last couple of years that have been the team to do so. This year, though, seems like maybe a little bit of a different approach where they've focused the last month on re-signing a lot of their own players, I feel like. What's your perspective on Ottawa going into the free agency period after how last season went for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some debate at the end of this last season with how they were going to attack free agency, how many guys were going to be brought back. I mean, personally, I was kind of expecting a little bit more turnover than we saw already. But I think overall, like the team had its best season. You can make an argument that injuries played a huge part in how the second half of the year went. Obviously, having Santos Knox hurt, Darius Pickett getting hurt, having to move some guys in the secondary around, obviously like Money Hunter playing safety when he really isn't a safety because all three of your safeties are hurt. I think it allows for some kind of bringing back guys back because you realize they weren't put in great situations. But I don't expect a lot from them the next couple of days. I think they've addressed some big needs. I'm not huge on letting Damon Webb walk. I think that might be a little bit of a mistake in trying to fill in that role with, guys like Nafi Lyons and Amari Henderson and Greg James that they just acquired from the Argos. I rather have kept Webb. But overall, I think you're obviously Eugene Lewis, but overall, I think their team is going to do very well because they are bringing back they're bringing back the consistency. It's just going to matter if their new DC can bring them up to championship caliber level to start the year.
Yeah, there's a ton of pieces. It took me a while to scroll through that list of guys re-signed. You've got 3 or 4 at every position. But I said they've been a little bit quieter, but that doesn't mean they haven't been active with some notable additions. And you touched on, I think, the first one I want to go to is the receiving core here for the Redblacks because they start off their offseason by re-signing, most notably, Justin Hardy, 1,343 yards, one of the top receivers in the CFL. Braylon Addison, used to be back in Hamilton, I think was the peak of his game. But last year, especially down the stretch, they utilized him in that weird running back receiver role and was pretty effective contributor there. Devontae Dedmon, Marco Dubois brought back as well. And you're looking at a receiving core already of Justin Hardy, Braylon Addison, Khalil Pimpleton, the breakout star from last year, Nick Martyr in the Canadian role. And now you find Eugene Lewis added to it. You do subtract a couple in Jalen Acklin, and he's not on the list here, but I guess Dominic Rhymes. I don't know why he didn't show up on my list, but he was let go by the team as well. What do you think about the changes at receiver? And did you ever see Eugene Lewis, Ottawa being the landing spot for him?
I mean, I'm a huge Eugene Lewis fan. I love what he brings to the field. I think he's one of the most dynamic players in the CFL. When he left Montreal a couple of years ago, I wanted Ottawa to go after him because he has that game-breaking ability. I believe he lives in Montreal full time now, so it's 2 hours away, 2.5 hours depending on traffic. So I think it's great. I think again you have your best, arguably the best possession receiver in Justin Hardy in the league. You add in probably the best 50-50 receiver in the league. I think it creates an interesting dynamic because now the defenders have to respect Eugene's 50-50 ability. If you leave him one-on-one on the outside, he can burn a corner. So you might have to shade a safety over, and then you have Justin Hardy kind of being one-on-one in his ability to get separation and catch a ball, even if it's deemed uncatchable. Will force defenders to kind of see who they pick and choose and who they want them to beat them. But overall, I mean, losing Ackland sucks. I think a lot of that has to do with the injury that he suffered later in the year last year. And then obviously losing Dom Rhymes, who again had 1,000 yards, lives in Ottawa full time during the offseason. That kind of sucks. And I'm not sure if the extra $400K that was announced 3 days into the signing period would make a difference. And maybe you go and acquire Lewis and then you keep Dom Rhymes. I'm not sure. But generally in this situation, given who else is on the roster, you're going to have to lose a receiver to gain a receiver, especially in a starting caliber receiver. But I mean, I hope he plays well in Calgary. But I think Lewis brings an element to the offense that we haven't seen since the 2015 year when we had 4,000-yard receivers.
I remember that year well. Who all was it? It was Chris Williams, Ernest Jackson,
Sinopoli, and Ellingson.
Ellingson, right? The big four there. And Henry Burris at quarterback on that one, right? That was the first year where they really just went out and tried to buy a team in free agency. And we've seen different variations of that not quite work in the last couple of years. We see a couple of comments in the chat as we're talking about the Redblacks here, talking about Richie Leone, who I believe they did re-sign to be their punter again this year, getting Matt Schultz for quarterback depth and Peter Godber on the offensive line as well. Let's go to Schultz here in the quarterback position. Was maybe a bit of a surprise re-addition or a surprise addition for me. Drew Brown was your starter last season in Ottawa. Pretty solid season. Had his ups and downs at time. They bring Dustin Crum back. Looks like they're moving on from Jeremiah Mazzoli, and they bring in Schultz to be in competition for that backup position. Thoughts on the addition of Matt Schultz to the quarterback room?
I think he's one of the more underrated quarterbacks in the CFL. Is he a week 1 to week 18 starter? I don't think so. But if you're looking for that quality QB2, who if your QB1 has to miss 3 to 7 games, you have a guy who can win you football games week in and week out. They have a very young quarterback room. Drew Brown is, I believe, turning 28 this year. Dustin Crum's turning 26, and Tyree Adams, I think, is 25. But in terms of real CFL's experience, they have a very young quarterback room. I mean, Crum's entering, I believe, his 3rd year. This is Adams' 4th year, I believe. And obviously this is Brown's 5th year. So very young quarterback room. Schultz has a lot of experience in a lot of different areas of the game. He's been a starter with Montreal and Hamilton. He can be that solid QB2 veteran that Mazzoli was, but he also plays a different style of game. He plays more of a Drew Brown style game. He fits that offense a little bit more, so you don't have to change your game plan week over week if Brown were to get hurt. But I think he's a very good addition. He's an experienced guy. He'll come in, be able to lead that locker room in a way that you want a veteran quarterback to lead. And I think he's going to be a great addition for Drew Brown, who continues to learn and grow as a starter.
Just to follow up, Shane, on that, do you think any of these decisions had any bearing on the way the second half of the year went last year, because it looked like Ottawa was in a challenge for first place, in the first 9 or 10 games, and it just seemed like they really dropped off. Now, was that maybe partially because of the quarterback play, with injuries, and maybe bringing in Matt Schultz, as you say, doesn't necessarily have to change the game plan depending on who the quarterback is. Like, was there do you think any of these moves had anything to do with the way the year ended last year, which they came out so hot out of the start to the season, but kind of really dropped off a little bit in the second half of the year? How do you think that had any effect, if at all, on any of these decisions?
Oh, I mean, they 100% did. I think the one that really affected last year is the Priester addition out of Toronto. When Adarius Pickett got hurt, we didn't really have a true Sam corner linebacker, whatever you want to define it as. You had to rely on kind of an inexperienced half to kind of slot into that. And Williams, as good of a halfback as he is, he's not a Sam or a corner linebacker. He doesn't know how to play that position. And again, inexperience plays a factor. Priester comes in. He was the Sam linebacker in Toronto. He started as a Sam linebacker. He'll slot in as that CLB Sam linebacker 2, probably halfback 2 on the strong side. I think that's the biggest addition based off last year's second half. But overall, I mean, every free agency is based off the previous year, right? You look at where your team has holes, where it had the weaknesses the previous year, and you try to address that heading into the new year. But I don't necessarily you're not releasing 1,000-yard receiver because the overall offense struggled. I think it's just more of the additions that you can make will improve your team and will shake up the foundation or the construction of your offense. Because both Dom Rhymes and Justin Hardy are possession receivers. They can create separation, but they're not going to go over the top. They're not going to create space. They're very kind of your 10 to 17-yard receivers. They needed someone who could stretch the field a little without needing the speed that like a Devontae Dedmon or Khalil Pimpleton can do. They needed a big receiver, good in the red zone, who could stretch the field, and that's what Eugene does. So to a certain extent, yeah, there's going to be some moves that, I think, for example, bringing in Gauber out of Saskatchewan, that's a move based off of the weakness at center last year. Priester, weakness at Sam linebacker. I think some of it has to do with the fact that guys have outplayed their dollar value that Ottawa could afford. And Webb is a prime example. But I think overall, they're just trying to fill holes that they felt their depth and their experience kind of had problems with last year.
So reading between the lines, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be on board with a lot of these signings, as in they address a lot of needs.
They do, and I think Nafi Lyons is a good corner. Amari Henderson has his up and downs. If you talk to a lot of Rough Rider fans, by the end of the year they weren't really happy with him, so they're glad to see him leave. But I think those two kind of create an interesting dynamic depending on where they slot. Because they brought back McGee and Lamont, who ended the year as their field side half and corner. So I don't know if they're going to move them back. They're expected to bring in a Delicate, so you're going to have three Canadians who could play in your half safety spot. But overall, I think the overall moves so far have been small, but they will be a bigger impact on the team come the spring.
Mike, what else do you want to talk about on the Ottawa side here? Would
help if I unmuted myself. based on what we know today, and I realize it's February 11th. What are your expectations for the team this year? Because, to me, Ottawa was a pleasant surprise last year. I'm just wondering, is it reasonable for them to take a step forward in your mind? And so what are you expecting from them?
I think at least a host playoff game is the minimum expectations for this club. You had a chance to not only win the East, but at least have a home playoff game, and you stumbled along, you lost it, you went to Toronto and you got blown out. I think this year the minimum expectation is hosting a playoff game. Either it be the East final or the East semis, it will be at least hosting a playoff game. But I mean, every team, if you ask them now, they're going to say their expectations to win the Grey Cup. That's every team. But from a fan's perspective, I think there's a minimum of finishing top 2 and hosting a playoff game. That's the bare minimum requirement. If they go to the Grey Cup, that's gravy on top. And if they win the Grey Cup, that's just a Thanksgiving dinner right there for Ottawa fans. But I think the minimum requirement for them will be hosting a playoff game.
Now, you might have mentioned this already while I was working on stuff in the background, so I apologize. But have we talked about the running back changes at all for the Redblacks here? You bring in, most notably, running back position was a weird one for this team last year because Devontae Williams comes off a 1,000-yard season, tears his Achilles, I think it was, in the preseason or in training camp. He's done for the year. I honestly thought he retired at one point. I thought I saw he retired after that, but he's still on the roster. And seems like he could be making a comeback this year. Where did they go from there? Raquel Armstead got the start for the first half of the season, had some behavioral issues, I want to say we could call it. A couple of instances with the team. They cut him. He goes over to Saskatchewan. Kalen LeBourne comes in for the second half of the season, plays a little bit. And then in the playoffs, Braylon Addison is the starting running back for this team in the playoffs. It was one of the weirdest configurations I've seen. This offseason, they bring in William Stanback right after he's been cut by the BC Lions. And they also make a trade with the Toronto Argonauts for Daniel Adeboboye to go along with Devontae Williams potentially being back into true form this year. What do you think of the running back changes?
Yeah, so last year was very interesting because, yes, Williams got hurt, I believe in late March. He tore his Achilles during some off-season training, out for the year. And then, like 3 weeks later, Bennett Jackson, the Canadian running back, former Tiger, he just retired. He got a job offer, I think, within the government that he couldn't really put on hold, so he ended up retiring. So I think there was 2.5 weeks until rookie camp started, and you're down your number 1 and your number 2 running back. And there was a lot of questions on what Ottawa was going to do. Would they make a trade? Would they try to bring in someone like one of the free agents? And they didn't. They ran with Armstead. Armstead was great. There were some issues that no one was really talked about that led to his release. And then LeBourne came in, didn't produce the same. And then obviously you started with Addison as your running back in the playoff game. I think this move, bringing Stanback and Adeboye to a room that Devontae Williams is expected back. Everything that I've heard, everyone I've asked, he is expected back this year. Creates a very interesting dynamic because Stanback has always been kind of iffy as a receiving running back. Yes, he can receive, but it's not his specialty. It's not something that he excels at overly. And Adeboye, though, is perceived as more of a receiving back, a speed back. And it will allow Devontae Williams, who's kind of your middle ground for both, to really recapture his 1,000-yard performance without having to feel that he's rushing into being in running back 1 and having to produce, 65+ yards every night or every week. You can kind of ease him back in, kind of give him time to really work back up into game speed because it's going to be almost 18 months or so since the time he last played a game, because his last game would have been October of 2023. So I think it's great. It creates some diversity. It can give the offense and Condell different looks. And I mean, if you look at what Condell did with the Ticats, he had different style of running backs throughout his tenure as the OC in Hamilton. So I think it's great. I think it's going to create some diversity. And I don't think you're going to really have a true RB1. I think it's going to be running back by committee. And they'll be used all in different situations.
Yeah, and the concern for me always with Tommy Condell is he going to use the running backs effectively? Because that was the problem in Hamilton at times, right? The different running backs, but maybe not getting the usage they needed. And kind of felt like the Braylon Addison playoff situation was, we're not even going to try to run the ball on the Argos. To be fair, they were, they had pretty good run defense, but let's just go an extra wide receiver essentially. So we'll see what the rotation looks like for this year. I'm hoping we see a bounce back from Devontae Williams because I was so excited about him after that first season where he took off. And sucks to see guys have an injury like that. Anything else on the Redblacks you want to talk about here, Shane, before we let you go?
No, I mean, I think this year is a very big make it or break it year for the team. I mean, you brought back Rick Campbell as your
Right.
special teams coordinator, and there's going to be a lot of chatter, external chatter that if they come out on a wrong foot, about do you make the change for Dice with Campbell, and I just that's going to be their biggest kind of hurdle going into the year is that they need to start off strong, because if they don't, there will be a lot of noise being generated outside of that locker room, outside of even like the local media. There will be a lot of noise generated if they come out and they're like 1-2 or 1-3 or 2-4. Because I don't think they have a bye week until like week 8. They're like the last team to get a bye. If that does happen and they have a losing record, there will be a lot of noise around Dice, because there's already a lot of noise around Dice. People thought Dice should have been fired after the loss to the Argos. So I think if that's going to be their biggest issue is making sure that they play well, they get the wins, because if they're not, this fan base will be very vocal about the changes they think needs to be made.
Yeah, well said. Couldn't have said that any better than that. Anything you want to plug before we let you go? Where can people find everything you've got going on these days? I see you're very busy with the sports stuff on the social media.
Yeah, I mean, 13th Man Football, obviously on Twitter and Instagram. 13th Man Hockey on Twitter. You can find myself at Shane_13th Man. And if you guys want more CFL news and more recapping of the CFL Free Agency Day 1, we will be doing a live show on CFF at like 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. So if anyone watching right now, or if you guys yourself want more CFL content tonight, make sure that we head over to CFF and make sure you follow along.
Right on. Good stuff. Looking forward to checking that out. And thanks again for your time. Enjoy the rest of CFL Free Agency Day.
You as well. Thank you guys for having me.
All right. Take care, Shane. All right, Mike, we'll have another guest coming in a little bit. You know what, Mike, if you can actually take a look at the Discord quickly and help Adam get back in here, that would be great. I believe he needs your help getting back connected into the system. In the meantime, we can take a look through some more of the recent transactions, which is thanks, Scott, for throwing a couple of them out here in the chat. I think I said Cyril Hogansindon off to the Owls already. Brian Cole signing with the Hamilton Tiger Cats. That's now official. Linebacker spent last season with the Bombers. And Peyton Logan officially signing a deal with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, running back / kick returner from the Calgary Stampeders. Let me pull up the transaction sheet again, and we will take a look at that. One of the biggest moves of the day announced just a little bit ago. Kadeem Carey re-signed to a contract extension with the Toronto Argonauts, 1,060 rushing yards for him last season, 7 touchdowns on the ground, added 356 yards and a touchdown through the air. Just scrolling through, we've talked about a lot of these transactions. Brian Cole, the one I just mentioned, 24 defensive tackles in 11 games last year, an interception, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery, a solid linebacker addition for the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And I believe Peyton Logan was the other one. 355 rushing yards, but really the big thing for Peyton Logan was that 1,174 return yards and that touchdown in the return game for him. It's a really big upgrade for the Bombers, who struggled with Lucky Whitehead in the return game last season. And they tried a number of guys before him, and nothing seemed to click there. So Peyton Logan, Gavin Cobb are two guys who do have return game experience. I believe we'll be talking Bombers next in a couple of minutes with Robert Dalton from Rouge Radio. So we'll get his take on those additions there as well. Mike, let's bring you back in here for a couple of minutes, though. Mike needs a little bit more time, so we can do that. Let's take a look at the names still out there on the board quickly. Now is a good time to do so. But also, if you have any comments or questions, put them in the live chat. If you're joining us in the YouTube or Facebook feeds, keep those questions coming. We like to answer those here and there throughout the segment. And Trey's back. Trey is back. We missed you over the last
boys?
couple of hours.
Chat. Doing great. I was just trying to eat, but I see Mike's busy, so I jumped on here. I'll just finish my burger, but we'll talk football. Let's go.
And Mike is now free as well, so we got that. And Adam's trying to get back in, so we got the whole crew back in and out here throughout the day, which is great. 3.5 hours into CFL Free Agent Frenzy here almost. How are we feeling about the news as it's starting to come in? The biggest one we were just chatting about, Trey, Kadeem Carey back to the Toronto Argonauts. Any quick thoughts from you on that one?
Oh, yeah. I just opened, I was sitting in Wendy's drive-thru and I opened my phone and that was the first thing on Twitter. And I said, wow, I like that one because he's been a guy that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. Wasn't sure why he wasn't re-signed in Toronto, if they were going younger, what they were doing, made jokes about him going to Winnipeg, Saskatchewan, other places. I like to see that a lot of teams, not every team, but a lot of teams are putting a big focus on that running back position this year. Toronto getting back Kadeem Carey, and they added somebody. I know you just talked about it, and I just lost my mind. Winnipeg adding Peyton Logan. A lot of teams are actually putting some importance on the run game because it really matters in the CFL. So I like to see that signing.
Tommy Stevens to the Saskatchewan Roughriders is now, looks like that's official as well. So I'll update that on the tracker as all these moves continue to come in. And I see Adam is back in here now behind the scenes. And I see we've got Daltz from Rouge Radio here as well. I think we've got Mike and Trey. You're ready to chat some Bombers, the two of you together with Daltz here in a second?
Oh, I guess so.
All right, I'm going to head backstage then. We'll bring him in. Everybody welcome Robert Dalton from Rouge Radio. If I can get a thumbs up behind the scenes first, I guess that you're good to go. But yeah, there he is. Daltz, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's this is my Christmas talking CFL Free Agency.
Welcome, yeah, for sure. We're just running over some of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers signings, Peyton Logan, among others. What's your take? I know we had Darren Bauman from Bonfire Sports on about an hour and a half ago now. What's your take on what the Bombers have done? Obviously, I asked Darren if it was a surprise that the Bombers have been this busy. He said, well, you go to 5 Grey Cups, you lose 3 in a row. Something has to change. Mm-hmm. What do you make of the Bombers' reported moves / the moves that they have announced so far for this team?
I think ideally, well, I shouldn't say ideally, the big moves were done before the communication window. I thought the addition of Jonathan Jones was very underrated signing. Dylan Mitchell was a precursor that one or both of Kenny Lawler and Dalton Schoen was on their way out. And now they re-signed Dalton Schoen. So those two really solidified. It's a typical Kyle Walters kind of signing. The one that I really love is Peyton Logan. That solidifies the return game that we sorely lacked last year. I don't think it cost us any games, but it didn't put the Bombers' offense in a very decent scoring position like Janarian Grant did in years past. So, I'm kind of thinking that there's another move up Kyle Walters' sleeve, but all in all, I love the moves that they were able to do. Reggie White, Gavin Cobb, Josh Haggerty, those are depth. Well, Reggie White more of a starting capability, but Gavin Cobb and Josh Haggerty, those are depth signings that round out the team as we've come to know and love the last 5 years.
Yeah, sorry. As I'm going through the things here, one thing that I've been kind of surprised at with this team is they have 7 quarterbacks under contract right now. With the last few years, it's pretty much, or six, 7. It looks like, and it's been a team that's pretty much lived or died with Zach Collaros. So, what are your thoughts on bringing in? Well, I guess they brought in Dolagala late last season, bringing in Patterson, re-upping Strevy. A lot of depth in that room, huh?
Yeah, and I honestly think obviously with Strevler, he suffered those that MCL or ACL injury at the Banjo Bowl. I don't think he'll be ready for training camp. So I think the additions of Shea Patterson, rumored at this point, I don't know what they're going for. I kind of heard the rumor that they had agreed to terms with Cameron Dukes, and I was all excited. And then when they came out and they agreed to terms with Shea Patterson, I was like, okay, it's doable. What that means to the depth is, I think they're covering all bases. If by chance that Collaros misses a few games and Strebler's not ready, they've got people with, wouldn't say good experience, but experience nonetheless. Under center in the CFL game. Whether or not that leads to a little bit more, a couple more victories, if knock on wood, if Collaros misses a couple, that remains to be seen. But depth. People forget that you can have as many people signed under contract at this time up until training camp. So, I think this is right now just, get as many people under contract and then kind of make the decisions later before training camp.
The one thing this tells me, Dalton, is that I don't think they're sold on Terry Wilson. Does that tell you the same thing?
It's... I think if they weren't sold on Terry Wilson, they would have said goodbye to Terry Wilson altogether. I think that to me, their thought process is that Terry Wilson doesn't have enough experience. I always go back to 2018 when they had Matt Nichols. Then they signed Darian Durant. And Durant retired. Matt Nichols got an injury in training camp, and then they had a young guy by the name of Chris Strevler who had 0 professional experience walking in. So I think this is probably, in a Grey Cup hosting year, this is their way of saying, we're not going to be caught with our pants down. We've got enough experience that even if it's not successful, we're going to lose because of, we're not going to lose because of lack of experience. We're going to lose because we weren't able to get the job done. I think that if it was an anti-Terry Wilson reason, then they would have just said goodbye to Terry Wilson. I think they are very high on Terry Wilson. He's just not ready to take that next step at this point. And I think I have it on good authority that they probably have a high enough opinion of Terry Wilson that they probably believe that he's going to be a starter sometime, just not this year.
Are we going too far down the road to talk about a Zach Collaros succession plan?
Well, yeah. There's rumors that Collaros is going to retire after this year. And I think at his age, it's probably not the worst idea. I think the conspiracy theorist in me believes that their idea was Drew Brown was going to be a starter in Ottawa, get his feet wet, in Ottawa as a starter, come back here after his contract is done. By the time that Collaros retires, they won't miss a beat. which is probably one of the reasons why I think Ottawa was smart in locking him up to an extension. So that option is not available. So adding, developing Terry Wilson the way that they are, probably the best way to do it is to not have him take on more than he can in his second year, which is also another reason why I thought maybe Cameron Dukes was an option, but that obviously hasn't come to fruition lately. So I think the Bombers have it in the back of their mind that Collaros is probably done after this year, and the succession plan is in place. It just haven't materialized yet.
One more from me, and then Trey has a couple. I'm looking at the Bomber running back room right now. They have Brady Oliveira, Chris Ike, and now Peyton Logan. Working on the assumption that the Bombers signed Peyton Logan to be a part of their return game. Is this an area that you feel needs to be shored up, particularly behind Brady Oliveira, or is there still an outside chance that Johnny Augustine could return?
I would love the chance of Johnny Augustine coming back. I think at this point, maybe the idea of him being a starter in the CFL is kind of come and gone. So he'd be a very nice depth pickup for whoever lands him. I think the history with Winnipeg leads me to believe that there's still a chance of him coming back. And in that case, I think the ground game in Winnipeg is not an issue. It's the lack of utilizing the ground game. And I thought when the rumors of using coming to terms with Peyton Logan, getting Gavin Cobb, Dylan Mitchell, I thought that that was a foregone conclusion that Jarvis Jackson was going to be the OC. Now that he's just a quarterbacks coach and mentoring Jason Hogan as the offensive coordinator, I don't think the running attack will be an issue. I think it's going to be pretty much going to be a not by community, but you're going to see probably a little bit what you saw in Edmonton, Justin Rankin, Javon Leake, and Kevin Brown last year.
Yeah, we're starting to see more running back by committees. Ottawa, to an extent, they have all kinds of different running backs for all kinds of scenarios. It's certainly going to be very interesting. I'm excited personally for Reggie White and Jared Stearns. Both guys have been underutilized with their old teams. Trey, do you have any follow-up?
Not on offense. I actually want to move to the defensive side if we can.
Yep.
We all know this bend not break defense here in Winnipeg, but it's got some subtractions. On the D line, they're missing a few guys. Tyrell Ford going to go play with his brother. Big Hill, who knows what's happening with him. What are your thoughts that the Bombers need to do on defense so they can maybe fill up some of these holes on the bend not break defense that's kind of kept them in games over the last 5-6 years?
Well, I'll touch on the Adam Big Hill because I thought that Adam Big Hill obviously lost, a step over the last couple of years, and one would question that maybe he shouldn't have played in the Grey Cup game the year before. The drop off, and I mentioned this on the last podcast on Rouge Radio, that the drop off from Adam Big Hill to Tony Jones, not a heck of a lot. In fact, you probably, you improved with the addition of Tony Jones. And when they re-signed him to a 2-year deal, that was the writing on the wall that Big Hill was, his days as a starter in Winnipeg was gone. Tyrell Ford, excellent player. No disrespect when I say this. The Bombers probably are not going to miss him. And I say this by virtue of Tyrell Ford in the starting secondary gave him the flexibility of dressing the extra American. But the problem is, I think the Bombers, they dressed 9 or 10 starters. So missing one, as great as he has been, I don't think that messes with the roster, and how it's constructed in Winnipeg this year.
Whoop, I ain't do last Trey. I really thought you still got me. Did we lose both? Did we lose both? Who did we lose? Daltz?
Yeah, I think we lost Daltz.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we did. Okay. My screen's
Yeah, that
Dalton
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Winnipeg cell phone reception.
Full bars.
I'm not too sure where you lost me, but I'll definitely just kind of Cole's Notes version of it. I don't think the subtraction of Terrell Ford is going to be missed as much. Jamal Parker has the experience. Adam Bighill, that's him losing the step has been you could tell over the last couple of years. But what I think where they really needed to get an improvement was on the D line, and I think they did that with James Waters. I kind of would like another solid stud defensive lineman in the interior to take the edge off the responsibility of guys like Waters and guys like Willie Jefferson.
Yeah, for sure. I could subscribe to that theory as well.
For sure. Mike, do you have anything else, man? I'm just as a bomber fan. He's mostly worried about this defense and Zach Collaros. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not really confident in the 6 guys behind Collaros, and I'm kind of worried about this defense. But Daltz, you make some good points. So, Mike, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how do you see the bigger picture with the Bombers now? Obviously, losing Ted Govaya. Danny McManus. Now they brought in assistant general managers and director of player personnel. One guy's name escapes me, but they also brought in Brock Sunderland with the other guy. Are we starting to see, and I might be answering my own question here, but your opinion certainly wanted, Daltz. Are we starting to see a on-the-fly sort of change in transition with this team? I mean, moving away from, Kenny Lawler, moving away from Adam Bighill, moving away from, stalwart, Drew Wolatarski, could be added to that list. Are we starting to see an on-the-fly sort of retooling? And the B part to that question is, where do you see Adam Bighill signing?
I kind of mentioned this on our last show too on Rouge Radio that I kind of saw Adam Bighill in Calgary, and the reason being is because they made that trade to ship Cameron Judge to Toronto, and that left a huge opening. I know that Calgary had made a signing, or I don't know if it was official or whatever, but Derek Moncrief to Calgary. I don't know if that really takes away that opportunity. I think it shouldn't, because I think Adam Bighill does provide you with some kind of mentorship, not an every snap linebacker, but he's still a viable option. And if he is going to be given starter responsibilities, Calgary is probably the only team I could think of that he would flourish and have that opportunity. To answer your first question sometimes when you have as much success as Winnipeg has had over the course of the last 6 seasons, you kind of stay, if it's not even losing 3 straight Grey Cups, you still have the success of hosting 3 or 4 straight West Final for 6 straight times. So there is that lineage of success where you'd be like, okay, if it's not broken, don't need to fix it. But I think the wear and tear of losing the last 3 Grey Cups in a row, kind of, okay, maybe staying the course isn't the right way to go, and allowing the opportunity for certain people to grow. Guys like Ted Kavaya, guys like Celestin Haba, Brian Cole, Adam Bighill to finish his career somewhere. I think that's just kind of like the circle of life in regards to sports and athletes in general.
Do you think Brandon Alexander's kind of in that mix too of going somewhere else, or?
Well, I thought that last year.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? Ideally, do you want Nick or Noah Hallett to be starting safety? And then when they re-signed both Halletts, and then they re-signed Alexander, I was like, why? Then I realized they're all the same age, and that took me by surprise. I think they're both 30 or 31 this year.
We have Hallett at 27 and Alexander at 31.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe it's the other Hallett that was the same age, but it just took me by surprise. And so ideally, yeah, Brandon Alexander, but he still brought it last year. After a couple of down years, before that, I thought he was back to his old self last year. So it wouldn't surprise me if they brought back BA, but at the same time, you know, there is some other options behind them. They got Jake Kelly, who they drafted a couple of years, like I said, one of the Hallett brothers, and Jonathan Jones too as well. I mean, you got to find a way to get this versatile athlete on the field, and looks like safety is a viable option.
Sounds good. Mike, you got anything else?
No, I'm actually you know what? We've talked so much about the Bombers here. Is there anything else that jumps out to you lead wide about what's happened, whether it's today, excuse me, or so far in the off season? Is there anything lead wide that says, yeah, this team is gonna be, you know, something worth watching, maybe outside of the Winnipeg microscope?
Yeah, and I'm kind of waiting for things to fall into play, and that's in Edmonton. And I know that they did the brunt work of their contract negotiations on the first day of the legal tampering window, but they added a lot of names, as they probably should. They've missed the playoffs the last 4 years, but their receiving group is kind of like a huge question mark to me, and it just dawned on me that gone are Tevin Smith or Tevin Jones. Gone is Eugene Lewis. Gone is Dylan Mitchell. And they replaced them. They still got Curly Gittins Jr., and they replaced them all with Keon Julian Grant. Phenomenal player. I just don't think that he is a number one receiver or even a number two receiver. And it's going to be interesting to see what they do in Edmonton, because I don't know if there's any notable names that you can bring back. And unless I miss something completely, that receiving core in Edmonton is going to be the wild card and what Edmonton does throughout the season.
Yes. Sorry, guys, if we talked about it sooner, too. I just want to jump in. It says Mazzoli has signed with BC. That's a very interesting one, I think. So I'm sorry if we talked about that earlier. Maybe I missed it. I just bring it up because earlier we were talking about BC, and I thought they had no backup behind Rourke. So that's an interesting thought. Any thoughts on that one, Mazzoli to BC?
I like that for BC. I actually had thought that maybe Winnipeg was going to kick the tires at Mazzoli. Then they made the moves with they didn't do anything with Dalakala. They agreed to terms with Shea Patterson. They got Strevler, so that option kind of went to the wayside. I like the option in BC. You get a guy with tons of experience. As a backup is pretty darn good, and Nathan Rourke, the last couple of years, as good as he has been, not exactly the most healthiest as far as staying off the injured list. So, I mean, I still have some issues with BC as far as to how that team's rounding out. Never questioned anything like from Buck Pierce because he's been ideally an offense. I wouldn't want to say a juggernaut, but I don't know if this pushes the needle for me to. Spoiler alert: I have BC finishing fourth in the West. I don't know if this addition really improves that kind of prediction.
Yeah. Well, earlier I said BC to me is the Buffalo kind of the CFL. They're really good, but there always seems to be another team or two just better than them, right? There is that Mahomes lurking in Winnipeg or Saskatchewan. So I'm very interested to see what happens there. Mike, anything else?
Nope. Just one for me, just on the way out, though. It's where can people find your work, and what have you done going these days?
Well, you can find a lot of our podcasts available through any kind of podcast application. TuneIn, Apple. The list is too long for me to remember. Obviously, I figured out how to to do video casts with myself and my co-host Tony. So you can find us on YouTube as well. And as far as Twitter, as of this Friday, my personal account is going to be so you can find me on Blue Sky. I don't know if we can promote that yet, but yeah. So the podcast Rouge Radio, myself, Blue Sky, Tony is going to be available there too as well. So yeah, if you miss my zany tweets for during CFL, it's no longer going to be on Twitter.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate it. Always like talking to you. Keep up the good work this off season, and we'll catch up soon.
Definitely. Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
No, not a problem. Have a great day.
Yep.
That was Daltz from Rouge Radio. As we bring back in Ryan, and he magically appears.
I've got some news updates for y'all.
Okay, lay it on us.
So yeah, and fitting timing too that a couple of these are related to the BC Lions because we've got Cole McGarvey from the Canadian Football Fanatics joining us in just under 10 minutes to chat about the BC Lions. But Trey, you mentioned Jeremiah Mazzoli. That's a big one there. I think he was probably one of the most notable quarterback options remaining on the list, a real veteran option there, signing with the BC Lions. I also like the fit for that one there. And the Lions, as pointed out in the chat earlier, signing Micah Awe at linebacker, a big addition there, was one of the top linebackers on the free agency list. So those are two big ones there. Miles Fox officially signing with Hamilton on the defensive line. That was another former Bomber going over to the Ticats. That's now official. Josh Archibald to the Montreal Alouettes, I believe former BC Lion on the defensive line there. And although Edmonton's not going to announce most of their signings today, it sounds like Kyle and Julian Grant at wide receiver officially signing with the Elks. I think you guys were talking about him a little bit there. So some notable signings there. Let's talk a little bit about Micah Awe, though. I think that's the most notable of these ones, besides Mazzoli, who you just talked about. Let me pull up the, or if you want to pull up the transactions page on the free agent tracker there, Trey, because I think you're sharing it.
Yeah, sorry. Free agents, you said?
Transactions.
Ooh. Boom. There we go.
Oh yeah, there we go. So Micah Awe, 69 tackles for him last year, 18 games. Linebacker, spent the season with Calgary. You know he's one of those heavy hitters that maybe ends up questionable, borderline in some fans' opinion. A lot of his hits, but for a BC team that lost Bo Lacombo, that's a notable one at linebacker for the team there.
Yeah, I feel like they just added the two pieces that I was concerned about when we were briefly talking about him earlier. I wasn't too sure what the option behind Rourke was going to be, and their defense kind of scares me, or like in a bad way. Like, I think that wasn't as good as it could be. So that's two big additions there. Definitely helps out the Lions. Mike?
I wonder, does this open the door for Big Hill to return now? Not that it was closed before, but
to BC.
No, it makes it very interesting because now I see that as a spot for Big Hill again, and even in regardless whatever type of role it is, that certainly fortifies that BC defense a lot more than maybe a half an hour ago.
Yep.
And if you refresh the list again there, Trey, we've got one more to talk about.
Boy, dun-dun-dun.
That might be copyright. I don't know if we should do that. He didn't show up at the top of the list, but as Jared pointed out in the chats, you might need to scroll a little bit here, Trey. But Damon Webb of the Ottawa Redblacks, where is he? Did I forget to update something on the chart? Oh, keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Damon Webb, there he is. Signing with the Calgary Stampeders is now official. It was rumored a couple of days ago, which is why it's lower in the chart. I haven't fixed the sorting. Didn't have time. But 68 tackles, 2 sacks, 5 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Damon Webb was a monster in the defensive backfield last season. So excited to that's an exciting addition for the Stampeders there, who I think need a little extra help in the defensive backfield. I see Adam's back and giving me a thumbs up, so let's welcome Adam back in here. as we have the whole crew here right now for a few minutes. Adam, how's it going?
Doing okay. Just got the tractor to start finally because that didn't like to start at minus 40 with a wind chill of, oh my gosh. So yeah, it managed to go. So got about a half hour, 40 minutes, and then I got to go feed some cows. So cracked water, did all that stuff, and now it's water time or feeding time.
Oh, busy day for Adam, as always. When is it not? The BC Lions have also made another move at linebacker officially, looks like, signing linebacker Adam Auclair, so we can add that one into the free agency chart. I'll work on that. But Mike, I know you got to go here right away, Mike. So any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, listen, I like that move. Auclair has been one of those underrated guys. As far as the day goes, it's gone according to plan. I don't think anybody's really won the day yet, but teams that had obvious needs have addressed them, in some small, tangible way. The Bombers addressing needs with changes. Edmonton probably had the most needs out of anybody coming into this whole free agency period. They've done it. Ottawa's done it smartly. Now we're starting to see, BC entering the fray with some excitement. Did I see that they just signed Jeremiah Mazzoli?
We literally just talked about that, Mike.
Yeah. So sorry, I've kind of been one ear in, one ear out here.
Mike never listens to me, man.
But no. On the plus side, that kind of puts the quarterbacking concerns that I had to rest. Behind Nathan Wart, they were a little bit thin there. The one thing that I started with on this day in particular, which is the 11th of February, granted, I'm struggling how to rank these West teams 1 to 5 and these East teams 1 to 4, because you could make a legit argument that it's going to be the closest 9-team league as possible. In recent years with no clear favorite. I think to me it's clear that Hamilton is probably, along with one of the most improved, but the games are played on the field, not in the boardroom and on paper in the middle of February. That's what I see anyway.
Speaking of ranking the teams and making predictions, heads up, guys, get ready. You have about 3 hours to start thinking about how you are going to rank these teams, and you're way too early post free agency rankings. So that is going to come up in the final hour of the show later today. Of course, we have a lot of additional content in between to talk about as the signings come in. We'll be talking BC Lions right away, which is good because there's a lot of news that just came in for the Lions, and I see people talking about BC in the chat. Mike, any final words from you? I think you have an event to run to.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's for those that aren't familiar, this show knows most of it if you know the background. I run a charity hockey tournament every year, and today happens to be the day of all days where we are going to give a presentation to an individual who is receiving a specialized bike with the proceeds from the event. So they have asked that myself and some of the hockey players attend that presentation. So that is where I'm at this afternoon. I'm going to attempt to make it back, but given Winnipeg traffic, that may or may not be possible.
Sounds good. Well, we'll hope to see you later today. And if not, enjoy the event. And kudos to you, Mike, and all of your team there for all the work you've done for your charity initiatives. It's great to see the success of it. So go ahead and enjoy the event. Thanks for your contributions over the last 4 hours here, Mike. And we'll see you at Grey Cup, right? That's how we do this?
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, I have, and this probably might be news to the three of you. I've already started in my head anyway, planning Grey Cup week coverage. That's some information handed to me on a platter this week, unexpected. I can't get into it, but no, I expect to be doing a few things, at least on my companies and Grey Cup weeks. So you can never start planning too far ahead. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right, we should start
it'll be a
planning
fun
next free agency.
Sorry?
It'll be a fun Grey Cup week when he gets to cover the Roughriders and the Argonauts.
Well, that might very well happen. Whatever it is. And if I don't see that later today, I'll pop in closer to the season again.
Sounds good, Mike. Good to have you back. And Trey, you're assuming I am not already planning next year's free agency. As
I know you are.
I
know you are. I know.
Oh, don't worry. You've been too late.
I just got it. I'm just trying to get the.
No,
I'm just trying to get the 5 guys. Let's go.
I leave it till like a month before and then scramble every year. But hey, we are here 4 hours in. We're halfway through the show. We only have 4 more hours to go. Easy does it. Keep chiming in the chat. Keep tuning in. I see we got a lot of people tuning in on X. If you want to hop over to the YouTube chat, join us in the comments section there. We've got guests coming in for the next 3 hours, every half hour still, including one we'll bring in just a second. If I can get a thumbs up in the background that he's ready to go. It looks like he is.
Heck yeah.
And just a reminder before we do that this whole event is in support of CFL Fans Fight Cancer, raising money for Cancer Care Manitoba this year. So if you're tuning in live and have the means to give, we'd love if you support our initiative here or support us in supporting the CFL Fans Fight Cancer initiative. I'll throw the link in the chats once again, as I do every once in a while, and it's cflfansfightcancer.com/donate if you want to donate to CFL Fans Fight Cancer. But we're going to send Trey backstage here, I think, for a little bit. If you want to man the comments section there, Trey, and Adam and I are going to bring in our guest. He's one of the hosts of the Canadian Football Fanatics. It's Cole McCarvey. Cole, welcome to the show.
Thank you, boys, for having me. Hopefully you guys are hearing me all good. I'm at work, unfortunately, so I'm missing out on all the free agency fun, unlike you guys. But first and foremost, guys, just giving you guys your flowers. 4 hours in. How's it going so far?
I have so much energy right now.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's murdered anybody. So, it's all good when nobody's dead. So that's a good sign.
Halfway down, halfway more to go, boys. So, like I said, I salute to you guys for doing eight straight hours, man. I can only imagine.
Yeah, should we do longer? Should we go longer just for fun, Adam? You think we should go to 10 or what?
Maybe a 12-hour shift.
Maybe a 12-hour shift. I had donation incentive ideas ahead of the show that I don't think the guys were too fond of when it came to that. So, but anyways, we're here with you to chat about the BC Lions, and you're a noted BC Lions fan. You cover them for Canadian Football Fanatics, and couldn't have picked a better time to schedule your appearance on the show today because like every news item in the last hour has come from the BC Lions. So. Let's start talking about them here. Let me, I'll pull up I think Trey's sharing the free agent tracker now. Let me pull it up here myself so that I can scroll through and bounce around as we need. And give me 1 second to do so. But I think one of the most intriguing signings that just came up was Jeremiah Mazzoli signing with the BC Lions. Thoughts, Cole?
I like it. I actually, like I was saying, I'm at work, so I'm kind of somewhat distracted and checking my phone every once in a while, but I got the notifications on for forehand. So I did see that Jeremiah Mazzoli, I believe Micah Alway. I think there was another one that just signed in BC.
Adam Auclair and Deontay Williams, I believe, both just signing with BC as well. Oh, we've got some audio issues, I believe. We can't hear your microphone, Cole. You might have muted it or covered the microphone.
Hey, Cole?
All right. Let's give him a second. We'll give him a second to rejoin. You might have muted your microphone there. Let's try to rejoin for a second. Let's try that again. You are still muted. All right. While we try to figure out the microphone situation, don't worry, it's technical difficulties. happen sometimes, and we will get these sorted out. Adam, we didn't get your thoughts on the Mazzoli signing since you just hopped in. Mazzoli and Awe, the two biggest ones here. Thoughts from you quickly while we work on the microphone?
Yeah, Jeremiah Mazzoli is a good signing for the BC Lions. Good depth. Needed something, especially, Nathan Rourke is one of those guys that's a really mobile quarterback. And if he gets hit, I mean, you got to have somebody that can block up for no, still no audio there. Cole, just go ahead and try. Yeah, I'm still muted.
Maybe try exiting the stream and rejoining completely.
It might be. Give it a quick try. Anyways, on Mazzoli, good veteran signing, good guy to have in your backfield, just as a solid, reliable piece behind Nathan Rourke. You hope you never see him, on all honesty, if you're a BC Lions fan. But if you do have to see him, honestly, he's played some good games in the CFL. He's been to a Grey Cup. He knows what he's doing. So, yeah, I don't mind the signing for the BC Lions. The other signing, Micah Hallway, I mean, he was a previous Saskatchewan Roughrider. And Calgary Stampeder and BC Lion, and then BC Lion again. So honestly, he's a good linebacker. Has good edge potential. Cole, we got you now.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Now
we got it.
There you go.
Awesome. Sorry. So I hate doing all the technical stuff like this because I know how you guys feel on the other end of doing shows like this. But my apologies, boys. Like I was saying about Jeremiah Mazzoli, I was having this conversation with JC Abbott over at 3 Down Nation about, maybe a direction the BC Lions could go with backup quarterback and not really having many options out there in free agency right now. Jeremiah Mazzoli obviously was one of those names out there available, but over the last few years, the injuries he sustained with the Ottawa Redblacks, probably not one of the more sought after backup quarterbacks, veteran type quarterbacks. So interested to see it kind of come through my phone this morning and kind of get the notification that Jeremiah Mazzoli, I would imagine, is kind of probably going to be coming into BC, not giving him the backup quarterback position, but probably in a tandem with Chase Bryce, probably giving those two guys the opportunity to fight out at training camp to be the backup quarterback behind one Nathan Rourke. Not too sure how to feel about it right now, just thinking about it right hot off the press, but I like giving the opportunity to a guy like Jeremiah Mazzoli who, kind of I feel like needs to prove it now. Getting an opportunity after this one, I don't see it likely. So him kind of coming into training camp, being very motivated to show well that he can still play in this league if Nathan Rourke was, God forbid, to go down this season.
Yeah, they've still got Chase Bryce in there as well. And I somewhat almost equate Chase Bryce to being like the Davis Alexander type, where he's stuck around in the third string role. And does he one day get the opportunity and can he shine to some degree in there? But I do like having the Jeremiah Mazzoli veteran experience there. Let's talk about the wide receivers for the BC Lions, because early in the season last year, this offense was unstoppable. My fantasy team was very excited about that. Adam was in turmoil, and then it all went crashing down, and Adam won the championship. So I have to bring up the Lions receiving core. You had, together with Vernon Adams Jr., you had Justin McInnes, you had Alexander Hollins, and then Keon Hatcher coming back early from injury last year is kind of that big three to lead the receiving core. They re-signed McInnes. They had to give him quite a bit of money in order to do so. Keon Hatcher they released, but then brought back a day later. And it looks like Alexander Hollins was cut by the Lions and has not signed anywhere else yet as of this time. Leaving them maybe a little bit thin at receiving the receiving position. What's your thoughts on BC at wide receiver?
Yeah, this is a very layered conversation, I think, to have. And maybe I guess I can kind of go individually here. And we'll start with Justin McInnes. And we saw the contract, obviously. I believe he's going to command about 250, 260K. And I think the conversation is more had around if he's going to be able to live up to it and continue to, be in contention of, leading the league in receiving yards, that sort of thing. I know there's probably a little bit of split in the fan base of belief that he's going to be able to live up to the contract, or, maybe hover around that, maybe top 7 to top 8 receiving category stat wise, but not ever have a season like he just did. Personally, I think Justin McInnes will live up to the contract and continue to build on this past season. I think we saw, him come over from Saskatchewan, had a quieter role in 2023 and really broke onto the scene when I'll remind you guys, Dominic Grimes kind of had a little bit of injury problems there in 2023. And Justin McInnes really took full advantage of when his number was called upon and when he went into the starting lineup. So I think his arrow is really pointing upward and he is on trending in the right direction going forward. You talk about Alex Holland, you talk about Keon Hatcher, I think two very important guys when having the conversation about this receiving core. Keon Hatcher was a weird one. I think the timing of it with obviously he got, as you mentioned, Ryan, got released by the Lions, and then we saw it the next day had got brought back by the BC Lions. I was very curious. I think a few people put it out on social media that they were curious of, maybe he went out there and kind of tested his market, if you will, and maybe had some offers from other teams. I thought it kind of very quickly, and I don't know if he would have been able to get the true, market he was going to be able to command in free agency, only kind of leaving the Lions for, I believe it was maybe even less than 24 hours. I'm very curious to see how this one turns out for Keon Hatcher. Obviously came back from the torn Achilles last season. I'm curious to see how a full offseason will do him returning back to the Keon Hatcher form that we saw in 2022 and a little bit of 2023 as well. I think the question marks start to come after that. And, you have a guy like Javon Katoy who had a disappointing year last year. Aiden Ebert, I think, quietly stepped up into his role. I think they're going to be looking upon him to take another step in his development this year. I think they need another weapon in that fourth or fifth kind of option range. And we saw it last year with an addition like Travis Fulgham, a first-time player into the CFL. You relying on Ryan Rigmain's scouting ability to go into the States and hopefully find some guy that's looking out there to come into the CFL. I think that's kind of the only options the BC Lions have left so far. You look at the landscape in the available free agents left in the CFL. There is a few available names that I wouldn't mind maybe taking a flyer on, but when it comes to, and it's a tough conversation to have because you're asking for a fourth, fifth guy, and you're going to want some production out of him. So, it's an interesting conversation to have. I think right now, as of now, Stanley Berryhill will be slotting into the starting lineup as probably that fifth receiver with Justin McInnes, Keon Hatcher, Javon Katoy, Stanley Berryhill, and Aiden Eberhardt being the five as of now. I would definitely like to see them add some competition for that fourth, fifth spot, like I was mentioning, just not to come into the season and give it handed to Stanley Berryhill. Although I thought there were some flashes for him last year, I still think that there was more to be asked for in the receiving position. So I'm curious to see how the BC Lions are going to react here. Obviously we've seen some of the agreed to terms and kind of the first wave of free agency somewhat happen now. I'm curious what's going to happen now into these second and third waves of free agency, if they're going to be able to find somebody that's a CFL veteran, or if they're going to have to go outside of that realm and look to maybe Ryan Rigmain's scouting ability.
Well, let's talk about the defensive side of the ball, because we did just get some breaking news just now from the BC Lions that defensive lineman Nathan Cherry has re-signed with the team for the 2025 season. There was also the confirmation at defensive back of Deontay Williams from the Riders, and who else? Micah Awe, the big addition at linebacker for the team as we try to update the free agent list here. Thoughts on the defense, their play last season, and maybe some of the tinkering they've done so far?
Yeah, this is another layered question on this one because I think there's a lot of components that go into this one, and maybe I could start with the Ryan Phillips, demotion, whatever you're going to want to call it, former defensive coordinator for the past 2 seasons. Obviously going to be in the new role of position coach / I believe passing game coordinator for the defense. Mike Benavides is going to return to his, longtime BC Lions special teams coordinator, defensive coordinator, former head coach for the Lions, returns in a defensive coordinator role this season. Last year spent some time as the special teams coordinator. I think I don't know if scapegoated is kind of the right word, but I thought Ryan Phillips had got a little bit of the short end of the stick, is probably a better way to put it, when it comes to maybe getting another opportunity to be the defensive coordinator once again for the BC Lions. I thought his unit, unfortunately, probably let him down a little bit more than schematics last season. I thought coming into the 2024 season, we had heard multiple times of his name being mentioned amongst, some of the younger potentially head coaching candidates down the lines. And I know Buck Pierce was up there and a few other guys probably before him in line, but I know Ryan Phillips was starting to get the momentum now. And they obviously on the field had a down year and a step back. And, I'm sure that's easy to point, to the top and to the leader of the unit. But I would have liked to maybe see him brought back. And I'm curious the conversations that were going on behind the scenes with the decision, because I don't know if you guys saw that was reported. There was only one coach from the old regime, the Rick Campbell regime, that was under contract. That was Ryan Phillips, who was under contract. I'm curious if the BC Lions just didn't want to have any more dead cap in their coaching cap and didn't really want to let go of Ryan Phillips because they're not his guy. And his guy, I mean, with the Buck Pierce, Brian Rigmain regime, wanting to keep him on the staff in some sort of role just because not wanting to let him go and having to lose that in the coaching cap. Curious to see how that kind of dynamic plays itself out. Now, I talked again on the episode we shared yesterday of, I'm sure there's going to be no question of respect. And, Ryan Phillips has played under and coached with Mike Benavides. So I don't think there's going to be any sort of friction that hampers the team overall. But I'm curious to see when it gets into some of those team meetings and stuff like that, what voice maybe is playing a louder role in that room. And maybe they listen to Ryan Phillips a little bit more because he is their former defensive coordinator. You talk about some of the additions that have came over. You talk about a Nathan Cherry. You talk about Micah Awe, and probably can transition into the front seven conversation. And with that, starting with the defensive line, Nathan Cherry is the guy that I was very high on, a University of Saskatchewan product. Came into the CFL, quietly had himself a pretty good first campaign in the CFL. Unfortunately, suffered a torn ACL, and it's kind of set him back now, I feel like, in his second and third years in the CFL. Has quietly gone under the radar as a Canadian draft pick, was a higher profile prospect coming out of the CFL draft as well. I'm curious to see how they're going to use him alongside a guy like Christian Covington in that interior of the defensive line, having two national type defensive tackles that can play valuable snaps for you in there alongside a guy like Matthew Betts on the outside, having three valuable Canadians that can add snaps inside. I think I'm curious to see how that one plays out. And honestly, the only question now for Nathan Cherry is just kind of building on a training camp, building on a regular season of hopefully staying healthy for multiple games and multiple seasons. You talk about Micah Awe, and a tough conversation for myself personally. I'm sure you guys are obviously with the branded Canadian football in there, root for any Canadian guys anytime they're given starting prominent roles. And Ben Haladic was one of those guys, the University of British Columbia product, who I was able to kind of get familiar with at his time at University of UBC. Watch him grow into his role, and last year obviously was a down year for himself with the injury and stuff like that. It had been mentioned right away when Buck Pierce and Ryan Rigmain did their press availabilities to start their last year when they took over. They mentioned of going away from the national spot at linebacker and probably looking to go with two Americans there. And that's kind of leads into that even more with Josh Woods hopefully returning from his torn ACL last year. You still have Ben Haladic under contract, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that's a draft day potential trade or something like that, where he's shipped out of town for something as well, especially with a guy like Micah Awe coming over and most likely pairing him with Josh Woods at linebacker this season. In the defensive back, I'm curious to see how they continue to build there. They've lost, Adrian Green, Canadian, Manny Rugamba, and TJ Lee still remains unsigned. Although maybe you guys could fill me in on some news. Like I said, I've been at work, so still missing some things. But I believe last time I checked, TJ Lee was still unsigned as well.
Correct. Yeah, it's Deontay Evans and TJ Lee, the unsigned defensive backs for the BC Lions.
I got
Yes.
actually one real quick question for you here on this. The D line in BC has been pretty strong for the last few seasons. Again, probably I think they were second or third in sacks amount for last year. Did do a good job of pressuring the quarterback. However, on the other side of the football, BC does allow the most amount of sacks in the CFL last season. I took a look, and so what is the plan right now to keep Nathan Rourke, upright and in the game?
Well, that was Adam. Great question, number one. That was, for me personally, priority number uno coming into this offseason. And I think I was probably, honestly, without having an official number, a percentage, whatever you want to say on it, I would think I was in probably the lower percentage of the fan base that wanted to go that route. I know there was a lot of talk about re-signing a guy like Matthew Betts, re-signing a guy like Justin McInnes, a few other higher profile type guys that we paid money to. Of course, we have the money that we've tied into Nathan Rourke. We saw the addition, the trade of Dejon Allen from the Toronto Argonauts, and I really enjoyed that one. Although, another Canadian linebacker who took a hit, and I think just kind of plays into the Lions leading or going away, from that national linebacker spot. A guy like Ryder Varga, who was, quietly, I think quietly having himself a very good season, and there was definitely some plays where he would have liked back, I'm sure, but there was a lot of BC Lions games where you tuned it on it, and especially on defense where you were like, man, Ryder Varga made a play again, and there was Ryder Varga again, and I think he's going to be a starting caliber player. So to give him up definitely hurts, but I think there's a saying or whatever. To get something good, you're going to have to give something up that's good. So it was unfortunate. We obviously give up the second round pick as well in 2026. So I enjoy that they're going to be able to have that still in this upcoming draft and lose it next year. So it was a good start because, solidifying those tackle positions, I think, is probably a good way to build. And obviously, maybe you can argue that, as we saw in the Super Bowl, actually, with Joe Thuney moving up to tackle and kind of weakening the Chiefs' interior offensive line. That's still a big-time question mark, is the BC Lions' interior offensive line. And obviously, you go over to the left tackle spot and you have a guy like Jarrell Broxton, who I think is a very reliable left tackle in this league, and I think is a all-star caliber, kind of in that little bit of a muddy middle, that fourth or fifth kind of tackle, who is a very reliable, very productive tackle. Interior, and I think this has been a conversation for many years in the BC Lions organization, dating back to the days of watching Mike Riley get put on his back, and that's almost half a decade if we're looking back on it, right, to COVID seasons and stuff like that, of whatever the 50 sacks Mike Riley was dealing with in a season. For a few years now, I think I would have liked to see them move on from the not a few seasons. I think going into last year, it was kind of maybe wanting to move away from the likes of Michael Couture, Sue Chung, a few of those guys in the interior, and just try to, obviously the grass isn't always greener on the other side, but just trying to fix it in some sort of way, and obviously doing the same thing over and over again is the definition of insanity. So that was kind of my thinking, right? Of obviously the grass isn't greener on the other side. We're not guaranteed to fix this problem, but doing this over and over again is just not fixing the issue. So this year I was very vocal of, I love Matthew Betts and I love what he does to us, and I think he's a great player, but signing a guy like Matthew Betts obviously is going to command something and probably limit you in spending in other areas. So I was personally vocal on attacking the offensive line before re-signing Matthew Betts and even Justin McInnes. So now you're kind of left in, what you basically you're going to run it back. Chris Slugger re-signed or agreed to terms, I guess is the official, until we see it come across our news feeds today. Agreed to terms, so likely probably going to slot in at left guard. He played 3 or 4 games, started 3 or 4 games last season at left guard, and he actually came over from Montreal last season, mostly playing left tackle and having experience at the tackle position. He comes over, makes the transition in the guard. He actually ended up having to start a game or 2 at tackle for us last season, and wasn't great. So I think his best fit is probably in the interior. And then you got the news, I believe it was Friday maybe, or Thursday, of the re-signing of Michael Couture at center. And definitely an interesting one because we had Tyler Packer, University of Calgary Dinos product, who was drafted by the BC Lions, I want to say in 21 or maybe 2022, and stepped in last season after Michael Couture suffered his concussion in week number 2, if I'm not mistaken. Tyler Packer played very well. I think he at least kept the floor. I don't know if he maybe has the same ceiling as Michael Couture, excuse me. But the floor was there, and I thought he showed some very good promise of, stepping in as a guy that had never started a CFL game and did some really good stuff. So I was kind of interested in hoping that we were going to maybe lean into that a little bit more. Now the Michael Couture signing, it looks like Tyler Packer's likely to be kind of that depth option. You look at right guard, and I think there's going to be a lot of question marks today, or a lot of questions being asked today if, Suk Chung's likely to be brought back. Personally, I know the fan base loves him, and I know he does a lot of good stuff for the community. He's a BC boy. This is no kind of slight at Suk Chung personally. Like I'm saying, this is just not wanting to do the same thing over and over and again, and just trying to look somewhere elsewhere of upgrading that position. Now, it's unfortunate because I'm going to contradict myself here, and having a guy like Andrew Pearson on the roster already, played last year as that kind of 6 offensive lineman, played a lot of jumbo tight end for us, had a role for us on offense. Maybe you look to go in that direction, and it's just you're kind of in a tough spot because you look almost, you could argue 6 or 7 teams in the CFL are all looking for CFL help, and you look in the NFL and it's like 15 to 20 teams in the NFL are looking for offensive line help, and it's such a hard thing. We think about it, and how many 6 foot plus humans that are 300 and whatever pounds are walking around that are, obviously they're walking around, but athletic, and we're seeing the guys that are coming out now, and they're blocking guys like Sean Oakman and these Matthew Bettses, and I should mention, guys like Willie Jefferson, who are just freak athletes in the world, and it's like, they're in a tough spot. So personally, I would like for them to kind of look to go elsewhere, but we will see.
Well, I do have one addition that they just made for you on the offensive line slot in here. David Foucault from the Edmonton Elks, 104 career starts, 36 years old. So a veteran addition on the offensive line that was just announced by the team, and I think kind of fits the mold of exactly what you were talking about. I guess it's kind of doing something different, kind of not, because he is a former BC Lion, but he's back in the fold now. And the Dijon Allen, I see Blake in the chat mentioning that addition via trade earlier in the offseason was a huge addition on the O-line there. Cole, we got to wrap things up here with you, but before we do so, first of all, thanks for taking the time out of your busy day at work to join us, chat some BC Lions football, and where can people find everything you've got going on?
Yes, well, first and foremost, thank you guys. I hope you guys were able to hear me all right. I hope the audio issues weren't too bad, but we're battling through it, as are you guys. So, like I said, just giving you guys your flowers. 8 hours, I couldn't imagine that. I do like the hour and a 60 to 90 minutes, and I'm like, although it goes by fast, you're like, man, that was a long time. So keep on doing your thing, guys, and just really, really looking forward to the season kind of getting underway here as free agency ends and gets into the combine season and whatnot. But you guys can follow along at the Canadian Football Fanatics. We are on Instagram at Canadian Football Fanatics. We are on Twitter, or X, whatever the kids are calling it these days. Personally, I'm going with Twitter, and it'll always be Twitter. We are at _CF Fanatics over there as well. We just uploaded our BC Lions free agency update this morning. Like I said, we had JC Abbott on. We're going to be doing our free agency kind of recap here tonight with Blake, myself, Shane, Ryan from 13th Man Sports, and Coach Phil at 6 p.m. Pacific time to kind of recap and talk a little bit about it. So that's where you guys can find us. And like I said, just keep on doing you guys. Adam, good to see you. It's been a while. Ryan, Trey, thank you guys so much for having me on today.
Sounds good. Thanks for joining us, and take care. Enjoy the rest of CFL Free Agency as we say goodbye to Cole from Canadian Football Fanatics, chatting BC Lions here. Let's welcome Trey back to the stage.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
I just made some coffee, so now I'm set for 4 more hours or 3.5, whatever we're at.
3.5 more hours to go. I can't believe we're down only 3.5. It's going quick today, despite there not being a ton of news. I got to say, it feels like it's going quick, even though a lot of this news is stuff we already knew. We had a number of BC Lions signings in there, which we already brought up. We've got our next guest backstage and ready to go. Other news to talk about in terms of recent signings. Ticats signed an offensive lineman, Jacob Zott, who spent some time with the Edmonton Elks last season. And the Toronto Argonauts signing defensive back Will Sunderland, who spent last season with the Hamilton Tiger Cats, I think are our two most recent new signings over the last few minutes. If I can get a thumbs up backstage that our guest is ready to go, I've got that there. I'm going to hop backstage and let you two talk some Edmonton Elks, the most interesting team to talk about today, with none other than recurring guest, maybe the most common guest in Canadian Football Countdown podcast history. Andrew Hoskins from the Turf District is here. Welcome, Andrew.
Hey, thanks for having me, and I am glad that I am back to join you guys for another Free Agent Frenzy Day. It's always a fun thing when when we get to talk football early, and this year I actually am going to find it kind of fun to talk about my team. So that's I'm glad that you welcome me back. Thanks.
So Andrew, how does this work exactly? Do we just pretty much say, go list all your signings and we'll see you in half an hour? Or?
Well, it's your guys' show. I'm still shocked I can see Trey's face. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, there's no beer. What's going on?
I had a job interview today, so I had to,
I'm like, this is weird.
Yeah, no.
I'm like, that's not Trey. What's going on? Yeah,
No,
he all of a sudden got younger. I don't know.
I didn't want to look like an absolute lumberjack at a job interview. So
that's fair enough.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
He'll be back by Monday, so it grows quick. Minus 30, so I need to grow it back quick too. So
yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't shave right down. I don't get the razor because then it gets really cold.
Then it is cold. Yeah.
And then there's Adam that wishes he could grow a mustache. We've seen that.
Yeah, I tried this. It goes like I could go a whole month and I'll probably look exactly the same as I do today. Anyway, let's go on with the Edmonton Elks instead of facial hair. First of all, you guys got some new quarterback, new and some quarterbacks. Be honest, Andrew, did you really expect Trey Ford to re-sign at the beginning of off season, or was this kind of a little bit of a surprise, or what's with the quarterback room in the Edmonton Elks?
Well, I must say I wasn't terribly confident that he was going to re-sign until I heard Ed Hervey talk about what he thought he would be able to bring to the team when he was announced as the GM, and he had that really impassioned welcome speech. I thought, oh, maybe there's hope. We'll see how this goes. And Ed was able to close that deal. But not only that, to be able to bring in a quality backup in Cody Fajardo. So I will say that once that fell, as far as Trey Ford being re-signed and we knew that he was going to be here, I felt pretty excited about what Ed could do, and I'm glad he got it done fairly early in the off-season process, so that you can start building on that excitement early. But I really do think that it was time. Trey gets the keys to the car, and we're going to put some stuff around you to help you have some success and see how it goes.
So does he have a fairly long leash in Edmonton, especially with a backup like Cody Fajardo, who can get it done? Does Ford really have a long leash, or is he going to have to start really turning some heads here in Edmonton early?
I think he's going to have a long leash. I think they're going to give him a fair shot. Like, okay, show us what you can do. And I mean, to this point, and I know I've said this on my show too, is that he hasn't really beaten one of those top 4 defenses as of yet. So he's got some work to prove himself. But coming in as the known number one is probably going to do a lot of good for him. I think that having Cody there to help him through that situation is going to be good. And if Trey gets hurt, which has happened a bit in this last couple of years, then we have a capable backup in Cody being able to come in, and they play a reasonably similar style. Not obviously exactly the same. Trey Ford is pretty dynamic. There's not a ton of quarterbacks that can run like he can, so it's hard to find that exact match. But you do have somebody who is a little more mobile and likes to move the pocket to throw the ball down the field, and that's where we're going to see both Trey and Cody play the same way.
No, I'm glad you say that, because I wasn't sold that necessarily Trey Ford was the guaranteed number one, bringing in a guy like Fajardo who played lights out for half a season in Montreal till he got hurt. But I want Trey Ford to be the starter, and that's good. One position, though, I'm going to say that I think is a little lacking in Edmonton is still that receiving core. I don't know if they have a genuine number one guy. Is there someone I'm missing, or did they still need to add that?
No, you are correct. At this particular moment, even with all of the signings that have come through, it'll be interesting to see who they tag as kind of the number one receiver. Now, the one thing I will say about that is that when Ed Hervey was here last time, he was pretty good at finding receivers. When you think of Darrell Walker, Brandon Zylstra, Duke Williams, like it always seemed like there was some guy that we didn't know at the beginning of the season that by mid-season we were all saying, where did this guy come from? And Ed is really, really good at finding receivers. So as we go in, I know it has been officially announced now that Keon Julian Grant is coming over, which isn't a small addition either. He's got some good yards behind him. Another lanky body, which is kind of more what Ed goes for as far as your receiver. He looks for those tall, lanky guys that can, high point a ball. So Curly Gittens Jr. doesn't exactly fit that mold, but he does fit 1,000-yard Canadian receiver. So I think that actually helps for both of them to have that success. And when you look at guys like Arkell Smith, who only really played half a season last year, had some really good moments. And Zach Mathis, I think, is a guy that you're going to really want to keep an eye on this season. He started in the last 4 or 5 games of last year. And again, you want to talk about lanky body that catches anything that comes within that 6-foot radius. He's really, really good at that, and I think we're going to see a whole bunch of him this year. So is there a clear, this is going to be our number one guy? I don't think so right at this particular moment, but I think once we hit training camp, we'll see who emerges.
Yeah, no, I thought for sure with them not going after or re-signing Eugene Lewis that maybe they'd be heavy on some of those other guys, Schoen, Lawler, those guys like the trio from BC. So they kind of fell short in those sweepstakes if they were even in on them. So that's just where I'm kind of curious about that. Adam, do you have anything else you have to add?
Not a whole lot on the receiver side. I mean, yeah, there might be maybe a little bit thinner than usual, but on the running back side of things, I mean, do you guys just to kind of collect them as like stickers or what? Because I mean, you guys got like just an amazing amount of depth in that running back backfield for this year.
I think a lot of teams are going that way. And one last thing I'm just going to say about the receivers. I mean, I guess Alexander Hollins is still out there right now. So there is a possibility if you needed that big play guy. It depends on how he would fit in the room. And obviously, Maximic knows him coming over from BC. So possibility there. Now, going back to running backs. Yeah, we're pretty lucky with Justin Rankin and Javon Leake. It seems like every team is going to have those kind of 1 and 1A guys, though, as we go across the league. So I think you need that. I'm excited to see Rankin with a whole season under his belt, how he does. And of course, Javon Leake is very explosive. So if we are able to keep him in the lineup and have the two of them kind of, a thunder and lightning type thing, I'm quite happy with that.
Moving into your offensive line, obviously where I'm from, there's a lot of offensive linemen that go through every day and all over the place. Edmonton, see you guys added David Beard and added back Brett Boyko. What makes you so excited about this offensive line for the Edmonton Elks? I mean, last year I think they were one of the least amount of sack teams in the league. What makes you excited about maybe this offensive line going forward in Edmonton?
Well, I will say that there's two things I'll say about that. The first one is that they have the same offensive line coach in Sorrells, and he for how kind of poorly they started the season, boy, did they ever turn it around, and they had a lot of success as the season went on. The running game definitely got much better, and like you said, they were not allowing a ton of sacks. So they that consistency is great. But then you look at bringing a guy back like David Beard. Beard and Cordy are really good friends, played at U of A together. Bringing Beard home is just a really big deal, especially after being kind of the top offensive lineman last year. So I'm excited to see him back. Bringing a guy like McKellar in challenges, where we're going to be at with a guy like Tomas Jacrodilla, who has been here and then was injured for a lot of last season. So we're going to see kind of where that lands, but it really does look like to me the excitement is that we're going to run 4 Canadians on that offensive line, but they're some of the top offensive linemen in the league, and to me that makes me pretty excited to see how that gives Trey a bit more time to act back there, and we all know what he can do when he gets a little bit of time.
Yeah, exactly. I think the offense has definitely had a big improvement. Let's hop to the other side of the field. I want to talk about the other forward, the one that you guys took from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and some people don't think it's a big deal, and I think it's actually a big deal. And I think if you go, I think this forward is the better forward. It's hard to compare DB with QB, but I think this one has done a lot. Tyrell Ford, what does a guy like that, and maybe even doesn't have a boost having playing two brothers on the same time?
Yeah, well, the best part is that we also signed another forward named Demetrius Ford,
Right.
who is a special teamer. So we could have a forward on the field no matter which, phase of the football we're in. So that's that's pretty exciting. I had hoped that once the deal was done with Trey, that it made it easier to bring Tyrell here. I did actually think that they would both end up in the same spot, whether that be Winnipeg or in Edmonton. And obviously having the right push between Ed and Killam, brought him to us. Now, again, that hasn't been confirmed yet, but as far as we know, that is a done deal. And my joke on that day when that was announced, that it was, those two basically become the face of the franchise because they have the same one. So it'll be exciting to see those, and it also, again, another really, really good Canadian. Ed did great in bringing in strong Canadians in the tampering window. I mean, if there's somebody who knows about it, it's Ed. I mean, we created it because of him, and he went out and found a way to lock some things down. But I think it was 7 Canadians that were signed in all of his work there, and Tyrell obviously a huge addition to that corner side, which the secondary in Edmonton struggled last year. So kind of revamping that makes sense, and then we're probably going to go to the next part, which is probably going to be the defensive line. And what Ed said right at the get-go was he was going to work in building the teams out with the offensive line, the defensive line, and we'll build out from there. And he's definitely done that.
No, I'm for sure was the delusional Bomber fan that thought Trey Ford might come to Winnipeg, but they'll never get rid of Zach Collaros, unfortunately. Yeah, let's go to that defensive line. Some big names added to that as well. Serezna gets added, and that's a pretty ferocious defensive line. What's your thoughts on that and how they're gonna make hell for the other team's offense?
Absolutely. Jake Serezna coming back home. He didn't want to leave with the trade before. But he got a Grey Cup out of it, so good for him. And now he's back where we want him to be. But bringing along some of his line mates between Robbie Smith and Jared Brinkman. And interestingly enough, Demetrius Maxey is here now as the special teams coach, coordinator, and defensive line coach. And all of these guys played for him before. People want to play for D-Max. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And that consistency is going to be amazing because, man, I tell you, Toronto's defensive line last year was pretty darn good, as I recall. So I'm excited to have those guys here. You still have, guys like Jamin Pelly that are still around. You have Noah Curtis, who is one of the top defensive Canadians on the line last year. So the rotation is going to be fun to watch. And of course, Robbie Smith coming in as that Canadian as well is going to be very exciting. Jonathan Kongbo is a question for me, and I'm going to see how that pans out. I think this is one of those guys that Ed Hervey knows from being in BC, and he knows, what he can bring, but he also knows that, he's got to keep check on where he's at and make sure that he can contribute in the room as much as he can on the field. So I think that one will be one that we'll have to kind of keep an eye on and see where that ends up. But a lot of talent to choose from in that front four.
Yeah, for sure. Adam had to step aside. There's Ryan back in. Adam had to go check the cows. Fortunately, I guess. Got to go make sure they're okay. Ryan, man, do you have anything you want to talk about the Edmonton Elks here?
Yeah, sorry, I missed Adam's messages. They were behind many open windows on my screen.
I was really close to calling you, but I was like, I don't know how to do that right now.
poor Adam's here struggling to get my attention. I was just off scrolling through and updating the free agent tracker. I mean, the main thing I want to know about the Edmonton Elks is just like, what the hell, Ed Hervey?
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I love how we call it the communication window or the legal tampering window or whatever you want to call it. Let's call it what it is, the Ed Hervey window. That's where this all started. And I believe it was it 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people that were confirmed deals coming in. I guess what it did secure was that he wasn't going after a lot of the guys that were here before. He was going to leave a lot of those guys and start replacing with guys that he knew from around the league, which tends to happen when you have a GM change. But 12 of them, and I'm pretty sure 10 of those were in the first, 3 hours of the negotiation window. So Ed's been a busy man. Now, not to say when we talked about earlier, Trey Ford joining in, of course, he is going to be talking to his brother. That has nothing to do with Ed Hervey. A lot of these guys, either like Jake Serezna, he lives in Edmonton. Like, it's not like he hasn't talked to other people who play on the team. There's going to be some of that happens, and so that makes these processes go a little faster. I do think that there was a couple when you think of Robbie Smith and you think of Keon Julian Grant, when you think of Royce Metier, those are ones that I was surprised by. Those were ones that I thought, man, those are just coming out of left field. But obviously, some Toronto Argonauts connections there to bring some of these guys in. So I'm pretty excited to see when they get all of these guys on the field, then where do they slot in, and can they work together as well as they did on their other teams?
Yeah, it was funny because when I was messaging you to try to get you to come on for this show, you said, I'll choose the 1:30 Central slot because by then we'll know who the Elks have signed by that point. Oh, who's kidding? We'll know by like 10:04 in the morning. And then a day later, I responded, actually, we knew like a week and a half beforehand.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, there was a busy day, a good day to be an Elks fan. Let me tell you.
Yeah. I think I said on the show last week, the devil works hard, and Ed Hervey a week before he's allowed to works harder.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything, but maybe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I see some comments here in the chat about the special team situation for the Edmonton Elks to talk about a little bit. Jake Julian, fantastic season punting for him last year. He gets his shot off in the NFL. You've got Boris Beatty was the kicker last year, struggled at times. Looks like the Elks released him, moved on from him. They brought in punter Cody Grace, formerly of the Calgary Stampeders. Any thoughts on the special team situation for the Elks this year?
Well, I will say that our head coach knows a few things about special teams, and I think that pulls some guys in. You look at Vincent Blanchard was here last year. He was here in training camp as a rookie and had a monster leg. We were all quite impressed with how strong his leg was. He did come back at the end of the season and struggled here and there in game action, but you know that he's going to get another look. But the other two guys, Cody Grace, Campbell Fair, both worked under Killam in Calgary. And so him being able to bring them in, he knows a thing or two, like I said, about special teams guys. I'm pretty pretty confident in his judgment as far as who these kickers are going to be. It does look like that means, possibly the end for Dean here, and that's unfortunate because we're, of course, we're all God Save the Dean fans, and we want him to be here. But it does look like Cody Grace is probably a lock. He was an excellent punter last year. I mean, I don't think anybody is going to be Jake Julian at this point, which we all hoped all the best for him. But Cody Grace was a great punter, and so bringing him in and then having Campbell Fair to push Blanchard, I think, is great, and should be a really good.
Yeah, for sure. Getting close to the end of the time, so I just want to make sure we touch on it. New ownership in Edmonton, right? It went from community owned now to privately owned. It seems like at least they've given the green flag to do some spending so far. It seems like what kind of changes have you seen from that perspective since the new ownership's taken over?
Yeah, well, I think the spending definitely like the pocketbook is a little more open. There isn't such a obviously, as you look at last week, you think, oh yeah, they're not afraid to go out and get guys. Like, go get them. Go get what you think you need to make this team happen. And I mean, as far as I know a lot of people were saying, well, how are they doing all this with the cap and all these things? And we have to remember it's not a cap. It's a luxury tax, but also you don't have to be cap compliant in February. You need to be cap compliant at the end of the season. So I feel pretty confident in some of the things like that. But even looking at the end of last year, like the stuff at there was a lot more fireworks. They were trying to do things in the stands. They were trying to ramp people up. I love the fact that Larry drives through the Calgary bench with the fire truck, and they made a t-shirt of it. Like, it was just like they're not afraid to have a little fun and throw a few dollars around. So it feels like they're in a good spot. Of course, year one, having a new owner is usually you kind of see, okay, well, they're ready to put some money down and make some things happen. I think the mandate this year is whatever that money takes to get us at least into a playoff spot of some kind. That's really what we need. And I think that's going to be there. And I feel a little more confident about having that backing. And it's not like the world's going to drop out at the halfway through the season.
For sure. Ryan, you got anything else you want to add?
No, I think we've touched on it. I'm just hoping the start to the year is good for the Elks because I get hyped on them every off season and then it all goes south too early. So
I know. I love how you're usually on our side to start, and then yeah. So maybe this year, if you could just not pick them, then they'll do great. But no, I agree. The start is very, very important for this team, not only for their own confidence, but for the fans, right? They need to see that there was some legitimate turnover to help the team get better. I don't know anybody who can listen to a conversation with either Ed or Chris Morris or Mark Killam and not feel like they want to just run through a wall for them. It's why I put the wall behind me, because I'd run through it for Killam. And but I think that's really I think that, like you said, that early start doing well will trigger that fan base to be a little more on board with, okay, let's see what they can do. So this is a good start. You get the Ford brothers in, you can market them like crazy. You get Jake Seresna back, who is a big fan favorite. And you get Mark Killam in front of as many people as possible, who he just pumps everybody up, and people are going to start to want to come and see what are they doing with this and how exciting is it going to be. So I agree, start is huge. And the last part, just because we didn't talk about that one spot, the re-signing of Niles Morgan is also enormous. Yes. He's big in the community. He's excellent. He led the league in tackles. The combination of him and Nick Anderson, and now Ragumba likely on the Sam position, that's a excellent linebacking core. So excited to see what they can do under the former linebacker JC Sherritt.
Yeah, you mentioned the brick background. We're giving out fake awards throughout the day. Doug from Argo's Fancast won best costume earlier in the day, and I think as of right now, you get the best background for the exposed brick background.
Beautiful.
It comes with no prize or anything, but you can wear that title with pride for the next year.
It's just bragging rights. I like bragging rights. I'm good with that. But wait a minute, is Ryan coming on after me? He'll find a way to do something better just so that he can brag about it to me all year.
He is.
I should say Calgary Ryan, not you, Ryan.
I believe he was unavailable today, unfortunately.
Oh, that is too bad. All right.
So, you hold the title here. But before we let you go, thanks, Andrew, for taking time to join us. And where can people find everything you've got going on?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me back on. I always appreciate coming on with you guys. And you can find us at the Turf District pretty much on every type of social media that there is, except I believe it's Turf District Pod on Blue Sky, so make sure that you check out there. We usually go live on Tuesday nights during the off season here. It's every 2 weeks, but we will have a show tonight at 7:30 Mountain Time, going over some of these free agent signings, hopefully getting a guest to talk about it, and setting up some of the lines and things that we see coming for this year as we head towards camp. So join us every couple of weeks there, and otherwise you can catch the podcast wherever you catch your podcasts at.
Right on.
Awesome.
Thanks for taking the time, Andrew. Yeah. Enjoy the rest of free agency day and the next 25 signings that Ed Hervey does in the next 4 hours, and we'll chat again soon.
Yeah, well, it should be done by tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, take care, Andrew. All right, that was Andrew Hoskins from the Turf District joining us to talk about the Edmonton Elks. I see our next guest waiting in the wing. But first, a couple of announcements, news items here for you, Trey. I'm trying to see, where did we leave off last? I think we left off here. Just after we finished talking with Cole, the BC Lions got busy again and added linebacker Adam Konar, spent last season with the Calgary Stampeders. Canadian linebacker depth piece there for them. Saskatchewan officially signing offensive lineman Philippe Gagnon from the Montreal Alouettes. So that was rumored. That's now official. One that I don't think was talked about, a rare one that was not talked about in the free agent negotiation window. Wide receiver Ryson John off to the BC Lions. He was a depth piece for the Stampeders, got into a couple of games last season. He joins the slew of Canadian wide receivers in BC. Tunde Adeleke to the Ottawa Redblacks. That defensive back is now official as well. That was rumored during the negotiation window, so a piece at defensive back for them. And Deshaun Amos of the Grey Cup champion Toronto Argonauts at defensive back, signing with the Hamilton Tiger Cats across the rivalry there. Any thoughts on any of the moves that have come in here lately, Trey, before we move on to our next segment?
No, my head, I got triggered by a comment, so I just have to address it, and then we can talk to Brandon. Scott White said, MLB also has a luxury tax. That's why the same teams dominate every year. That statement triggers me because the Dodgers don't always win. The Yankees don't always win. The Rays were in the World Series a couple of years ago, and they spend $60 million a year compared to $300 million. So I'm actually a big advocate for getting rid of salary caps in all major pro leagues because it doesn't mean anything. Hey, does NCAA? I think we're gonna talk about some college football with our next guest here a little bit, and I think there's no cap on NIL money. You know what I mean? So legally. Anyway, let's bring in Brandon.
Also, quick news item from the NFL that's notable. Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles, is now the head coach of the New Orleans Saints.
I thought that was almost already official, but had to wait till today. But yeah, that's good. That's good. Good on him.
All right, let's bring in our next guest. He's friend of the show, member of the CFC Discord community, now hosts the Future Freshman podcast. We're going to shift gears and talk a little bit about, we've been talking a lot today about the players that we know for our familiar names in the CFL trading spaces, but teams have over the last little while been signing a number of guys that maybe we don't know that we hopefully will learn to know by the end of the season. And he's here to tell us about it. The great Brandon Sanders makes his return to the podcast. We normally see you right when the season starts. We're not used to seeing you in February, but happy to have you here, Brandon. How you doing?
Thanks, boys. I'm a little bit early. Trey, I grew this excellent beard for you, and yours is missing. I'm only at 40 degrees, not negative 40, so I got 80 degrees on you guys today. But it's still chilly in North Carolina to our standards.
That's Fahrenheit too. That's Fahrenheit, so we got to do a little bit of conversion.
That is true. You guys are Celsius, so we'll do some calculations. Also, metrics are different, NFL and CFL. Good to know. But
could you
boys, it's good to be on.
Meters? That's
I'd be scared. I'd be scared for my life.
First and 5 meters.
First and 5 meters. So, guys, no more. Math is hard. Math is really hard. Let's just stick to fantasy football, which is math.
Yeah, exactly.
Go on, boys.
It's exactly math. Exactly. But it's fun math. It's a lot more fun than converting the metric to the imperial system, for sure. We just hit the 5-hour mark on the live stream, by the way. 3 hours to go.
Let's
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks, Brandon, for joining us here. And
absolutely.
Yeah, so backstory for everybody. I think we've done it, 2-3 years in a row now?
This will be year 4. I went in 2022 with the first list, and then we had 23-24, and this will be 25. So we're going in year 4 of our conglomerate of campus to Canada, as we like to call it. So
every year, Brandon reached out to us a couple of years ago and said, hey, I do a lot of college fantasy football stuff, and you guys are doing CFL fantasy content. Like, hey, I want to talk about these guys that you might not know about. So every year he comes in around training camp, preseason time, and gives us a name to watch for each of the teams. And we thought, why not do this at free agency time, where maybe a little less of a fantasy focus, more of a just players to know, but also a bit of a fantasy football focus. So as always, we were just talking about giving out awards to everybody, and Andrew got the award for best background. I think Brandon gets the award for best prep work because he provided me PowerPoint slides to put up on the screen.
Graphics are important, boys and girls. Graphics are important.
So let's bring these up here. We've got 6 players you want to talk about that CFL fans might not be as familiar with, that hopefully we're going to learn a little bit more. We've got the first 2 up on the screen here now. Where do you want to begin?
Sure. So let's just preface it like, as this free agency is going, some of this might change. These guys are just in camp now. They're early signings. There will be some more after the NFL draft as well as the CFL draft. So a lot of this is flowing, but these are just guys. I like to call it the watch list. They might make the list. They may not by the time we hit week 1, week 2, when we always get together and kind of talk it and chop it up basically. But these are the guys that I think could make a difference if they were to play, let's say tomorrow, like if the season was to start to go along with it. So let's start with the BC Lions. They signed Justin McGinnis, which is a great, re-signing as well. They did lose Hollins. A lot of people are starting to, I think they just got John Ryson as well. So they're getting some depth pieces. They got a lot of Canadians and stuff like that, but they're missing like a true, like dominant, like they don't have the Dominic Rhymes. They don't have those type of guys. McGinnis, I think, will be wide receiver 1, but they're in need of a good, solid, taller wide receiver that could probably take it off the top. Enter Devin Carter, who is previously from NC State. He lives in Clayton, North Carolina, which is about an hour from where I'm at here in North Carolina. And then he went to West Virginia. He's only 24 years of age. He's 6'3", 214 pounds. He spent 6 total seasons. So he had 4 regular years, and then he used, I believe he had the graduate degree ones where he was trying to get an additional degree. So that granted him more time. So that gave him some more time as well. He completed 51 games in total, 145 receptions for over 2,407 yards and 12 total touchdowns. So he's definitely been a monster. He's good in the fact that he's played a tight end position, which would be considered more slot back here in the CFL. So he has a way of moving around. He also even took some of the carries. Now, it wasn't a lot, but it's a lot of short downage and stuff like that in particular. So that's where I think Devin Carter could be a good player. He definitely was a guy that we enjoyed, especially at his time at NC State, is where he was more relevant in college fantasy football. West Virginia is kind of a tier up, I would say, a little bit from NC State when it comes to overall conferences and things like that. So West Virginia, he had more competition as far as targets and stuff in his thing as well. But he's a guy we should definitely take a focus on in the BC one if he can, make it through the entire camp and make that full roster on there as well. What's your guys' thoughts on BC before we move on?
I think this would be a great addition to that. Like you said, they need a taller guy. They do have a lot of depth still kind of in that position, but yeah, I think there's always some missing pieces in that BC offense. This would be great, Ryan.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of the positions we just talked about with Cole a little bit ago, where they've got McInnes at the top, and they brought back Keon Hatcher. Can he bounce back from the injury? Javon Coutoy's been that solid Canadian piece there, and then there's some up and coming and some unknown. So I think there's definitely room for camp competition for, if not on the active roster, top of the practice roster spots. And I like the fit here with Devin Carter.
So let's go to our next guy. This is before we just heard of Kadeem Carey re-signing with the Argonauts as well. So that is a big change in plans. However, a guy that's coming in who is a camp visit, hopefully he sticks around because he has a great pedigree. And that is Mayan Williams. He's a running back from the Ohio State University, now the defending national champions as far as the NCAA. Unfortunately, he was a year too early. He graduated last year before they won their national championship. They already had 2 really good running backs that they would rotate. So kind of like you see out of Edmonton, especially with Leak and Lincoln. So Mayan Williams still had an incredible college season. I mean, he had 4 total seasons. He's 5'9" and 225, so he's built like a bowling ball. He's only 23 years of age, and he had 33 games played, 1,555 rushing yards, and over 20 touchdowns. So he was very much their goal line type of running back. So I know most of the times in the CFL, you see more of the quarterbacks, especially like Tommy Touchdown. My favorite, which is Terry Wilson, which I hope he stays with Winnipeg as well. Did a great job in the Grey Cup. So I would like to see maybe a little bit more, but if there's a case where maybe there's a little bit more yardage, say like 10 yards to go, and they just want to run it. We saw what the Eagles did to the Chiefs. If you have a good run game and a good defense, you're going to win championships regardless of what league that you're in. And I think with Toronto, having Mayan Williams in, I think he would be an excellent one. I know now with Kadeem Carey and having McMahon still there, I think that's your 1-2. But if they do want another depth piece that they can maybe move from the practice squad up or kind of just keep in the overall one, Mayan Williams would be a good one just because he's seen elite football when it comes to college. Like the best universities go up against these guys in Ohio State. They have one of the best in the Big Ten as far as competition. Oregon, where VA came from, all these other guys that they play against. Like it's important that you play against solid teams and not these, we call them the lower tier or the G5 team, which is like still good football, but the defense is optional, like we like to say, basically. So going up against really solid defense that would be good in a pro level, regardless if it's CFL or NFL, would do them some really good. So I think Mayan Williams, especially, we talked about this with Rick FM Fan, who I was on with the Tiger Cats Talk Network, just the having Kadeem Carey in the locker room, just to have that experience and to teach these youngsters, knowing that he has probably limited time left, would do these guys really some good. So that's really good for McMahon, and that's really, really good for Mayan Williams if he sticks around. So that's a guy I definitely would be focusing on.
Yeah, I mean, 23 years of age. He's got a long career ahead of him. 20 touchdowns in 33 career games. I don't watch much college, but that seems pretty good to me to be averaging over a touchdown every half a game. So
yeah, it's where you see over 0.5. So 1.5 is really good.
Okay, all right, yeah, there we go. And Mayan Williams, I think, was one of the guys that Doug from the Argos Fancast was talking about earlier when we were going through the running backs as well. So I know that's something that he had his eyes on as an Argos fan. Let's move on to the next two here. And let's start with Corey Crooms Jr.
Yeah, so we just talked to some Edmonton Elks. I think the basic thing that I was talking about earlier was that you have, KGJ, you have KJG. So you have all these different Ks and Js and Gs, right? And it's good. You got Trey Adams Dukes, you got Middlemost. There's depth there. But I feel like there's no dominant wide receiver one, especially with Geno gone, right? So they need, I think Gittins is going to have to just become a wide receiver one, like regardless of if he wants to or not. I think he just needs to play out of his mind in order to be that. But a guy that could come in and be a good wide receiver 2 or 3, of course, if he makes it through camp and he makes it into the preseason as well, is Corey Crooms Jr., wide receiver out of Minnesota, also played at Western Michigan, which was, like I said, the tier down, and he decided to transfer. We have that transfer portal in the NCAA. He's only 23 years of age as well. He's 6 feet, 195 pounds, and he's also had 5 total seasons using 1 graduate year as well. 42 games played, 142 receptions, 2,138 yards, and 12 touchdowns, which is pretty solid. His best protection came at Western Michigan, which is the same conference that you see from Nathan Rourke, who played at Ohio, also Curtis before he transferred up to Indiana. So that conference, like I said, defense optional, but that's where he was truly able to show the higher universities, especially Minnesota, is that he's capable with his hands. He gets open. I could really see Crooms, getting into like more of a slot back roll to start, kind of like a Jared Stearns, and maybe work his way into an outside type position in like the wide receiver 2 or 1 spot that's on the other side. But sure hands, very sure hands, and really good about tracking the ball down really well. So if they are looking for a sleeper that could kind of go, I know they have all that extra depth and a lot of Canadian that they can use as well. But if they're needing an American to kind of make the ratio of what it needs to be, I think Crooms is a guy that I think could make this roster very easily. So. And then let's talk about, we'll move to Terrell Vaughn, and then we'll get you guys' opinions real quick. So Terrell Vaughn is wide receiver from Utah State. He's 24. He's 5'7", 170. 2 total seasons. So he came from what we call community college, which is, I don't know if you guys have like a step down university where it's like a 2-year degree or something like that. I'm not sure what you guys call that, but basically came from a 2-year degree, like an associate's type stuff, moving up to a top tier NCAA school of Utah State. So he only had 26 games total, but he did go 1,557 yards, 17 rushing touchdowns, and he does have some rushing in him. He did go for 1 rushing touchdown. So he's quite a bit of the speedster that also can kind of get open, can handle carries, but also can do passes as well. He's going to the Calgary Stampeders. He signed on the 21st of last month. So a guy that in a short amount of time made a big difference, especially in college fantasy football, to the point where he was an every week starter until his bye weeks where he didn't play, basically. So Terrell Vaughn kind of hopped on the scene from that community college over to Utah State, and really I think he had some time with Logan Bonner as well. So there's also that connection too. So if there was ever a time where Bonner got in somehow, we could talk about that. I still think PJ Walker will probably be QB2 in Calgary, just because I've seen PJ and he's excellent. But in case Logan Bonner ever plays and they need that depth and they need a guy that knows Bonner and knows how he plays, Terrell Vaughn would be an excellent choice as well. A little bit smaller, but I could definitely see a slot back situation. However, Calgary now has, some good weapons now, especially Rhymes and stuff like that. I know a lot of people think maybe they might be a little lighter when it comes to the wide receiver room, especially, but they still got Bagleton and a few others. So this is going to be a little bit harder for Vaughn to kind of probably make even the full roster. But if he does, he could be quite the standout, especially at slot back. What do you guys think?
I like both pieces. Both teams definitely need receivers. I guess that's for your college, community college. What we have is college, and then when you go for the 4-year, that's university here. So
okay, you just call it in general.
Yeah,
just call it college in general.
Yeah, when you guys say go to college, it's a weird term to us a little bit. But I like both of these. I like both of these pickups. Both teams need some depth in that receiving room, and some familiarity. Even if it is is Bonner still on Calgary?
He's a free agent.
Oh, he's a free agent currently. I thought so, but yeah, even if they do re-sign him or there's some familiarity, and yeah, definitely Edmonton needs some depth too, right?
Yeah, I think Edmonton, there's room for competition there. I kind of agree what you were just saying, though, Brandon. Calgary, I think, is going to be tough, perhaps, this year for Vaughn to crack the roster. I think last year, if he came in, maybe there was more opportunity. But Calgary has really focused this offseason on we need to improve from last year. We're going to bring Vernon Adams Jr. in there, and we need to bring in some big pieces with them. So Dominic Rhymes, another 1,000-yard receiver. Tevin Jones, a 700-yard receiver last year, who really did most of that in just like the second half of the season. And then Jalen Philpott brought back this year. That's kind of your top four. And I know they're high on guys like Clark Barnes in there as well. So I think he'll be in the rotation. I think competition for a team like Calgary definitely isn't a bad thing, but to have, right? Because you're a team that needs to grow and improve, but might be a little tough for him to crack that roster, at least at the start of training camp. But hey, their loss could be somebody else's game if he doesn't make it. Quick note as well that about 15 minutes time, we'll have Mark Stephen, the voice of the Calgary Stampeders, joining us to chat about the Stamps. We'll get his take on the wide receiver position, among others there. But you've got two more names here for us, Brandon. Let's talk about these two guys.
Sure. We're going next to Lincoln Victor, who is a wide receiver from Washington State. He transferred over from Hawaii. So he is definitely one of the top Polynesian players in the country when it comes to overall. Age 24, he's 5'8", and he's 178 pounds. Literally, this guy, like if something ever happened to Pimpleton, this would be like the mirror image that you could just slot him right in, and then he can make that happen. Takes the top right off of the defense. Definitely able to kind of make it happen. 4 total seasons, 48 games, 1,504 yards, 10 receiving touchdowns, and he has a rushing touchdown to him as well. He even took a few snaps at quarterback as far as a little bit of wildcat action, because Washington State used to have Cam Ward before Cam Ward transferred to Miami. Now Cam Ward will probably be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft, him or Shedeur Sanders. We'll see how that goes. But Lincoln Victor, small, explosive, sure hands, athletic, and pretty much can get quick and get open. So if you give him enough space, if he creates the space that he needs, then he's gone, and it's really going to be hard to pull him down. So that's really good, especially when you have a position like Khalil Pimpleton. You saw what he's able to do with his stature, the same type of stature, the same type of speed, and the same type of pedigree. Like we talked about Pimpleton, and then I just had hopes that he would actually start, and then he did, and he blew up. So it was another guy that we all together as a crew together, we all got right. So we're stoked about that. But Lincoln Victor can be a guy that could substitute for it. Now, the Redblacks, they lost Ackland, which is not great. But at the same time, we just had the Redblacks on earlier. I was watching a little bit of their segment. They got a lot of pieces, man. Like they got Gino now. They got Justin Hardy. They got some of the best wide receivers. And I'm thinking if they kind of stick to it and really, like, on paper, they look like a playoff team. They just got to act like a playoff team, right, when it comes to Ottawa. So, but Lincoln Victor is a great depth piece, and I know he's fairly new. I think he was the 14th of last month. So, I mean, they got him shortly after. So he's in camp, and he's already kind of training, getting ready before camp's getting ready to start up. So he's definitely a guy I would pay attention to. I did see where he signed a little bit last year, and they had to, I guess they cut him for free agency, but then re-signed him to camp again. So he could just be a camp guy, and then that's, maybe practice squad. But in case he does ever crack a lineup, he would be a great Pimpleton replacement for substitution if something was ever to happen with Pimpleton. All right. Last one. Let's talk about the one I just added like today, because it happened on the 7th of so a few days ago, and that is Dijon Edwards, the running back out of Georgia. Georgia, the most notorious teams in the NCAA, them and the Alabama Rolling Tide are some of the most highest pedigree running when it comes to just colleges, or universities in our nation. Basically, they are a factory of NFL players or pro players in particular. So Dijon Edwards is 23 years old. He's 5'10" and 200 pounds. 4 total seasons, so played all four years. 51 games, 2,083 yards. 24 rushing touchdowns, and he had 343 receiving yards. So very good hands. Another guy that could catch out the back. Think of a Peyton Logan. Think of those guys that could carry handling duties, but still be efficient either in a kick return situation or in short yardage and catching on there as well. He's going to the Montreal Alouettes. I know they just picked up a few pieces. They still got Fletcher. I think they lost Antwi, right? Hang on, let me look.
Correct. Yeah, Antwi was, I think, traded maybe to BC last year, and then signed with Calgary.
Yeah. Right. So they still have Fletcher, and then looks like they still got. Did they still got Thomas Erlington, or did he?
Yes,
go?
correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Sean Thomas Erlington.
And he's the national there, so that's good. That helps him with the ratio type situation. So, but other than that, like the rest of them's like Stevie Scott, who we had like on the mentions list last year, but he never cracked, any playing time. So he's just kind of there as like the backup type situation. And then Tanner Nelms, who's also the national as well. He's from Laurier. Another good one that could be a good competition. But when you talk about pedigree, DeJohn Edwards has it. He's a national champion. Like he has a ring because he was on a team that even with Stetson Bennett of all people, who is, you don't have to worry about Stetson Bennett. He's not in the league anymore. He partied his way out of football, but kind of sounds like something familiar, in Toronto, but we won't talk about that out loud. But he's definitely a guy that understands high pressure situations and understanding what it means to be a champion. So if they're looking for a guy, and they just signed him, so that obviously he was on the practice squad for Pittsburgh, the Steelers finally let him go. So now he was given the option to sign here. Of course, nothing's guaranteed as far as contract in the CFL or anything like that. He has to complete the full year. But I still think this is a great get for the Montreal Alouettes. And then if given the opportunity, this guy could really do some damage out of the back end, especially with like a 1-2 if he's able to beat out Thomas Erlington and those guys to be a running back 2 behind Fletcher. Because I know what's the kick on Fletcher's like he's a good runner, but maybe not the most sure-handed, maybe out of the backfield or something like that. So you might need to have a little bit more of a combo action, instead of a full bell cow like Oliveira say at in Winnipeg. What's your thoughts, guys?
Fletcher's usage in Montreal was confusing but effective last year is how I would describe it, right? Like, I think there were like 5 weeks straight he had less than 7 carries a game, but they won because he got like 9 catches a game. So they kind of use him more in that receiver role. He has those explosive runs here and there, but he's not your every down, give him 20 carries a game type running back. So yeah, I like the fit of potential depth back there, whether he gets hurt or whether it's in rotation there with Edwards. Trey, any thoughts on either of these?
No. I like both these guys. This Lincoln Victor sounds like a traditional Canadian CFL receiver, 5'8", probably got speed, like you said, wildcat guy. Sounds like a Nick Dembski, shorter, faster guys, Whitehead, stuff like that. Love it. And then Edwards, like you said, Bulldog champion, going to Montreal. Hopefully he gets some opportunities, like with a weak running backs room there. Ryan, anything else?
No, I love going through this list every year because I love looking back at it later in the season and being like, hey, Brandon told us about this guy, and he was right. Absolutely. You've got a pretty good track record here. I don't think you're ever going to top Dalton Schoen when you told us about Dalton Schoen before he took off. I don't think that's... I think you.
I mean, that was my name to fame as far as like CFL people trusting me, I guess you could say, or anything like that. Was like him and Coxie as like a 1-2 combo, and then Hickson hitting on him too was a literally good one. But I will say, like looking back at the list, last year was probably my best with Pimpleton, Rambo, Leak, Shamar Brooks, Barry Hill, even as an honorable mention. Like we got like almost like, and then if you think about. Like if Ontario Woodson would have stayed in, not NFL, that counts as a win. So like we hit like 6 out of like 12.
That was pretty good.
That's 50%. So that's pretty good for 2024. So I was pretty stoked about that. So I'm excited to see what this holds. Like I am interested to see like if these guys stay in camp, who they bring in after the drafts, both CFL and NFL. And see, what this goes down to. And then looking back at this list is if any of these guys actually make it to our actual, news slideshow we like to do, or our annual slideshow that we are going to cover here probably in the beginning of, I believe, June. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I love it. Wow, that's a pretty good track record. I love it. I forgot who was all on the list last year. And those turned out to be some pretty notable pieces there. One guy I want to quickly get your 30-second thoughts on, because I know you love the guy. Jarrett Stearns signing with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. You were pretty high on him last season as well. Former Rider receiver signing with Winnipeg.
Yep. So I was talking to Rick, our FM fan, for our Discord guys and stuff like that. But Jarrett Stearns set monumental records in NCAA. Him and Bailey Zappi, who is one of the backups there in Cleveland for the Browns. They set one of the highest ones when they're at Western Kentucky, and no one's been able to top like over those 2,000 yards and stuff like that. Like literally, it was like it's like Tyson Philpott fantasy numbers, but in like yards forms and stuff like that. Stearns is such a go-getter. He knows, and he's a winner. Like, it's just his mentality, and then just the way that he's able to kind of put two and two together, and how quickly he was able to go from college and then a little bit of the NFL camp and be able to switch into like different metrics and yards and understanding the Canadian game and stuff like that. It just blows my mind. Like, when I'm just surprised that Sask didn't use him as good as I think they could have this past year. Like, when he was coming on the scene and they had the need because they signed him and they needed him, like, Stearns blew up when it comes. And I know we can't lose, Keon Schaefer-Baker, my boy Shake and Bake. Like, it's just one of those things where, like, I get it. There's a lot of good receivers in the CFL, but when Stearns given a fair chance, he could really make something happen. I see him as a really good depth piece. I think him and Cobb, are a great, like, wide receiver 4 and 5 option for that one. And I hope Reggie White will come back to form, but in case that he doesn't, I think Stearns specifically, and then even Cobb, I think could be a great asset for Winnipeg. So it makes my heart not hurt as much to lose Lawler and lose Wolotarski, who I grew to love as a Blue Bomber fan. But it's good to keep Dembski and good to have my boy Schoen on the team still. So.
Right on. Before I let you go here, Brandon, where can people?
I got
find
one question.
everything else?
I got one question for him. He's wearing the jacket. I got to ask him, how does it feel having the new head coach in Chapel Hill?
Head coach is good. If you ask me about Chris Jones, I'm going to say no comment. That guy ruins teams, so he can just stay on the staff.
He
has no crazy ideas.
He was coaching. He was good coach in Hamilton for free. So
yeah, he's only a problem if you pay him.
And also, if he goes to Edmonton, I would guess he really hates them. I don't know what happened there. That was wild. It just gives me nightmares because I remember 2022 coming in for the first time in the league and just seeing the chaos that Chris Jones created, especially like Lawler and all this other stuff. Like, it just blew my mind. But having a 7-time Super Bowl champion, having a succession plan with his son Steven and Belichick as well, I'm excited, man. We're getting some really good transfers. I don't think we're going to be Georgia or Alabama right out of the get-go, but give us a couple years, and I think we could actually be in the playoffs and fighting for a national championship. And that's good coming from a former basketball school where all we care really about is Michael Jordan. And then that's at basketball, which we're not doing too hot right now this year. So we're definitely looking forward to football season in the NCAA. And like I said, and now my focus can focus on the CFL at hand and in the coming in summer. So I'm excited about more football, guys. But yeah, definitely excited for my Tar Heels.
Perfect.
Yeah, for sure. And we can't wait to have you back in a couple of months with our annual preseason episode. And you've always got an open invite to come back anytime you want, really, in between.
Hey, if you want me back in a couple of meets, we can talk about the fallout. We can talk about all things. I'm down. I already talked to Rick for a good hour and a half. I'm down to do it again. So let's make it happen.
Sounds good. Where can people find everything you've got going on in the meantime, Brandon?
Sure. So the best way to get up with me is on X or Twitter, whatever your heart's desire. It's at CFF University. I have a podcast called the Future Pressman Podcast where we focus on a lot of the younger guys that are coming into the NCAA. So I'm talking right out of high school and things like that and how they can develop as well. I am mulling around an idea of a possible dedicated CFL fantasy. So if you guys are interested in maybe being guests, it can be the whole crew. I'll take Trey, Mike, Ryan. I'll take Adam. I'll take the whole crew. FM Fam, I've already talked to him about that possibly, but I'm mulling around an idea of maybe doing that type of one to where we have something to where we can just have something we can talk about. That way we won't take up like a whole 2 hours of a CFC pod or anything like that. That way we can cover all things Canadian football here. But I am mulling around an idea of possible of a podcast there. But until then, you can catch me doing a lot of the college fantasy football and then on guesting on some of the stuff for the NFL fantasy as well. So check me out at CFF University. That's probably the best way to keep up with what I got going on, guys.
Right on. Well, thanks as always, Brandon. Always a pleasure. And enjoy the rest of free agency, and we'll chat again soon.
All right. See you guys later. Peace.
Yeah. See ya. All right. That was Brandon Sanders of the Future Freshman Podcast. Talk about some of these college players entering the CFL and trying to make a name for themselves as we hit the 5.5 hour mark on today's show here shortly. 2.5 hours to go. Still going strong. Not much in terms of news in the last half hour. Brock Gowanlock, former University of Manitoba Bison, was with the Montreal Alouettes, has signed with the Bombers. And notably, the Bombers on social media also posting a goodbye video to one Adam Bighill. So if it wasn't clear that he was gone before, I think it's pretty clear that he is gone now. Also in just now, it was rumored and now it's official, the Edmonton Elks signing linebacker Emmanuel Ragamba, who was with the BC Lions previously. Checking if there's any other news. There's some quick comments here. Isn't Jeshurun Antwi a free agent? I believe he has signed a tentative deal with the Calgary Stampeders. And there is a question in the chat about, do you think Calgary is done, or could signings be coming to load up for the Grey Cup in 2026? That is a great topical question for the guest we are going to be bringing in here shortly to talk all about the Calgary Stampeders. Keep those questions coming here over the next 2.5 hours. Trey, I just double checked on YouTube, and we are currently at 199 subscribers on the YouTube page. Ooh. So if anybody is watching right now and wants to be lucky number 200, please race to go do that, and you could be the one, or you could be 201, maybe even 202. We'll see. Just keep them coming. Anything from you, Trey, or should we bring in our next guest?
No, I forgot to give Brandon a quick shout out. He also designed my Mr. Manitoba logo that I wear weekly. So I have to give him a quick shout out for that. He made a nice horse racing hat for me. So yeah, but I'm ready to talk some stamps.
All right, let's do it. Well, let's bring him in. He is the radio voice of the Calgary Stampeders. Who better to get to talk about everything going on with the Stamps in a very interesting offseason for them. The great Mark Steven is here to join us. Mark, good afternoon to you. How are you doing today?
Good. Hope you guys are holding out. Sounds like it's already been a pretty busy day.
Yeah. It's been a day.
Yeah.
But we do it for the love of the game, as do you, I'm sure, right? So
yeah. Well, it's a little slower than I expected today, but I'm sure that's going to change. So.
Yeah, it's a bit slow. A lot of the news so far today has been the things that we've known over the last week or so with the negotiation window. The Calgary Stampeders have had a little bit of activity in that time, and more of those items being official. But normally we get to free agency day every year, and it's really hard in the Stamp segment to talk about news because they just don't do a lot on the opening day of free agency. But this year they've been a little more active. So just to, I guess, go back to last season, we're used to the stalwart Calgary Stampeders at the top of the standings a year in and year out. Last year was a disappointing season for them, and we've seen them maybe be a little bit more aggressive. What's your thoughts on Calgary's perspective coming into this year's free agency?
Well, you're certainly right. 5-12-1 just isn't going to do it. They have to start from the acknowledgement they're in the basement. So they got to fight their way out of it somehow. They have been very aggressive. I know a lot of the moves won't take place or haven't taken place in this free agency period, but very shortly after the season ended, they let 2 longtime coordinators go. They acquired Vernon Adams, made a deal with him, signed some players to extensions. They didn't let young Jalen Philpott get anywhere near free agency. So he's a guy that they locked up very early. They were a little more aggressive in keeping some of their players. So those were some of the things that they did. They made, I thought it was quite a bold and I dare say unexpected trade, sending Cam Judge to Toronto for Flor Ormalad. I guess the best way to describe that is you have to give up a good player to get one. Then the Stampeders a couple of weeks ago let go 2 of their veteran defensive linemen in Mike Rose. He was sent on his way along with James Vaughters. Both have subsequently signed with other teams. So there's been some other moves, and they promised to be more aggressive, and I would say they've certainly been more aggressive even before this free agency period.
Yeah.
Oh, you go right.
You go right. All right. Rock, paper, scissors. I win. You talked about the defensive line. I think that's an interesting place to start. Mike Rose, James Vaughters released by the team. Folera Narimulade, former Stampeder, brought back in. What do you think those changes do for this team along the defensive line?
Well, they did feel an obligation to shake it up because they last year were a team that struggled to get consistent pressure on the quarterback. They were near the bottom in sacks, and they were chewed up pretty good against the run. It just didn't work for whatever reason. So they decided it was time to make some moves, and they did. And that's, it's been a lot of moves when you bring in Flo Ormalad, who's a great player, but also brings a big ticket with them, but let the other 2 veterans go. They both signed, one in Saskatchewan, one in Winnipeg. So, they just had to make changes. They realized that everything wasn't working the way it was supposed to, and they've got to be bold and make those moves.
No, exactly. See, I was more wanting to talk about the offense because I thought it was interesting here that, Calgary's pedigree, Burris for years, Bo Levi for years. Mayer just didn't seem like the guy. What's the excitement in Stampsville for Vernon Adams Jr.?
Very high. He's a guy that has been a proven winner, brings a different dimension in the sense that he's far more of a scrambling quarterback than has been here for a long, long time. He's making friends already. He's come to the city a couple of times. And, I think it was just that unquestioned number one quarterback. I think they were hoping Jake would develop into that. Jake showed he can play in this league, but there's a difference between doing what I call the expected high completion percentage of things, but not the exceptional, those real take you out of your seat plays. There just weren't many of those. So I'm glad that Jake found a home. He's a very good teammate, and we'll see if it blossoms in Regina. But specific to the Stamps, I think he'd hit the wall here, and Vernon Adams' appearance is going to be certainly something highly anticipated for the opening of the season.
Awesome. Ryan?
Yeah, Vernon Adams Jr., that was the big trade. It seemed like the obvious place for him to go, Calgary needing to make an impact there at the quarterback position. Interestingly, also seemed to be trying to bring in some weapons for him at wide receiver. Reggie Begelton getting signed to an extension. He's been the kind of perennial, top guy at wide receiver for the Stamps over the last couple of years. Jalen Philpott, the rising Canadian star, also signed to an extension for them. And then two intriguing names brought in, I think, on pending contracts. Rhymes, I guess, could be official because
he actually was signed, because Ottawa let him go a few days ago. So he was on the market, and the Stamps swept in and got him.
Right, yes. So Rhymes is official. Tevin Jones, I believe, not quite official yet, but 700 yards for him last season brought in as well. What do you see shifting here for the receiving core this year for Calgary? Because I feel like over the last couple of years, you've had kind of that Begelton piece, and then you've had, Markin Michel played a significant role, but he's now a free agent there as well. I feel like Calgary's been trying out a lot of these pieces in and out of the Clark Barnes, the Cam Eccles, the Ishmael Hyman got in there for some games last year as well. And now it seems like they're bringing in some proven depth.
Well, certainly, first of all, you mentioned Rhymes. He has the relationship, of course, with Adams from their time together in BC. He's a little more of a field stretcher, I would say. Reggie Begelton's more of a possession, great second down receiver. The others all made contributions. I thought Philpott had a tremendous year last year, 66 catches. Clark Barnes was good as well last year. So bring in some depth, make it a little more challenging, because far too often everyone knew the ball was going to, especially opposing teams, the ball was going to end up in Reggie Begelton's hands. So now it's not as fixed as to who's going to get it, say, on second down, or, they used a lot of those wide side and short side screens that they line up on the line of scrimmage. So do something a little more diverse, and I think they have more of an opportunity to do more things with the offensive receiving group.
No, yeah, for sure. See, I thought they would be a little bit more aggressive early on. What kind of spots do you think they still need to work on either side of the ball?
Well, I think both lines are still. The defensive line, Flo Ormalat is a tremendous player. I think that was a really, really good signing. But, they have to hope some guys like Hicks played last year. Clarence Hicks, his team's rookie of the year. I think he can take a starting spot, but I'm not going to guarantee it. So I'd like to see a little more depth there and see what they can do. Who's going to take the import spot of Mike Rose? Don't know. Who's going to take the Canadian spot that they used inside? I'm not sure right now. Flo Ormalat's got one in spot, so let's see who emerges. So maybe they'll get somebody with a little more experience. Sean McEwen, the longtime center for both Toronto and here, is on the market, so he may be replaced. They do have some guys in the interior of the line, but not a heavy dose of experience there. So we'll have to see what they do. And I wouldn't completely rule out Sean McEwen coming back as well.
For sure, Ryan?
Yeah, you touched on the offensive line, defensive line. A couple notable defensive additions. We talked about the D line, but I think a couple of notable signings today have been Derek Moncrief at linebacker. I think that was one of the few signings today where it was not something we were aware of during the negotiation window that came out. 50 tackles, 3 sacks, and an interception for him last year there as well. They brought back Fraser Sopik, former Stampeder, over from, I believe, the Grey Cup champion Argos there. He was one of my top 5 pending free agents when we did our list a couple weeks ago. Damon Webb at defensive back, bringing him in 68 tackles last year, 2 sacks, 5 interceptions, and a forced fumble. Let's talk about the rest of the defense here a little bit. And, I think we have to kind of acknowledge in talking about that as well, the news reports that have come out about Demario Houston, I believe it is this week, with some police allegations there, and what that might mean for this team in the back half of the defense.
Oh, no question. It's going to have to be dealt with. And, I think the CFL is going to have to come out with a statement on it under their domestic violence policy. I don't know exactly what happened. I've just read the arrest reports as well. That's all I know. The Stamps have talked to him about it because the coaches convention was in Charlotte, and that's where he lives. So they talked to him about what was going on. But you know what? If the league jumps in and said, this is part of our policy, here's how you're going to deal with it. So I'm not going to guarantee he's on the field opening day. He might be under league suspension, or maybe let him go. I don't know. I don't want to, try a guy online here, but obviously there's something that they're going to have to deal with. That's a story there. Also, Trey Roberson moved on, and also Kobe Williams is rumored to have agreed to terms with Edmonton. So that's another defensive back. So a couple of changes there that they're going to be making, and let's see where it goes. But obviously it's a tough situation for Demario Houston, but they got to deal with it.
Yeah, and to add to that, when you're talking about, Kobe Williams being one of those pieces gone, Trey Roberson, Micah Awe as well, a major piece in the linebacking core that left in free agency to the BC Lions here as well.
Well, I can see Moncrief being plugged right in there. That strikes me as fairly obvious. Or maybe Micah Tights. He played last year with the Stampeders, but 5 prior years with Saskatchewan, where he did a lot of middle linebacker work. So I think they're somewhat covered there. The other one is the cover linebacker, rover, whatever term you care to use. They let Brandon Dozier, who played a lot of that last year. He's on the market. I don't see him coming back. So there may be an opportunity for somebody to get on the field there. So going to be interesting, but, the Stampeders under the gun to make changes, and I'd say they've made a fair number of them.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of a question that we got in the chat. Someone said, do you think Calgary is done, or could signings be coming to load up for next year's Grey Cup being there? I wonder, you never want to waste a year, but is this kind of let's take a little step forward this year to really jump forward next year?
Well, that'd sure be nice. Calgary's one of the few franchises that's never had a home Grey Cup win, so it would be wonderful. But I'll be blunt with you. 24 was such a disappointment. They got to worry about 25 right now and getting back into the playoffs and being competitive. Obviously, things will change when we get into the next season, the 26th season. But for now, they've got to demonstrate to a fan base that's a little sour about the way things went. Let's not kid anybody. They've got to figure out a way to, re-earn the fans' trust. I think they're going a long way, but they've still got work to do.
For sure. Ryan?
Everybody's favorite position on the football field is the backup quarterback position. And I mean, Vernon Adams and the energy he brings maybe makes that less the case because everybody's excited for him. But, injuries happen in the CFL, and God forbid that does happen. PJ Walker, former NFL quarterback, is the only the second quarterback under contract right now, because Tommy Stevens goes off to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Jake Mayer gets traded to there. And Logan Bonner is, I believe, a free agent currently. Any thoughts on PJ Walker with the Stamps here in a backup role?
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing him. He was here for about 3 weeks, sort of working out on the practice roster and, got a feel for what's going on and, demonstrated some skill. He's a little bit of an older guy. So, he's got some experience. You could see that. He moves around well, throws the ball well. He's new to the CFL. But you're right. They need some depth in that quarterback room. I wouldn't completely rule out Logan Bonner coming back, or maybe there's somebody on the neg list that they can sign. It's, I think it's going to be tough to sign a quarterback, because I think everybody knows the pecking order, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. You're right. Injuries do happen. And, Jake Mayer, I'll give him this much. He is incredibly durable. He was healthy for every game last year. Now, they did play him in some, but he was healthy for every game last year and the year before. So he's a very durable guy. Calgary's one of the few teams that didn't need a second quarterback as a substitute due to injury.
No, for sure. We'll jump to, we got another question in the chat. We'll go to special teams. From between the goalposts says, who do you think the punter will be this year? Do they bring back Toshiki Sato?
Oh, it's a good one. My money probably says no, but you never know. Because Cody Grace has moved to Edmonton to be with his special teams coach, Mark Killam. I don't know right now. That's to me is kind of wide open. We'll have to see. It's the kicking game in the CFL is a hard fraternity to break into. So here's an opening here. So at this time, I don't really know who it would be. I'm not sure it'll be Sato. He did mostly field goal kicking in practice last year, and not a lot of that either. But you know what? Maybe if they tell him, go work out, you're going to be a punter, maybe he comes in and does the job. But I think that's an open spot on the roster right now.
We were talking about the receiver position before, and Tevin Jones is now officially signed by the Calgary Stampeders. So that was a pending addition there. That is now a done deal. Thanks to Jared in the chat for pointing that out for us. I want to talk running backs because Calgary was a bit confusing at the running back position, I would say, at times last season, right? Going back to last offseason, they decided to move on from Kadeem Carey to go with Dedrick Mills as the starting running back. And I think for a lot of us that made sense based on Mills, the up-and-coming play of Dedrick Mills. There was talk about in training camp or in preseason, maybe a bit of a rocky relationship, or rumors at least on the sidelines. I know Mills at some point during the season left the team for personal reasons and came back. They had Kylan Hill rotate in there for a couple of games, Peyton Logan as well, but he had some injury time. Are you surprised to see Dedrick Mills brought back as the starter at running back again this year? And thoughts on that position as a whole?
No, I'm not. He was very productive. Obviously, there were some off-field issues. We don't know precisely where they were or what took him away from football. But when he's in town, playing, he's very productive and runs very hard. And I like him. He's good in the blocking game as well. You mentioned Kylan Hill got in for a few snaps. I heard earlier in the program you talking about Jeshua Antwi being one of those players that agreed to terms. I think the only reason he hasn't signed, he's a school teacher here and school's still in. So he'll be running to sign that contract. I saw that coming from a long time. He can do both things, in the backfield as a fullback or as a feature back. So I think that'll be resolved. I wouldn't be shocked if they brought in someone else. And of course, you've got William Longley, who missed all of last year with an injury. We'll see how he bounces back.
That's so fascinating to hear CFL players actively a teacher.
Yeah.
You got to love that with this league. You never know what they're doing.
Every once in a while, I just go out to different events, and there he is teaching on the sidelines. So to me, I think, wait for after school, and he'll probably sign the deal because school's still in for about another hour and a half or two there. So.
That's awesome. I believe University of Calgary guy too, right?
Yes. And he lived here in the offseason, even when he was with the Alouettes, and, of course, finished last year with BC. So I think this one kind of wrote itself the moment he went on the market there.
Now, taking a look at this year's free agency, we talked about it a little bit. There was a lot of talk at the end of last season amongst the fan bases on Dave Dickinson's job as coach and general manager after the disappointing season. And a lot of people, saying they should move on from him. The Stamps decided to bring him back in both roles for one more season. How do you think that impacts the decision-making for the team in terms of this year's free agency and off-season? Is there a little bit of an extra push to be a bit more aggressive than usual because he might be on the so-to-so hot seat?
Totally. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, they realized that at the end of last year, when you're sitting, in the basement, you've got to do things differently. And you know what? I'll be honest, there was a number of fans that wouldn't have been worried if Dave Dickinson was dispatched from the job and moved on. It wasn't universally popular to bring him back, but he's here. They've got to make the best of it. He's making the best of it. He's making some bold moves. I mean, to drop two coordinators that combined had 35 years, not just of coaching experience, but Calgary Stampeder coaching experience, that took some doing. So, they knew they had to. They put together what they called a 6-point plan at the end of the year. And, they're implementing it with more aggressive on the free agent market, not sitting around. They've added some resources in the U.S., even in season. They weren't getting what they thought was enough coverage in season. So they're doing some additional things there. But no, it's got to work. I mean, they're all under the gun here. I mean, I know there was a lot of heat on Dave, but let's remember, and I'm not trying to excuse or anything, because 2023 wasn't great either, but he has only missed the playoffs once, okay? They barely squeaked in 23, and I understand that, 11, 24, and 1 over consecutive seasons isn't very good, but, missing the playoffs once, they're going to give him a shot to redeem himself and get the team back moving forward. They've got a different plan on how to do things. So, we're going to watch it unfold starting June the 7th when the Hamilton Tiger Cats roll into town.
Trey? Anything else on the Stamps you want to talk about?
No, I really appreciate your time, Mark. It's great to have someone who's got their eye really close on the Stamps in here. And I think the Stamps might, there's a lot of teams that want to improve, but it's still one of the teams that have a lot of question marks around. So I'm very intrigued how the remaining of their offseason goes.
Oh, totally. I get it. I understand why there's, still some skepticism about which direction they're going and how they're going to move up the standings. We'll see. They've certainly stuck to the first part of their game plan, which is to do things differently and be more aggressive. And they've made some bold moves. Were they the right moves? Well, I guess we're soon going to find out. But it's, understandably, Calgary's been a very busy place in the offseason, making a lot of news. They should be, and basically they had to be.
Maybe you could shed a light on this, because I'm not sure his involvement anymore. How actively involved is John Hufnagel still in any of the team's decisions when it comes to things like free agency?
He's sort of at a high level, and he also, in the sense that he's not on the field or not in there, designing the offense or anything like that. But he does do some work on scouting and sort of the big picture stuff. What they were going to do in terms of putting this plan together to get things going in the offseason. I would not say it's day-to-day operations, but he's around, and you know what? If you've got a mind like that, take advantage of it. So he is still in charge, sort of, to a point, but he's an authority figure that everybody kind of defers to. That's what I mean by that he's around and people always solicit his opinion, and they should. He's got an eye for talent, and let's see what it is. But he's also pushing 75, and the day-to-day grind of a coach is tough for guys half his age.
I didn't realize Hufnagel was 75. Wow.
Yeah.
He's been around the league for a long time.
Been around a long time. Yeah, that's right.
And very successful.
Came to the CFL as a Stampeder quarterback in 1976. So do the math. That's a long time.
A long career and a very successful career for John Hufnagel. Final Stamps related question here for you. Jake Maier, we talked about him being let go or traded his rights to the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Any thoughts on Maier in Saskatchewan? I know he's behind Trevor Harris there on the depth chart, but what can he do there to kind of turn his career back around?
Well, a couple of things. Number one, he does have Mark Mueller with him. They worked together here for a few years with the Roughriders down. Before that, they were both with the Stampeders. So I think that's good news. I think maybe the fact that he, here was succeeding, one of the greatest players in team history, that didn't, certainly is a tough shoes to fill at Bo Levi Mitchell. I think he just kind of hit the wall. Maybe there's a different way to do things for him, and maybe a different approach will serve him well, because as I said before, he was a good teammate. He was here, but he frustrated people, just didn't finish drives enough. And, maybe working with Trevor Harris will be a great godsend for him, because I'll say this, Vernon Adams in his first news conference here said the guy that really kickstarted his career was Trevor Harris when they were together in Montreal, in the sense that, he helped him with a few things that maybe he wasn't doing before, or not enough of in terms of game planning and different ways to do it. So maybe that can be the route to go for Jake to return to success. But he will play, and he will have some success. How much he plays, I don't know, but I wish him well. Like I say, he was a good teammate here, but they just hit the wall.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely rooting for him. I was high on him after those first couple starts where he went three straight starts with 300 yards. And we saw one of those games in Winnipeg where he was hitting his receivers left and right. So we'll see if he bounces back in Saskatchewan. Anything else on the Stamps here for you, Trey? Or
no, I'm good. I'm always worried about the Stamps. They're like the Patriots. You're just waiting for them to come back, and just it's one of those teams.
Well, there's certainly a lot of pressure on them this year, and they have been active. They will continue to be active because they've got to be better than 5-12. It was the first time they'd missed the playoffs in 20 years. First time they finished in last place in 20 years, and it didn't sit well here. So they've got to make some moves.
For sure.
Right on. Well, Mark, we appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us here to talk about the Stampeders. We know you like to talk about the Stamps because you talk about them on the radio during the season. I assume a lot of people know where they can check that out, but where can they hear your voice regularly, and where can they find anything else you have going on?
Okay, well, we're on CHQR Calgary, and for the games, there is a link on the Stampeders website. You can go to our site as well, but it's through the Stampeders. It'll say radio broadcast. And I'm on Twitter at MarkOnFootball. where I post a lot of CFL content, although one team is more prominent than every other team. You can figure out that. So, but, I do like to talk CFL and understand that when the Stampeders play, there are 8 other opponents you got to be aware of too and give them their due as well. So those are the places to look. As I say, I do put a lot of stuff online, and it's another resource if you're a CFL fan.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks for your time, Mark, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. And back to the Twitter or X feeds and phone calls. So take care, guys.
Sounds good. Take care. All right. That was Mark Stephen, voice of the Calgary Stampeders, joining us here. Great conversation there. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I loved all the insight into that here as we continue to roll along. We've got, I think, 2 guests more coming in over the next hour or so. Trey, I know you have to step out for
real quick bathroom break.
All right, you step away for a little bit here, Trey. I'll take us through the latest news. And you know what? I'll just hang out and chat with the folks in the chat. How's the day going for you? Let us know in the comments. Let us know where you're tuning in from. I saw somebody on Twitter before saying they were tuning in from London. I don't know if that's London, Ontario or London, UK, but either way, thank you for joining us here today. And let us know what you think so far of Free Agent Frenzy. We'll take this moment, as I've done a couple times throughout the show, to remind you we are raising money for CFL Fans Fight Cancer. As part of this, go to cflfansfightcancer.com/donate if you are willing and able to contribute to the cause, hoping to do some good work for them here throughout the day. We've got just over 2 hours left to go in CFL Free Agent Frenzy. Coming up over the next hour, we will have Josh Bain from the Eden and Maraw podcast to come talk about the Hamilton Tiger Cats. And then our friend Cliffy D from the Alouettes Flight Deck here to talk about the Montreal Alouettes. And then in the final hour, we'll get into wrapping things up with the CFC crew here. We'll get myself, Trey, and hopefully Adam will be back, and maybe Mike will even be back as well. And we'll give you our winners and losers of Free Agent Frenzy Day, our biggest surprise moves, and we'll even make our free agent predictions. Our standings predictions, our way too early standings predictions on how the entire league will play out this season. If you are joining us today for the first time, we hope you continue to check out the podcast regularly going forward. Usually throughout the off season, we've got a new show out every week or two. We stream them live on our YouTube and Facebook pages. So follow us youtube.com/@CFCountdownPod. And same thing with on all the social medias to make sure you subscribe to us over there and get notified whenever we go live, and then here throughout the season weekly as well. All right, a couple comments in the chat. Lonnie says, as an Elks fan, the last week has been fantastic. Yeah, you should be excited. There's been a lot of great additions there for the Edmonton Elks. Quick note, if on a lot of the Elks moves, I believe it was shared on social media earlier, I forget by who, but sounds like they're waiting for medicals to be completed tomorrow before announcing a lot of those pending signings. A couple are trickling in now already, but expect more news from the Elks tomorrow. Between the goalposts, says, don't think we'd see long snapper Mike Benson sign with the Bombers. Heard Ian LaRue is getting paid starting long snapper money. Yeah, Benson's been around for a number of years here. He was the only piece out there on the long snapper market, and I guess the Bombers liked something from what they saw from him to bring him back for another year. He's been a mainstay there. Bombers' biggest move today has been posting a goodbye Biggie video. Yeah, interesting timing in the middle of free agency during all the activity. Now, I saw a question earlier up in the chat from Christian. Is Big Hill retiring, or what's going on there? I don't know. I think he wants to still continue playing. Adam Big Hill does. He's been a little less effective in the last couple of seasons, I would say. It's kind of, as he's gotten up there in age and injuries playing a little part in that, especially this last year. But I think he still has room to contribute in certain capacities, and a team could certainly bring him in at the linebacker position. How do you see the West shaping up this year from Brian? The West is going to be interesting to me because, you have Winnipeg that's been at the top, and we'll bring Trey back in as soon as he's ready. I see a thumbs up, so we'll bring him back in. Talking about how the West is going to shape up. We'll go a little more in depth on that later, but I think Winnipeg, you maybe see taking a step back. BC has some unknowns there. Edmonton certainly on paper looks to be improving, but does that all gel on the field? And I think Calgary is definitely going to be better than what they were last season. How far better that is, I don't know. And Saskatchewan's been making moves as well. So I have a hard time every year making these predictions. It's usually just a kind of a toss-up for me of, put all the names in a hat and draw one out.
No, yeah, for sure. I think that's the reason why Mike might not show up later, so he gets out of ranking the teams. I have no idea. Even we were just talking about Calgary. I mean, you never want to count them out. VA, you never want to count VA out. You never want to count like that kind of situation. Huffnagel and Dickinson out, but their roster doesn't look like a heck of a lot right now. Do you count out Edmonton? I mean, they made a lot of moves. Again, Winnipeg, how many years have I been saying, if you're a fan of this show, that they're going to be rock bottom, and they always prove me wrong. Saskatchewan, maybe what did I say last year? 14-4?
Yep.
14-4. Maybe that's this year. Maybe I was a year early. And BC, they got Captain Kid Canada there, and it's made the moves. I have no idea. And I don't think there's going to be, how good the East has got, there might not be a crossover spot open this year. So, this would be one of those years where you might want 4 teams in each conference or division making it, just about how competitive it could be. And now watch me say that, and there's going to be a team that's 16-2, and all the other teams are going to be 5-13. But I think there's going to be a lot of good competition on both sides here of the ball. Yeah, you know what I mean. I just out of nowhere started getting that like fever thing where I'm cold.
Oh no!
Aching, so I just popped about 5 extra strength Advil. So let's see how the rest of this 2 hours goes.
This will be an interesting adventure. The rest
and Adam's
of the
got
way.
A wiener dog. What is that? You see that too, right? It's not the Advil.
Yeah. What's that there, Trey?
Oh, I just took a bunch of Advil, so I wasn't sure if I was seeing things or you had a wiener dog.
Nope, this is Abby.
Oh my God! I'm coming to your parents' house.
Star of the show. Wow. Okay.
I'm coming to your parents. I have thought about having my kid on the show, but I thought that would. He's been dropping profanities lately, so I didn't know if that was a great idea. So, but the dog's better.
Just taking a quick look at a couple more comments. I see our guest is waiting in the wings. We'll bring you in just 1 second here. We've got Between the Goalposts watching from Northern Ontario. Lonnie's saying the Elks have a season seat holder event tomorrow. Yeah, that would be a great place for them to announce and unveil a lot of the signings that have been rumored for sure. And a question from David about Kenny Lawler, rumored to be signing with the Ticats, which is a convenient topic for what we're going to talk about right away, which is the Hamilton Tiger Cats. We do have one big signing to announce, and that is, the Toronto Argonauts lost a lot of pieces on the defensive line, most of them going off to the Edmonton Elks. But they brought one in, former Saskatchewan Roughrider Anthony Lanier, signing with the Toronto Argonauts, which is a real good addition for them on the defensive line there. Let's bring in our next guest. Trey, you want to take a break backstage if you're not feeling the greatest?
Yeah, sure.
If Adam's back?
Yeah.
All right, we'll give you a little bit of a break there, and he's back. There we go. I think we both pressed the button at the same time. But first, but next, let's bring in, as we get into 2 hours left here in the show, from the Eaton and Raw podcast, talking all things Hamilton Tiger Cats, Josh Bain is here. Josh, welcome to the show.
How's it going, guys?
It's going great. Happy to be here. Happy to be chatting free agency. Happy to be talking about a busy time for the Hamilton Tiger Cats, who have been very active in the last week or so. Which I didn't necessarily see coming, so I'm happy to break that all down with you. Adam, where do you want to start when as we dive into the Ticats?
Well, we always start with the quarterback, and I mean, Bo Levi Mitchell must have really worked his contract this year to get in what Hamilton has done here. But first of all, I guess I got to ask, what is your favorite weapon that Bo Levi Mitchell is getting? And there are plenty of them.
Wow! Yeah, wow. Of course, there's rumored to be Kenny Lawler. I feel like he probably the top of the list, but I'm gonna keep it close to home. We just interviewed Shamar Bridges the other day there, so I would say he's probably top of the list for favorite weapon. He's just very explosive. And like you see there, you got Tim White as well. But I think 100% Shamar Bridges coming in this season, he's going to be ready to finish off where he left off last year.
So I'm guessing that the general manager signing actually worked pretty well for you guys this year, by considering. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of new faces in this Hamilton Tiger Cats core. Probably there'll also be maybe a few Winnipeg fans coming over, I would think, with all the signings that you guys have made. Overall impressions, I guess, of your manager's work for the first free agency, I guess.
Well, I guess you can really tell which guys in Winnipeg were his guys. You can see who's followed suit there. But I think he's really addressed the issues that we have harped for on our show to bringing in a true Sam linebacker with the rumors of Reggie Stubblefield. That's been one we've been kind of dying for since we lost Cam Kelly there. And then, just hitting in with Deshaun Amos as well. Outside of Jamal Peters, we kind of struggled in the secondary last year, but I'm hoping bringing in Amos there alongside who is the other one there? Sorry there. We'll just talk about Deshaun Amos. Yeah, I'm excited to bring him in there because to bring a real bit of solidification to the Ticat secondary.
Yeah, in terms of the pieces brought in, Amos is the big one signed today. Stubblefield's the interesting one, a 3-year deal for him. Had the great rookie season and played one game last year. Gave a hit to Chris Streveler and then got injured for the rest of the season there. A bit of a surprising 3-year deal for a guy like that.
Yeah, 3 years. You don't really see that too much in the CFL, I guess. With the Bow contract and now Stubblefield, that might be the Hamilton thing. But yeah, 3-year deal. It's definitely exciting because it says they're 26 years old. So you got a nice young guy that you can really build your defense around. So if the 3 years works out, I think we will be laughing at the end of the day.
Big signing also with Brian Cole, the second coming into Hamilton. You guys, I think, have probably, if I've ever looked at the Hamilton Tiger Cats, I always look at the secondary linebackers, and in the linebacking core, I think there was probably a definite drop-off when Simone Lawrence left. Is this kind of the player that you guys expect to maybe replace him with, or is there somebody else in there that's kind of standing up, or what are you guys looking at?
I think we really like Kyle Wilson. We're really high on him over here. Same with Ryan Baker. We thought he had a really good rookie season. So I feel like between those two, that could be our Will and our Mike. And then you have Stubblefield playing Sam. But I wouldn't be opposed to, there being a competition, because who wouldn't love a good little competition, having really good guys starting and guys on the bench as well in the rotational role.
Just updating some of the free agent signings here. We talked about the receiver. You talked about how high you are on Shamar Bridges. Brendan O'Leary Orange just officially re-signed by the Ticats as well. So you look at Tim White, Shamar Bridges, Keandre Smith. I mean, they were basically all close to 1,000 yards. Bridges definitely would have gotten there if he played the entire season, didn't get injured late. Now you bring in Kenny Lawler, 662 yards in 10 games there. And then you add, I guess I have to refresh the page, I think, in order for him to show up. And that's still not working, so I'll work on that behind the scenes. But Brendan O'Leary Orange added into there as well. I want to touch on running back, though, because last year, coming into the year, James Butler, one of the top running backs in the CFL. I don't know. You got the James Butler jersey on there. There we go. Yeah, what happened with Butler, remind me, last season? Was that Adam?
I was just going to ask if the Greg Butler jersey, does it come with a free dental appointment? Or
I wish.
Yeah, what happened there with James Butler last season? Because Greg Bell came in and played fantastic down the stretch, and I think, at least I know Adam and I would agree that, going with Bell into next season now is the right play and moving on from Butler based on how things have played out. But what got us here last season? I forget how that all played out with Butler.
I think it was kind of just Bell brings a little bit different style to the game. Butler's a real north-south guy, just runs, but Bell's a bit more patient, looks for the hole, He's a little bit more explosive. But yeah, I'm still a big JB guy. Wish him the best in BC. But yeah, like you said, Greg Bell was definitely the right choice going in. 625 yards in 8 games. Who knows what he's got in store with a full season under his belt.
So if you take a look, I mean, Hamilton for the last few years, I mean, we always thought they were on a little bit of a decline, especially after Bo Levi had that first season. And then the second season he came out. And last year, I mean, the second half was incredible how Hamilton really came back to almost get right back into the playoffs. What's the goal really for the Ticats this year? Is it going to be playoffs or bust, or is it home playoff game? Where do you think that this team can lead you this year?
Would you like the biased answer or my logical answer?
Let's go with
the logical one first.
My biased answer, like I say every year, Grey Cup or bust every year. But realistically, I do think that this is kind of like a playoff or bust type season. We've really been on the down slump, and now bringing in a lot of retooling, a kind of whole new era. It feels like, because you got a new GM, you kind of got a brand new coaching staff outside of Milanovic. And you just got a lot of new personnel in the building. So I really feel like it's kind of like the start of something new. And I would like to see us obviously contend for the Grey Cup Winnipeg this year. But I do feel like it's kind of a playoffs or bust season for sure.
Okay. And I only got really one more question myself, and then I'll give it over to Ryan once more. But my other question was this. Was it Chris Jones, or what was the defense's deal after the second half? As a fan, what did you think happened? Was it Chris Jones, or was it something else in the defense, or what happened there? Because suddenly that defense looked almost unstoppable.
I know Troy kind of did the number crunching behind the scenes for us, and he kind of said there wasn't too much of a drop off really between Washington to Jones's defense. We just got a lot more turnovers, which was kind of a breath of fresh air, a lot more pressure at the quarterback. But I don't know what it was. It might have just been all the boys in Edmonton together, because I was kind of where the switch flipped. But yeah, it was just a really fun end of the season, even though we didn't end up making the playoffs.
Yeah, it was. I thought they carried a lot of momentum coming into last year's playoffs, where I actually said, like, coming out of the season, that I think this is a team that shouldn't be that active in free agency and should just try to build on what they had going last year and run it back. And I was a little concerned with Chris Jones' departure, because I don't know, it seemed like the not a coincidence that the D gelled when he came in, and it remains to be seen where they're at now. But they were one of the teams with the fewest free agents, I think, on the list, or pending free agents, and they've only got 4 guys by my count that they've actively, I guess O'Leary Orange now should be showing up on the list. I'm still working on that.
There should be 6. You got Tarnowski, Litre, Smith, Hoyt, and Moxie.
I'm probably missing Litre on this list as well. I think it's there's O'Leary Orange. I think it's anybody with a hyphen in their name is messed up somehow. So that's probably what's going on here. But yeah, they do bring back a couple of pieces. They don't really have that many pending free agents compared to teams like, say, Saskatchewan, that have just a mountain of them. So are you surprised maybe then that they are as active as they've been so far, or is that just the new GM putting a stamp on the team?
I kind of feel like it's Ted kind of going, this is my team now, let me put my kind of touch on it, because yeah, you can see he's brought in a lot of Blue Bombers there. I'm not too upset about it if he's got the eye for talent. There's obviously got to be something there. But yeah, I think the core, I feel, is still there. We still got majority of the same offense, the same O-line. And you got Greg Bell and Bo, so I really feel like it's just kind of fine tuning it with giving it the Ted Gavea stamp.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree 100% on that. And we've seen it with all of the Bombers brought in. Kenny Lawler, former Bomber, Josh Johnson, Liam Dobson, Taiwan Garbett, Owen Hubert, Miles Fox, Brian Cole. These are all former members of the Bombers. Somebody, maybe as an off-season video, Adam, we need to do the web of, like, Calgary or Toronto is the Calgary of the East, but now Edmonton is the Toronto of the West. Now Hamilton's the Winnipeg of the East. And it's just like a circular connection of all of these different teams, it seems. And you know what? That's normal, though, where GMs want their guys that they're familiar with.
Yeah, and it used to be, I think, a long time ago. It used to be Hamilton. Guys used to become Saskatchewan guys, and Saskatchewan guys used to become Hamilton guys. We would just trade them around just to see what would go on with that. But very interesting to see all the blue and gold definitely on the Ticats this year. But again, they've got some good pieces in here. I really like the offensive line and what you guys have done there. Again, Noah Dobson was a huge ad for for Liam Dobson. Sorry, not Noah.
I do the same thing all the time. Same mistake.
Yeah. It's kind of the thing I'm known for around here. Anyways,
is Noah Dobson the Islanders defensive defenseman?
Yeah,
definitely. Anyways,
classic Adam.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, the defense, our offensive line, lots of good Canadian talent in it. Fairly young. I mean, that's the big thing that I could see on this for the Ticats. And if they can give Bo Levi the protection he needs, I mean, you have an East MOT behind him already. And I mean, that's a very good combination to have. I always like seeing two running backs on a team. With Greg Bell just there, they played very well last year. But again, hopefully Lee Trey or somebody else can maybe help fill in if there's a gap there. But the only biggest concern I've got with the Ticats, I think myself, would be the linebacking core if I was looking at the Ticats, and maybe a little bit in the secondary, but not as much. I always like seeing an all-star linebacker in the core. And again, Brian Cole should be that guy. We'll see if he can actually accomplish it this year. And also don't hold your breath on count out Nick Cross, the old U of R product. He's a good linebacker. I seen him back
special teams demon.
Yep, definitely great on special teams, and hopefully gets a little bit shot in there in the defense this year as well. So,
yeah, for sure, I would definitely have to agree there that the linebacker core still kind of has a few question marks, but bringing in Stubblefield to have that Sam linebacker down is definitely one big need that we have asked for. But I'd have to agree with you.
Let's talk about the defensive line a little bit more then, because Casey Sales is back. He had 7 sacks last season. Brandon Barlow is back. They bring in Taiwan Garbett from the Bombers. Bring in Hubert. They bring in Miles Fox. So that half the 4 out of potentially 5 starting linemen for the Ticats are former Bombers. But it's kind of a changing of the guard, right, along that defensive line from the guys that we had seen previously over the last couple of years, with guys like Ted Laurent being gone and Dylan Wynn, who was there for a while, and guys like that no longer with the team. How are you feeling with these additions about the defensive line?
I definitely feel like there's still a few guys you could bring in a kind of a rotational piece to push other guys. Like Barlow has that big price tag. Kind of an underwhelming season I know there was 5 sacks, but he had 3 of them in one game and then kind of didn't really do much from there. So if there's I know you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen, but like adding a few more names in there to kind of push other guys to know that there's somebody breathing down their neck would be a really good thing, I feel, because this team went from having one of the most notorious D lines in the league to kind of who is there outside of Casey Sales. So I feel like there's a few question marks around there as well.
So I got to ask the usual question like I've been asking almost anybody that I've seen today so far. If there is one free agent, again, not signed with anybody yet, that you would want and that would make the Ticats go from 3rd place to 2nd place in the East, who's that guy and why do you want him?
It's one we've kind of collectively as a group been talking about would be Dylan Wynn. Really just a great vocal leader. He's got the tenure here in Hamilton. Him and myself and his dad have shared a few beers at Ticats games. Great family all around. There was the one time former co-host Jake and I were at the beer store and Dylan Wynn was there. We ended up stepping around the corner and shotgunning a beer with Dylan Wynn. So that was a cool little memory we got there. So if we could get that guy back in Hamilton, we'd all be very happy.
I love it. I love random stories like that. Those are great, for sure. One of those real character guys that you have to root for in that situation. I want to talk about quarterback position, and it's less of a conversation topic this year because Bo Levi Mitchell lit it up last year, which I'll eat the crow. I said he was washed coming into last year. We talked about it quite a bit on the podcast. I made up for it by spending all $100 of my waiver money in fantasy football on Bo Levi Mitchell once he started lighting it up, and which may have lost me the season, but that's a topic for another day. But Bo Levi Mitchell, finalist for most outstanding player last year, 5,400 passing yards. Heck of a season for him. He's 34 now entering this season. You have to think, coming into the last year, we were thinking, is he going to retire soon? Is he not? How much more time is he going to play? I want to talk about the options behind him a little bit, because Taylor Powell showed some promise at times, got injured when he was supposed to take over last year. And then you've got Tua's brother, Talia Tagovailoa, there, who was doing short yardage late in the season as well. Any thoughts on kind of the changing of the guard going forward here at the Ticats quarterback position beyond Bo? And do you think one of these guys on the roster here is the future, or likely a free agent situation?
I feel like Scott Milanovich super, super high on Taylor Powell. So I feel like once Bo Levi Mitchell does call it a career, I feel like this is Taylor Powell's team. We all, like you said, we also have Talia Tagovailoa, who's really showed a lot. He showed his little flashes there, the Labor Day touchdown, super iconic moment there. And I'm also Harrison Frost is kind of a name that I like. I was watching him in training camp. He could definitely be a guy who could kind of make him a name for himself in this league if he kind of sticks to it. But yeah, I feel like once Bo kind of has his song and dance in the CFL, it'll be Taylor Powell's team.
And then taking a look at the rest of the East Division, Adam kind of asked the question of what piece do you want to add to move on for the Ticats to move up in the East Division. How do you feel about the competition in the East in relation to free agency so far?
I definitely feel like Ottawa's adding the right pieces to kind of figure it out there. It's really nice to see the Argos kind of falling apart, withering away there. But that's just the bias side of me. But yeah, I feel like it's nice to see that there's more of a wide open division instead of just like, oh, we're going to know this team's going to win, or we know this team's going to win. It kind of feels like there's a bit of uncertainty going on this season, which wouldn't be a bad thing because you look, it's either been Winnipeg or Toronto winning the Grey Cup the last few years. So if we could mix in like a BC Lions or a Hamilton Tiger Cats here or there, it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Just taking a look in the comments here, Nick Costantino, I think that's your punter, should be coming back as the punter, it sounds like. NFL window closed today for him, for the team window. So, yeah, any thoughts on your punting game or your kicking game, I guess, this year?
No, shout out to Noah. We know he's the specials guy around CFL Twitter. He's got charts for days if you ever need them. But, yeah, I feel, going in with Leggio and Costantino, we are set at the specialist position. Both of them really excelled or exceeded expectations. Being a Ticats fan and a Vikings fan, I have kind of mixed feelings about kickers. So knowing I got Mark Leggio coming in this year, I can watch field goals instead of kind of looking away like I'm used to.
Oh, 6 hours in, I did the muted thing. I was doing so good today. I was going to say, you asked a Bombers fan that same thing. I don't think they would ever utter that same sentence of, you see Mark Leggio kicking in, you're confident that the field goal is going to go through. I think he was underrated in his time here in Winnipeg, for sure. I'm happy to see him getting some love out in Hamilton there. Absolutely. Adam, anything else on the Hamilton Tiger Cats you want to talk about here with Josh?
Not a whole lot that I've got, really. I mean, I think it's just going to be a pretty fun season if you're a Ticats fan. I mean, it looks like they should match well with almost any team in the East. They definitely added some improvements today, and yeah, great to have you on, Josh. Like I said, I'm kind of excited to watch a little bit more Ticat football this season. So,
yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me on. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll echo what Adam said. Thanks for joining us. Adam, I think your internet might be lagging a little bit here, so I don't know if you want to try reconnecting here in between. But yeah, anything else on the Ticats you want to mention here, Josh? And also, before we let you go, we want to give you a chance to tell people where they can find everything else you've got going on.
Yeah, so if you want to find out anything about me, my ad is at 64YNE.